The second month of the apocalypse. The world had completely fallen into chaos. The governments that had once maintained order had finally reached their limit. In the basement, an old radio flickered constantly with static. ZZZ. This is the Imperial Capital headquarters. This is our final broadcast. The apocalyptic disaster continues to spread. The government is no longer capable of protecting every citizen. Everyone must survive on their own. Do not wait for rescue anymore. We're sorry. We did everything we could. With those final words of apology, the broadcast cut off completely. Only a harsh, endless static remained. Qin Mian sat in the darkness, silent for a long time. 2 months ago, an unknown disaster suddenly erupted across the globe. Large numbers of humans mutated. Those who died rose again, becoming mindless monsters that only knew how to attack the living. In just 2 months, governments around the world collapsed one after another. Qin Mian had always believed this day would eventually come. But when he actually heard the authorities announce that they had given up, he still felt an indescribable heaviness in his chest. This world, there was truly no going back. Time to leave. Qin Mian muttered quietly. He picked up the compound bow beside him and checked his equipment one more time. This place was no longer safe. The number of zombies nearby was increasing every day. If he stayed any longer, he would eventually be trapped here and die. But before leaving, there was one last thing he had to do. Qin Mian walked to the other side of the basement and opened a heavy iron door. The low roar of a generator echoed. A disgusting smell of decay rushed toward him. An ordinary person would have broken down at the sight before them. But Qin Mian simply stood there, quietly staring at the 3 monsters inside the room. 3 zombies were chained tightly to support pillars. Their skin had already rotted away. Their faces were pale and bluish, and low growls constantly escaped from their mouths. They struggled violently, making the chains rattle. But there was no fear in Qin Mian's eyes, only pain. Because these 3 zombies, they had once been his family. The one on the far left was his mother. Beside her was his stepfather. And the last one was his younger stepbrother, who had turned into a monster after being infected. On the first day of the apocalypse, his mother and stepfather were the first to become infected. After losing their minds, they attacked and killed Qin Mian's younger stepbrother. Fortunately, Qin Mian had always been physically stronger than average and had trained in combat for years. Facing the newly mutated zombies, he fought with everything he had and managed to restrain them, locking them up with chains. Not long after that, his stepbrother also began to transform. With no other choice, Qin Mian endured the pain and locked him up as well. At the beginning of the mutation, zombies moved slowly. But as time passed, they became stronger and stronger. By the second month, their bodies stopped decaying. Their strength and speed had increased significantly. This change completely defied common sense. But in this world, there were already too many things that made no sense. Qin Mian walked in front of them. Dad? Mom? His voice trembled slightly. I'm leaving. I'm sorry. After saying that, he knelt down. He bowed deeply several times. Although his stepfather wasn't related to him by blood, he had treated Qin Mian like his own son all these years. That kindness was something Qin Mian would never forget. As for his younger stepbrother, their relationship had never been particularly close. When his stepfather and mother got married, his stepbrother had already been 10 years old. Later, Qin Mian spent years away from home studying and working. The time they truly spent together was limited. But no matter what, they had once been a family. Qin Mian took a deep breath. He picked up the gasoline containers he had prepared beforehand. Then, slowly, he poured the gasoline over the 3 zombies. The next second, flames erupted. He closed the door. Standing outside, he listened. Inside, furious roars echoed through the room. The screams continued for a long time. Qin Mian closed his eyes, his fists tightly clenched. Until finally, the sounds completely disappeared. Half an hour later, the flames went out. Qin Mian opened the door again. After waiting for the smoke to clear, he stepped inside. 3 charred bodies lay on the ground. From the heads of the corpses, he removed 3 gray crystals. These crystals were the most special things inside a zombie's body. They were also the reason he had managed to survive until now. Qin Mian covered the bodies with white cloth again. He lit incense, burned paper offerings. Then he bowed several more times. Goodbye. From now on, I'll keep living. After locking the basement door, Qin Mian put on his backpack. He carried his compound bow and machete. Then he left. Above the basement was a small convenience store. This place had once been the shop run by his stepfather and mother. Before the apocalypse, it had been filled with all kinds of goods. Now, only empty shelves remained. The rolling shutter door was covered with damage marks. There were also dried bloodstains everywhere. Obviously, someone had tried to break in before. Qin Mian didn't stop. After confirming the surroundings were temporarily safe, he walked to the back of the store. He pulled away a large waterproof tarp. The next moment, a massive off-road RV appeared before him. The vehicle was covered in metal plating. It was around 7 meters long. It had 6 huge tires. It was clearly heavily modified. Seeing the vehicle, Qin Mian finally showed a faint smile. This was his greatest trump card, the thing that had allowed him to survive until now. 2 months ago, after the apocalypse began, he had unexpectedly bonded with this vehicle. From that moment onward, he gained a special ability. Super Vehicle System. Qin Mian opened the door. The moment he sat inside, a line of text suddenly appeared on the windshield. Detected beginner-level energy crystals. Absorb them. Qin Mian wasn't surprised at all. Absorb. The moment he spoke, the 3 gray crystals in his pocket instantly disappeared. The information displayed on the windshield began to change. Vehicle, off-road RV. Durability, 100%. Level, beginner. Upgrade progress, 24 out of 100. Power module, internal combustion engine. Vehicle modules, carbon steel chassis, carbon steel frame, explosion-proof glass. Energy points, 28. Material storage, carbon steel 411 units, titanium alloy 62 units, rare metals 11 units, organic materials 520 units, gasoline 102 units. Looking at the data, Qin Mian slightly frowned. 3 crystals had only increased his energy by 3 points. The improvement was far from impressive. Afterward, he opened his personal attributes. Owner, Qin Mian. Level, First Order Evolutionary. Evolution progress, 85%. Strength, 14. Agility, 14. Constitution, 18. Spirit, 24. Ability, Super Vehicle System. After the apocalypse, a portion of survivors experienced physical enhancements. The authorities had called them evolutionaries. Their strength, speed, and recovery abilities surpassed ordinary humans. And among these people, a very small number awakened special abilities. They were known as ability users. Some could control flames. Some possessed extraordinary strength. Some could even accomplish things that ordinary people could never imagine. All of this information came from the official broadcasts Qin Mian had heard before. But now, the imperial capital broadcast was gone. He had lost one of his most important sources of information about the outside world. There was no point staying here anymore. Besides, this place was becoming increasingly dangerous. As time passed, zombies would continue evolving. By then, trying to leave might already be too late. Qin Mian had studied his own ability carefully. His situation was completely different from those ability users. Other people's abilities seemed more like physical awakenings, but his ability was more like a hidden system. Only after binding with the vehicle did he obtain the attribute panel. Only then did he gain the ability to upgrade the vehicle. According to the information once released by the authorities, this disaster was not caused by an ordinary viral infection. Instead, it was an unknown energy that swept across the entire planet. This energy altered all forms of life. Humans began mutating. Animals changed as well. The worst part was that this energy could spread through zombies. The speed was so terrifying that humanity had no time to react. The global defense lines collapsed almost instantly. To this day, no one knew what this thing actually was. Just as Qin Mian was deep in thought, suddenly, bang! A loud crash interrupted his thoughts. He immediately raised his head. Through the windshield, he saw 2 zombies forcing their way through the broken rolling shutter door. The sharp metal edges tore through their bodies. Chunks of rotten flesh fell to the ground. But they felt nothing. Their pale, lifeless eyes locked onto Qin Mian. They had sensed the presence of a living human. And these 2 zombies had already been mutated for some time. Their speed and strength were far beyond that of ordinary people. Qin Mian didn't hesitate. He opened the door and charged out with his knife. Flash. The first strike. One zombie's head was split open instantly. Flash. The second strike. The other zombie collapsed as well. Qin Mian quickly dug out the crystals from their bodies. But at that moment, his expression suddenly changed, because more sounds came from outside. Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent impacts echoed. The already damaged rolling door finally reached its limit. With a loud crash, it collapsed completely. The next second, 7 or 8 zombies rushed inside at the same time. They were even faster than the previous ones. Qin Mion's expression darkened. Troublesome. The zombie at the front lunged at him. He moved sideways to dodge. Using the momentum, he knocked over several shelves behind him, temporarily blocking the monsters that followed. A distance of more than 10 meters. At this moment, it became the difference between life and death. Qin Mion pushed himself to his maximum speed. He sprinted toward the off-road RV, opened the door, jumped inside, locked it. Almost at the same moment, the zombies outside began violently smashing against the vehicle. Bang, bang. The several-ton vehicle began shaking violently, but Qin Mion remained calm. He grabbed the steering wheel, started the engine. The next second, a massive roar erupted. The off-road RV suddenly accelerated forward. It smashed through the zombies blocking its path, crushed through the broken rolling door, and charged into the apocalyptic world outside. From this moment on, Qin Mion's true escape journey had officially begun. The off-road RV burst out of the convenience store. The steel body tore through the rolling door. Several zombies blocking the way were sent flying instantly. Rotten flesh and filthy blood splattered across the windshield. The wipers moved at high speed, quickly clearing away the disgusting mess. Qin Mion gripped the steering wheel tightly. His eyes remained calm. At this moment, he and the vehicle seemed to have become one. The roar of the engine sounded like his heartbeat. He could only keep moving forward, because moving forward was the only way he could survive. However, not long after leaving, Qin Mion's expression changed. Another group of zombies appeared on the street ahead. More than a dozen, maybe even more. After hearing the sound of the vehicle, they rushed toward him crazily. But the off-road RV was far faster than them. Soon, the zombie horde was left far behind. Qin Mion looked at the swarm in the rearview mirror, his brows tightening. Something's wrong. This wasn't a major city. It was only a remote county town. Normally, there shouldn't suddenly be so many zombies gathering here. And his basement had been hidden extremely well. If the zombies hadn't continued evolving over time and becoming more sensitive to the scent of living humans, he wouldn't have needed to leave so soon. Could it be something had changed nearby? Qin Mion didn't think about it any further. Right now, the most important thing was leaving this place. The off-road RV continued racing forward. On the empty streets, the engine's roar sounded especially harsh. Many zombies wandering nearby were attracted by the noise. Just then, a notification suddenly appeared on the windshield. Detected super energy crystals. Absorb them. Qin Mion's eyes moved slightly. The zombies he had just crushed should still have crystals inside them. He immediately activated the vehicle's absorption function. The next second, the 2 gray crystals in his pocket disappeared. A new notification appeared. Super energy points, 30. Current vehicle level meets upgrade requirements. Upgrade or unlock functions available. Seeing this message, Qin Mion's eyes lit up. Finally, the vehicle could become stronger. In the apocalypse, this vehicle was his second life. If he could increase its strength, his chances of survival would improve dramatically. He immediately checked the available upgrades. However, before he could even see the details clearly, danger suddenly arrived. Inside the alley ahead, countless dark figures rushed out. Dozens of zombies. In an instant, the previously spacious street became completely crowded. The zombies slammed against the vehicle from all directions. The off-road RV shook violently. Qin Mion's expression changed. He quickly controlled the steering wheel, trying his best to avoid the zombies. But when he reached the end of the street, his heart sank. The exit was blocked. Several out-of-control cars had crashed into each other, completely sealing the road. Damn it! Qin Mion couldn't help cursing. He had no choice. He had to reverse. He quickly turned the vehicle around and rushed into a narrow alley beside the road. This path was just wide enough for the vehicle to pass through. But the problem was, once inside, there was no way to turn around. Now he could only gamble. Gamble that the road ahead wasn't a dead end. Because if it was, he would truly be trapped. Behind him, a dense swarm of zombies was already catching up. Their roars grew closer and closer. Cold sweat appeared on Qin Mion's forehead. If he was surrounded by hundreds of zombies, Even with a carbon steel frame, the vehicle wouldn't last long. Numbers could overwhelm any defense. A few hundred meters. He reached the end in no time. But what appeared before him made Qin Mion's expression completely change. There was no exit. Instead, there was a massive iron gate, a dead end. At that moment, a new notification appeared on the windshield. Upgradable functions, vehicle frame, tires, doors, windows, interior, headlights. Unlockable functions, silent shield, fuel compatibility. Qin Mion froze for a moment. Silent shield? What kind of ability was that? He immediately checked the description. Silent shield, basic function. When activated, while the vehicle is stationary, it can block the leakage of life signals from inside the vehicle, reducing the chance of detection by external creatures. After reading the explanation, Qin Mion's eyes instantly brightened. This was exactly what he needed. In the apocalypse, the most dangerous thing wasn't one or two zombies. It was the endless waves of undead. As long as the zombies couldn't detect him, this vehicle would become a mobile fortress. Without hesitation, Qin Mion immediately chose to unlock it. Super energy points required, 30. Materials required, carbon steel 100 units, rare metals 10 units, organic materials 100 units. Successfully unlocked, basic silent shield. Activate. Activate, Qin Mion shouted. At the same time, he slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The off-road RV smashed through the iron gate and charged into the courtyard behind it. Once inside, he violently turned the steering wheel. The vehicle drifted, then stopped in the corner. Then, the engine shut off. The moment the engine stopped, the entire vehicle began to change. All sounds disappeared. The remaining engine heat rapidly faded. The previously transparent windows were covered with a special layer of protection. From the outside, they looked like ordinary glass. But from the inside, Qin Mion could still clearly observe everything outside. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Even his breathing slowed. A few seconds later, a massive swarm of zombies rushed into the courtyard. They searched desperately for their target, smashing into everything around them. But strangely, when several zombies passed beside the vehicle, they showed no reaction at all. They didn't notice anyone inside. They didn't attack the vehicle. They simply wandered away in confusion. Seeing this, Qin Mion finally let out a breath of relief. It worked. This ability was even stronger than he had expected. But he still didn't relax his guard. He waited for a long time, until the zombie swarm gradually dispersed, returning to their aimless, wandering state. Only then did Qin Mion slowly relax. Some zombies even stopped beside the vehicle and scratched desperately at the windows. But they still failed to discover his existence. After confirming he was safe, Qin Mion released a long breath. That was way too close. He picked up his water bottle and took a sip. Then he turned on the radio. After the apocalypse, the mobile network had already completely collapsed. Communication satellites had failed. Now, among the remaining survivors, radio was the main method of communication. Although the range was limited and the signal was easily disrupted, it was still the only long-distance communication method humanity could use. Soon, voices from different channels came through. This is the Fong Chung underground shelter. We have massive supplies and can accommodate 10,000 survivors. All survivors are welcome to join us. This is the Skybreaker train convoy. We are searching for a safe zone and recruiting evolutionaries and ability users. The Deep Sulfur City Survivor Base is recruiting members. Together, we will rebuild civilization. Help! We're trapped inside the Clearwater Academy library. We need rescue. Can anyone hear us? We haven't had food for 2 days. All kinds of voices mixed together. Some people were establishing bases. Some were searching for companions. Others were desperately calling for help. But Qin Mion did not hear the official broadcast. That voice that had once represented order was gone. He turned off the radio. His eyes fell on the vehicle interface. Apocalypse progress. Viral mutation phase 91%. Next phase, extreme cold disaster. Seeing those words, Qin Mion fell silent. Extreme cold. What did that mean? It meant the virus crisis was not over yet. A new disaster was about to arrive. A single virus had already destroyed human civilization. If another global ice age was added on top of that, how many humans would still remain? Qin Mion looked at the world outside the vehicle. His eyes gradually became determined. No matter what happens in the future, I will survive. He understood this clearly. He could not rely on anyone else. Strangers in the apocalypse were not people who could be trusted easily. Underground shelters, survivor bases, all of them carried unknown risks. And he possessed the super vehicle system. That was his greatest advantage. As long as he continued upgrading this vehicle, he had a chance to survive until the very end. But upgrading required materials, and even more importantly, energy points. At the moment, the only way to obtain energy points was by hunting zombies. Qin Mian slowly turned his head. He looked at the monsters wandering outside the window. His eyes gradually became cold. From this moment on, zombies were no longer just a threat. They were also resources that could make him stronger. The third day after the apocalypse, Qin Mian had not acted recklessly. During these 3 days, he parked the off-road RV in a corner of the courtyard and kept the silent shield activated. No engine noise, no trace of human life. The zombies outside could barely detect his existence. But after the vehicle consumed 20 units of fuel, Qin Mian knew he could not wait any longer. He had to go outside. This time, he carefully observed the entire courtyard. The zombies remaining here should only number 3. As long as he dealt with them, the area would temporarily become safe. As for the alleys outside, or whether there were hidden zombies inside the houses, he couldn't be certain. But based on his judgment, there should be no more than 7 at most. Exhale. Qin Mian took several deep breaths. He adjusted his condition. The machete was secured behind his back. The compound bow was held tightly in his hand. Then, he opened the vehicle door. The moment the door opened, the silent shield disappeared. A zombie 7 or 8 meters away suddenly turned its head. It sensed the presence of a living human. The next second, Qin Mian released the bowstring. Whoosh! The alloy arrow tore through the air. It accurately pierced the zombie's skull. The arrowhead broke through the bone and pinned it directly to the ground. The entire movement was completed without making any unnecessary noise. But the other 2 zombies still noticed something. They slowly turned around. Qin Mian gave them no chance. Arrow loaded. Bow drawn. Target locked. Release. The second zombie fell. The final zombie was farther away. After realizing what happened, it charged toward him crazily. Its speed was clearly faster than ordinary zombies. Qin Mian didn't have time to fire another arrow. He immediately pulled out his machete and charged forward. The strength of a first-order evolutionary erupted instantly. 14 points of strength, far beyond that of an ordinary human. The blade flashed. The zombie's head was split open. Black, filthy blood sprayed across Qin Mian's face. But he only frowned slightly. 2 months into the apocalypse, he was already used to scenes like this. In less than a minute, all 3 zombies in the courtyard were eliminated. However, Qin Mian did not immediately collect the crystals. He knew the truly dangerous place was not right in front of him. It was the unknown. Holding his knife tightly, he carefully walked toward the gate. He observed the outside alley for a long time. Only after confirming there were no wandering zombies nearby did he return. After that, he entered the 3-story house inside the courtyard. This place had once belonged to a wealthy family. Now, only endless silence remained. Qin Mian began searching from the 1st floor. Soon, he discovered a female zombie on the 3rd floor. She was wearing a beautiful dress. Before the apocalypse, she had probably been a young woman. But now, she was nothing more than a monster that attacked living creatures. Qin Mian didn't hesitate. One strike ended her existence. This world no longer cared about who people used to be. No wealth, no beauty, no youth. Once someone became a zombie, they were all just monsters. This house should still have plenty of useful things. Qin Mian looked around. He decided to search the entire place thoroughly. However, before searching, he first returned to the vehicle. He started the RV, then drove it to the gate. The front of the vehicle blocked the entrance completely. After that, he exited through the rear emergency door. That way, even if zombies approached from outside, it would be difficult for them to enter the courtyard directly. Only after setting up this defense did Qin Mian dig out the 4 gray crystals. He returned to the vehicle and absorbed them. Super energy points increased. Then, the real scavenging began. This standalone house was quite large, more than 200 square meters. Although the entire place was filled with the smell of decay and bloodstains, the decoration showed that this family had lived a very comfortable life before the apocalypse. Inside the kitchen, broken solid wood tables and chairs were scattered everywhere. Qin Mian immediately noticed the wine cabinet nearby. Inside were more than a dozen bottles of perfectly preserved alcohol. Not bad. He picked up one bottle and examined it. It was aged for many years. Its value before the apocalypse must have been considerable. Before the apocalypse, these things might have been expensive. But now, money had no meaning. However, alcohol had become a rare resource. Not only could it be enjoyed personally, it could also be traded for supplies. Qin Mian found a large plastic basket. He placed all the intact bottles of alcohol inside. Then he continued searching. There were still some drinks inside the refrigerator, but the meat and vegetables in the freezer had already spoiled due to the power outage. In the kitchen, he also found plenty of unopened snacks. Unfortunately, the rice had already gone bad. The tap water had also been contaminated. When he turned on the faucet, a rotten smell immediately rushed out. The apocalypse had not only changed humanity, it had also damaged the entire ecosystem. Water sources, land, air, everything had been affected. This was one of the major reasons civilization collapsed so quickly. After finishing the kitchen search, Qin Mian carried more than 100 pounds of supplies. He moved everything back into the vehicle. Then he arrived at the nearby storage garage. Inside were two vehicles. Unable to find the keys, he didn't waste any time. He simply opened the fuel tanks. Using his tools, he extracted the gasoline. Soon, all the fuel from both vehicles was collected, more than 50 liters in total. Just as he was preparing to move it, the vehicle interface suddenly appeared. Detecting collectible fuel. Store. Qin Mian froze. Then he smiled. Store. The next second, the fuel container in his hand suddenly became much lighter. The gasoline directly entered the vehicle storage space. This ability was extremely convenient. Unfortunately, at the moment, it could only store materials related to the vehicle. If it could store ordinary supplies as well, that would be perfect. Looks like I'll have to wait until the next upgrade and see if any new functions appear. Qin Mian shook his head. Then he continued searching. Inside the storage room, he discovered a large amount of useful materials. Metal shelves, tools, machine parts. Everything that could be dismantled was taken apart. They were all converted into resources for upgrading the vehicle. Even the high-quality kitchen knives. Qin Mian didn't leave a single one behind. Anything that could be taken, he took it all. This was the survival rule of the apocalypse. Never waste any resource. Several hours later, the entire house had been almost completely emptied. The expensive furniture and decorations in the living room had no value. He abandoned them immediately. But alcohol, tobacco, precious metals, gold, and jewelry. He collected everything. Cash. Completely meaningless. It was nothing more than a pile of useless paper now. Instead, inside the bedrooms, Qin Mian found several thick sets of clothing. He selected a few suitable ones and stored them inside the vehicle. Because the next disaster was getting closer and closer. Extreme cold. He had to prepare in advance. After working for most of the day, finally, the vehicle data changed. Material storage. Carbon steel, 844 units. Aluminum alloy, 326 units. Rare metals, 21 units. Organic materials, 1050 units. Fuel, 158 units. Looking at the numbers, Qin Mian nodded in satisfaction. Although he was exhausted, the harvest was enormous. He returned to the driver's seat, lowered the chair, and lay down. Then he took a can of drink from the refrigerator inside the vehicle. He took a long, satisfying gulp. Refreshing. After a short rest, Qin Mian began planning his next move. Extreme cold was approaching. If he wanted to survive, he had to upgrade the vehicle. But upgrading required massive amounts of materials. Searching ordinary houses was far too inefficient. He needed to find larger resource locations. For example, factories, warehouses, or large markets. Suddenly, a place came to Qin Mian's mind. The hardware wholesale market in the neighboring town. Highway Hardware City. That place stored huge amounts of metal materials. It was exactly what he needed for upgrading the vehicle. After the apocalypse, there should no longer be anyone managing it. It would be dangerous, but it was worth the risk. Qin Mian opened the vehicle screen. He brought up the offline map he had saved beforehand. Then he planned his route. He did not choose the city's main roads. Those places would definitely be filled with abandoned vehicles, and they would have the highest concentration of zombies. Instead, he chose rural roads. The distance to the target location was about 10 kilometers. At the same time, He planned 2 backup routes, just in case something unexpected happened. After confirming the plan, Qin Mian glanced at the time. 11:12 a.m. He fastened his seatbelt, started the engine. The off-road RV slowly drove out of the courtyard. New destination: Highway Hardware City. Departure: the 10th day after the apocalypse. After leaving the town, the off-road RV sped along the rural roads. The roar of the engine quickly attracted nearby wandering zombies. But Qin Mian didn't stop. The current him was no longer as cautious as he had been in the beginning. As long as it wasn't a massive zombie horde, ordinary zombies could no longer threaten him. The off-road RV charged through the alleyways. When it reached the pedestrian street, only a few scattered zombies remained. Qin Mian simply accelerated. Soon, the vehicle left the town behind. The zombies gradually disappeared into the distance. With the vehicle's current speed, unless he was trapped by a massive swarm, escaping ordinary zombies was not difficult. According to his plan, Qin Mian avoided the town's main roads. Those areas would definitely be packed with abandoned vehicles. Once blocked, they would become death traps. So he chose the rural roads instead. The window was lowered halfway. The cold air flowed into the vehicle. It was clearly noon, yet the sky remained dark and gloomy. Heavy clouds blocked out the sunlight. Since the apocalypse began, Qin Mian had not seen a truly clear day in a long time. The entire world seemed to be covered by a layer of darkness. While driving, he adjusted the radio channels, hoping to obtain some valuable information. But most channels were just repeating the same things: recruiting survivors, searching for rescue, requesting help. Truly useful information was extremely rare. Just then, the radio suddenly gave a notification sound. Someone had connected to his private channel. Qin Mian froze for a moment. Private channel? In this era, who would specifically contact him? Zzz. Amid the static, a hoarse and urgent voice came through. Qin Mian. Qin Mian, please respond. Qin Mian frowned. He didn't know many people. After the apocalypse began, the number of people who could still contact him was even smaller. Who is this? He cautiously replied. Meanwhile, more than 200 kilometers away, inside the laboratory of Guangqing University, a fat man covered in dirt heard the response. His entire body trembled with excitement. He quickly raised the radio antenna toward the ventilation opening. Lowering his voice, he said, Brother Mian, it's me, Junjia. Har Junjia. I finally reached you. I knew using your birthday channel would work. Qin Mian froze. How Junjia? That name brought back memories from many years ago. The two had grown up together. They were friends for 12 years. But later, Qin Mian left their hometown. Hao Junjia also moved to a major city for development. Over the years, their contact became less and less frequent. The last time they met was 3 years ago. Qin Mian only knew that he had become a university professor in Guangqing. He never expected that this fat guy still remembered his radio channel password, because Qin Mian's private channel was based on his birthday combination. Hao Junjia, how are you doing right now? After a moment of silence, Qin Mian asked. The other side remained silent for a long time. Then, Hao Junjia's urgent voice came through. Brother Mian, I'm trapped inside the Guangqing University laboratory. There are 35 survivors here. We can't contact anyone outside. Can you help us contact rescue? Please. Listening to his voice, Qin Mian could already imagine his current condition. Desperation, fear, and the final trace of hope. Unfortunately, after a moment of silence, he could only reply, Junjia, I'm sorry. After the apocalypse began, satellite communications were destroyed. I can't contact any official rescue either. After sending that message, there was a long silence from the other side of the radio. Hao Junjia held the communicator. His entire body froze. The thing he feared most had happened. 2 months ago, the disaster suddenly erupted. Large numbers of students and teachers at the university collapsed. Soon after, they turned into monsters that attacked the living. That day, Hao Junjia and a group of students hid inside the cafeteria. After surviving several dangerous situations, they eventually escaped into the laboratory, which had much stronger security. But after so much time passed, the number of survivors continued decreasing. Food supplies became scarcer. Their water supply was almost gone. They had waited for a long time, but rescue never arrived. Their phones had become useless long ago. The only thing that could still connect them to the outside world was the radio inside the laboratory. However, 2 days ago, The official headquarters broadcast had also announced its shutdown. At that moment, everyone understood. The world had truly lost its order, but they refused to accept it. So every day, they continued sending distress signals. Until Hao Junjie thought of Qin Mian. He knew. His old friend had always been cautious. After the apocalypse happened, he would definitely have made preparations. And he would definitely own a radio. The only question was whether Qin Mian was still alive. So, he kept trying. He even used Qin Mian's birthday as the channel. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. But now, he had received the cruelest answer from Qin Mian. No rescue. No government. No one was coming for them. Inside the laboratory, the dozens of survivors saw Hao Junjie's silence. They gradually understood the result. Professor Hao, a short-haired girl, walked over. She looked at him. Is there any rescue? The girl's name was Wei Yin. She was one of the few people here who had remained calm. But beside her, a young man with dyed yellow hair suddenly laughed coldly. Look at him. His friend probably isn't reliable either. A guy from some small county town. And you actually expected him to save us? The few boys standing beside the yellow-haired man also laughed. Exactly. My father used to be a district official. Even he couldn't do anything. So who else are you expecting to save you? Before the apocalypse, these people might have had status. But now, status meant nothing. Only strength mattered. That was the real currency of the new world. Several of these young men had already become evolutionaries. Their physical abilities far exceeded ordinary people. Because of that, they became more and more arrogant. On the other side, another young man couldn't help but sneer. You're so powerful. Then why don't you go outside yourselves? All you know how to do is mock others. The yellow-haired man's expression darkened. Yi Liangwei, you're looking for trouble. A muscular young man stepped forward beside him. His arm muscles bulged. It was obvious he was an evolutionary. Yi Lianghui's expression changed slightly, but he still snorted. Being an evolutionary makes you that great? The other man sneered. Right now? Yes, it does. There is already a gap between ordinary people and evolutionaries. Yi Lianghui said nothing else. Because he understood. No one cared about the law anymore. No one cared about rules. If a conflict really happened, ordinary people like them had no chance against evolutionaries. Everyone shut up, just as the atmosphere was becoming more and more tense. Hao Junjie suddenly exploded. The fat on his body shook. An unusual pressure spread from him. Everyone immediately fell silent. Because they knew. This fat professor was not an ordinary person. He was also an ability user. Otherwise, there was no way he could control dozens of survivors. Everyone calmed down. Hao Junjie took a deep breath. I'll find a way. Brother Mian might not be able to contact rescue, but he might be able to come here. After saying that, he picked up the radio again and sent another message. Brother Mian, besides the survivors here, we also have a batch of important supplies. If you can come save us, these things can be used as payment. When Qin Mian saw the message, his calm expression suddenly changed. Important supplies? He immediately replied. What exactly are they? Soon, Hao Junjie sent back the information. Guangqing University has been cooperating with a military research unit on new material development. The laboratory has stored a batch of rare metals, including osmium, rhodium, and several other materials. The total weight is close to 1 ton. Seeing this message, Qin Mian's eyes changed instantly. 1 ton of rare metals. What kind of concept was that? To ordinary people, these might only be research materials. But to him, they were exactly the resources needed to upgrade his vehicle. Rare metals. They were currently one of the hardest materials to obtain. Guangqing University. He had to go. But not now. Qin Mian understood very clearly. In the apocalypse, rescue was never as simple as saying 2 words. Guangqing was more than 200 kilometers away. No one knew what he would encounter along the way. More importantly, a place like that would have many survivors. And there would definitely be countless zombies as well. He needed to prepare first. After thinking for a moment, Qin Mian sent a reply. Junjie, don't act recklessly. Save as much food and water as possible. 1 week at most. I'll come. I'll find a way to save you. After sending the message, Qin Mian turned off the radio. He looked at the road ahead. His eyes gradually became determined. Highway Hardware City. First, he would collect the upgrade materials. Then, he would head to Guangqing University. Great. Great. Thank you, Brother Mian. After receiving Qin Mian's reply, Hao Junjie was so excited that he almost cried. He quickly told the other survivors inside the laboratory. The atmosphere, which had been suffocatingly hopeless moments ago, finally changed slightly. At least, they still had hope. Someone was willing to come save them. Hopefully the rescue really comes. Hao Jiannan sneered coldly. After saying that, he turned around and left with several evolutionaries. But Wei Yin stayed behind. She frowned and looked at Hao Junjie. Professor Hao, what kind of person exactly is your friend? Hao Junjie put away the radio. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Don't worry. If he says he'll come, he definitely will. Although they hadn't been in frequent contact for more than 10 years. Hao Junjie understood Qin Mian. That man was steady, careful, and once he promised someone something, he rarely broke his word. However, Wei Yin did not relax because of this. She looked outside. But this place is more than 200 kilometers away. The outside world is full of zombies. Can he really make it here alone? Yi Lianghui beside her also couldn't help asking. How many people does he have? The monsters outside aren't ordinary zombies. Many of them have already mutated. Hao Junjie fell silent for a moment. Actually, he had thought about these questions too. Guangqing University was not an ordinary place. It was a major university in the provincial capital. Before the apocalypse, the campus had nearly 10,000 students and teachers. The population density was far higher than Qin Mian's small county town. After the disaster erupted, no one knew what this place had become. Qin Mian naturally understood this as well. That was why he didn't immediately head toward Guangqing. Right now, the most important thing was upgrading the vehicle first. Only after strengthening his greatest advantage would he have the qualifications to enter such a dangerous area. 40 minutes later, the off-road RV approached Highway Hardware City. Along the way, many zombies were attracted by the sound of the engine. They chased after him desperately, but eventually, all of them were left behind. Ahead on the road, more than 20 zombies were wandering. Their movements were far more flexible than newly mutated zombies. Black liquid continuously dripped from their rotten mouths. Their jaws clicked unconsciously. Qin Mian did not slow down. Instead, he stepped directly on the accelerator. Bang! The front of the vehicle shook violently. The first zombie was instantly sent flying. Then, the off-road RV displayed its true terror. The vehicle weighed nearly 7 tons. At high speed, ordinary zombies could not stop it at all. Bang! Bang! One zombie after another was crushed. In just a few minutes, Qin Mian had already killed 6 zombies. Then, he stopped the vehicle and turned around. He charged back again, repeatedly attacking. After more than half an hour, there were no zombies left nearby that could still stand. Only then did Qin Mian stop the vehicle. He got out with his machete. He finished off the zombies that were not completely dead. Then he dug out their crystals and absorbed them all. Obtained super energy points. 24. Looking at the increased energy, Qin Mian nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly why he had to keep hunting zombies. If he wanted to upgrade the vehicle, the crystals were the key. Highway Hardware City. It had once been nothing more than an ordinary wholesale market. The daily traffic was never particularly high. Now, it was terrifyingly quiet. The streets were filled with abandoned vehicles, pools of dried blood, and traces left behind by zombies. Qin Mian drove the RV into the market. He randomly chose a steel shop and parked. Then he got out to inspect the area. There were only 3 trapped zombies nearby. After eliminating them, Qin Mian began collecting materials. The biggest resource here was metal, 6-meter steel bars, square steel tubes, steel plates, various semi-finished materials. If an ordinary person were here, one person would not be able to carry much. But Qin Mian was different. His evolved body gave him strength far beyond ordinary humans. More importantly, as long as the materials entered the vehicle's range, the vehicle could automatically absorb them. No cutting. No need to carry them into the storage compartment. This greatly improved efficiency. Several hours later, the vehicle storage changed again. Material storage. Metal materials, 5066 units. Non-metal materials, 3021 units. Polymer materials, 714 units. Composite materials, 590 units. Rare metals, 57 units. Fuel, 455 units. Looking at these numbers, Qin Mian's eyes lit up. The material classification had become much more detailed. Among them, ordinary metals included steel, copper alloys, aluminum alloys, and more. Rare metals were categorized separately. This meant their importance was far beyond ordinary materials. At that moment, a new notification appeared. Current materials and super energy points meet upgrade requirements. Vehicle upgrade available. Unlockable functions. External collection. Fuel compatibility. Vehicle armor. Qin Mian's spirit lifted. Among them, the one that attracted him the most was the first option, external collection. He immediately checked the description. Basic external collection. Cost: 300 units of metal materials, 300 units of non-metal materials, 200 units of composite materials, 40 units of rare metals, 30 super energy points. After unlocking, materials within a 5-meter range of the vehicle can be collected remotely. Cannot be used while the vehicle is moving. After reading this, Qin Mian made his decision immediately. Unlock. The next second, the off-road RV trembled slightly. The new function finished loading. Just like the silent shield, this ability could also be controlled through his thoughts. Qin Mian immediately set it to always remain active. From now on, as long as materials entered within 5 meters of the vehicle, they would automatically be transferred into the vehicle storage space. The only regret was, it could not be used while the vehicle was moving. It seemed that if he wanted to further improve the function, he would need to upgrade the vehicle again. However, the current ability was already powerful enough. With this function, his efficiency in collecting supplies would increase several times. As for Guangqing University, Qin Mian glanced at the material list. Rare metals. He had already used more than half of his supply. This was also the reason he had to make a trip there. But right now, he would first finish searching the entire hardware city. After eating and resting, Qin Mian continued his operation. He drove the RV directly into one shop after another. Using the external collection function, he quickly absorbed the materials inside. Safe. Efficient. There were even several zombies hiding inside the stores. They were directly crushed by the vehicle. More than 3 hours later, the sky gradually darkened. Qin Mian checked the time. 5 p.m. Time to rest. The night belonged to zombies and unknown creatures. There was no need to take risks now. He parked the vehicle at the entrance of a narrow alley, using the walls on both sides as natural barriers. He also closed part of the vehicle doors, making it harder for enemies to approach. After complete darkness fell, Qin Mian activated the silent shield. The vehicle's independent power system started. The heater turned on. The interior instantly became warm and comfortable. He even climbed out through the roof hatch to check. From the outside, no light could be seen at all. This ability was practically a god-tier tool for surviving the apocalypse. After returning inside, Qin Mian prepared a self-heating hot pot, added 2 packs of instant noodles, then opened a bottle of his treasured red wine. Outside the vehicle, darkness, cold, silence. Inside the vehicle, warmth, plenty of food, a strong sense of security. After finishing his meal, Qin Mian cleaned himself briefly, then lay down on the folding bed. In the future, when I have the chance, I definitely need to upgrade the bathroom. Hopefully I can even add a shower. Thinking about a more comfortable life in the future, Qin Mian couldn't help smiling. The warm air slowly blew through the vehicle. Fatigue gradually overwhelmed him. His consciousness became blurry, just as he was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, a terrifying roar tore through the night sky. Roar! Qin Mian's eyes snapped open. He became fully awake instantly. That doesn't sound like an ordinary zombie. He quickly got up and rushed to the driver's seat. Through the windshield, he observed the outside. Because both sides of the vehicle were blocked by walls, his field of vision was extremely limited. But that sound was getting closer. It sounded like some kind of beast, or a low growl from a throat that had been torn apart. Qin Mian looked at the time. 3 a.m. The next second, in the darkness, several red points of light appeared. Pairs of blood-red eyes were approaching. Qin Mian's expression changed slightly. He immediately took out his night vision device and looked outside. The next moment, his pupils contracted violently. He sucked in a cold breath, because what appeared inside the night vision scope was not an ordinary zombie at all. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Qin Mian had already fallen asleep, but that terrifying roar instantly woke him. That was not the sound of an ordinary zombie. It sounded more like some kind of beast growling in the darkness. Qin Mian immediately got up and moved to the driver's seat. Using the night vision device, He finally saw what was outside. The next second, his expression became extremely serious. It was a group of monsters. More accurately, a group of mutated zombie dogs. Their fur had completely disappeared. The exposed flesh showed a strange dark red color. Black veins like earthworms twisted beneath their muscles, constantly moving. Their mouths had undergone a horrifying mutation. Their upper and lower jaws had split apart. Their entire mouths looked as if they had been torn into 4 sections. Inside were rows of razor-sharp teeth. Their blood-red eyes searched through the darkness for prey. These things could no longer be considered ordinary animals. They were more like killing machines created by the apocalypse. Qin Mian held his breath. He didn't dare move. He even saw one zombie dog hunting an ordinary zombie. That zombie was already much stronger than a human. But in front of the zombie dog, it had no ability to fight back. A few bites. Its limbs were torn apart. Then, the zombie dog ripped open its skull and swallowed the gray crystal inside. This scene made Qin Mian's heart shake violently. These monsters could actually consume crystals and become stronger because of them. 2 months after the apocalypse began, human understanding of zombie mutations was still limited to speculation. But Qin Mian knew the evolution speed of these creatures might be far more terrifying than humans imagined. He immediately recorded the information he had observed. Just then, bang! The vehicle suddenly shook slightly. Qin Mian raised his head sharply. His breathing stopped instantly. At some point, a zombie dog had jumped onto the roof of his vehicle. Then it crawled down along the front. It lay on the hood, lowering its head. It sniffed the windshield. Qin Mian's heart sank. It could smell him. That meant these creatures had not only gained greater strength, their senses had also evolved. If not for the silent shield, he would have already been discovered. Qin Mian almost started the vehicle and escaped. But he ultimately held himself back. He had no idea how many zombie dogs were outside. Starting the engine recklessly would only attract more monsters. Time passed slowly. The zombie dog remained in front of the vehicle, less than 1 meter away from Qin Mian. Through the glass, he could clearly see every detail of its body. The missing fur, the exposed muscles, the twisted blood vessels, and the long tongue covered in spikes inside its split mouth. The stench seemed almost to seep through the glass. Qin Mian didn't even dare breathe deeply. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the zombie dog seemed unable to detect anything unusual. It jumped off the vehicle and left. But Qin Mian still didn't relax. He remained in the driver's seat, maintaining his vigilance. Until dawn, the entire night. He didn't sleep again. Hopefully these monsters only appear at night. Qin Mian looked at the gradually brightening sky and released a long breath. After a simple breakfast, he started the vehicle. Now he knew there were things outside far more dangerous than ordinary zombies. So, he could no longer casually leave the vehicle. Next, he drove the off-road RV directly into one shop after another, using the external collection function to gather materials. Take whatever he could. Safety first. Although this method reduced efficiency, it was much more stable. The entire morning passed. Almost the entire Highway hardware city had been searched. Large amounts of materials entered the vehicle storage. After completing his objective, Qin Mian did not stay any longer. He left immediately. The off-road RV returned to the rural roads. Along the way, he occasionally encountered isolated zombies. Qin Mian didn't even slow down. He simply drove straight into them. Bang! A zombie was crushed. The vehicle stopped. A notification appeared. Super energy points +2. The external collection function activated. The gray crystal inside the zombie was automatically absorbed. This time, Qin Mian noticed something different. The energy provided by this crystal was higher than ordinary zombies before. Although it was only 2 points, a clear change had appeared. Qin Mian began thinking, what exactly were these gray crystals? The authorities had once researched them. The authorities once believed these crystals were the product of condensed viral energy, but they had never discovered a way to use them. Some people had even tried consuming them. The result was immediate mutation. They turned into zombies. Right now, the entire world probably had only one person who knew the true value of these crystals. They were the core energy source for upgrading the vehicle, and they were also the key to Qin Mian becoming stronger. Qin Mian was preparing to continue forward. Suddenly, bang! A sharp gunshot rang out. He immediately looked up. At the intersection ahead on the rural road, a pickup truck suddenly rushed out. It was moving extremely fast, like it was desperately escaping from something. Someone. Qin Mian was startled. In the apocalypse, encountering a living person did not necessarily mean safety. He immediately adjusted his direction, preparing to turn onto another road at any moment. Soon, the pickup approached. Through the rearview mirror, Qin Mian saw what was behind it. His expression instantly changed. Behind that vehicle, there were two zombie dogs chasing after it. Damn, of course something like this had to happen. Qin Mian stepped on the accelerator. The vehicle began accelerating. The rural road was too narrow. The pickup couldn't overtake. It could only follow behind him, continuously honking. Behind them, the zombie dogs were unbelievably fast. Their speed was actually no slower than a vehicle traveling at high speed. One of them suddenly jumped onto the back of the pickup truck. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the zombie dog. Half of its face was blown apart. But the next second, Qin Mian's pupils contracted. The monster wasn't dead. The wound was rapidly regenerating. The flesh visibly twisted and repaired itself. That recovery ability was terrifying. Bang! Another shot. But this time, the zombie dog dodged beforehand. Clearly, it had already developed a certain level of combat instinct. Qin Mian took one look and determined that the weapon was probably a private hunting rifle, a real firearm, something ordinary people would rarely possess. When a fork in the road appeared ahead, Qin Mian decisively turned right. The pickup turned left. The two vehicles separated. Originally, Qin Mian thought the danger was over. But the next second, his expression became ugly, because one of the zombie dogs actually chased after his off-road RV. Damn it, Qin Mian cursed. He understood. The pickup driver had just transferred the danger onto him. The rural road was narrow. There were too many turns. The off-road RV couldn't increase speed enough. Soon, a crashing sound came from behind. Bang! Bang! The zombie dog jumped directly onto the roof. Its sharp claws scraped across the metal, creating a harsh screeching sound. Qin Mian's expression darkened. He quickly thought of a solution. Forcefully shake it off? Not necessarily effective. Stop and fight? Even more dangerous. Just then, a sharp turn appeared ahead. Qin Mian's eyes narrowed. An opportunity. He slammed on the accelerator, then violently turned the steering wheel. The entire vehicle instantly drifted. The tires scraped against the road, producing a piercing sound. The massive force of inertia directly threw the zombie dog off the roof. It crashed heavily into the farmland beside the road. Qin Mian didn't stop. He immediately straightened the vehicle, accelerated away. But the next moment, the scene in the rearview mirror made his heart sink. That zombie dog had stood up again, completely unharmed, and it was chasing after him once more. The monster's vitality had exceeded his understanding. Ahead, a large village appeared. There was no way around it. Qin Mian could only drive inside. Bang! The front of the vehicle knocked away 3 zombie villagers. The vehicle slowed slightly. The next second, the zombie dog jumped onto the roof again. Looks like Qin Mian tightened his grip on the steering wheel. I can only kill you. He suddenly slammed on the brakes. The massive inertia erupted. The zombie dog on the roof was violently thrown forward. Immediately after, Qin Mian shifted gears, pressed the accelerator all the way down. The engine roared violently. The off-road RV charged forward like a steel beast. Die! The zombie dog had just gotten back up, and the enormous front of the vehicle was already right in front of it. Boom! Its flesh exploded instantly. Blood covered the windshield. The wheels rolled over it afterward, leaving behind a horrifying trail of blood. But Qin Mian did not stop. He wasn't sure whether the monster was truly dead. Reverse. Impact. Move forward again. He crushed it 3 more times. Only when the zombie dog was reduced to a broken skeleton did he finally stop. Detected second-order crystal. Absorption successful. Super energy points plus 20. Seeing the notification, Qin Mian froze. Then surprise burst into his eyes. Second-order crystal. That meant these mutated monsters had clear levels. Ordinary zombies could only provide 1 energy point, but this zombie dog provided 20 points directly. The difference was enormous. Just as Qin Mian was preparing to record this information, a vehicle sound suddenly came from a distance. He looked up. The pickup truck from earlier was driving toward the village. But this time, there were no zombie dogs chasing it anymore. Qin Mian did not relax. Strangers in the apocalypse were often harder to judge than monsters. He picked up the compound bow beside the passenger seat. His eyes locked onto the approaching pickup. If the other side made any unusual move, he would counterattack immediately. After the zombie dog died, the pickup truck that had been escaping earlier finally approached slowly. The vehicle was in terrible condition. One rear tire was completely flat. Black smoke was rising from the hood. It looked like the chase had pushed the vehicle almost to complete destruction. Qin Mian remained inside the off-road RV. He did not get out. In the apocalypse, anyone who approached voluntarily had to be treated with caution. Only when the pickup stopped 10 meters away did the door open. The next second, a girl jumped out. Qin Mian was slightly surprised. He had expected the person inside to be a wounded man. He never expected it would be a girl. The girl looked quite young. She wore dirty jeans and a hoodie. Her purple-gray hair was tied into a high ponytail. There were bloodstains and dirt on her face. But her eyes were completely different from ordinary survivors. Sharp, calm, even carrying a hint of wildness. She had nothing in her hands. She walked step by step toward the off-road RV, only stopping when she was about 2 meters away. Then she began observing the vehicle. Qin Mian watched her through the one-way glass. The person outside could not see inside, but he still didn't relax. The compound bow was already in his hand, ready to fire at any moment. Anyone who could drive a pickup and escape a zombie dog pursuit in the apocalypse could never be an ordinary girl. Hey, the girl suddenly spoke. Her voice was clear, even slightly childish. I know you can hear me. Can we talk? Hearing this, Qin Mian's dissatisfaction became even stronger. That pickup had deliberately thrown the zombie dog toward him, and now the person wanted to chat. Anyone would feel annoyed. However, Qin Mian was not cruel enough to kill a girl just because of that. So he replied coldly, "There's nothing to talk about. Leave. As for using me to attract the zombie dog earlier, I won't pursue it." The girl froze. The next second, her cheeks puffed up. "What do you mean I used you? That was clearly my prey that I worked hard to lure out." Qin Mian almost laughed after hearing that. "Prey? Your prey? Fine. The dog's body is still lying on the road. Go get it yourself." The girl frowned. "Who wants that rotten meat? The truly valuable thing about those monsters is the brain crystal." Brain crystal? Qin Mian's eyes changed slightly. He knew. She was talking about the gray crystal, but he didn't reveal anything. "What? You want to take the crystal back from me?" His voice became colder. If this girl really wanted to steal from him, he wouldn't show mercy just because she was young. But the girl shook her head. "The monster was killed by you. The item naturally belongs to you. I just want to ride." Qin Mian glanced at the pickup that was almost destroyed. It was true. She needed transportation now, but that didn't mean he would accept. "Sorry, I don't let strangers into my vehicle." After hearing that, the girl smiled instead. "My name is Nene. Now we know each other. So I'm not a stranger anymore, right? Besides, shouldn't survivors help each other in the apocalypse?" Qin Mian sneered. This sentence, do you actually believe it yourself? One sentence. It made the girl fall silent for a moment. 2 months into the apocalypse, who would still trust strangers? The next second, Qin Mian started the vehicle. He was preparing to leave. "Wait." The girl hurriedly stepped in front of the vehicle. "I won't ride for free. Just take me back to Baishui town." "Not interested." Qin Mian shifted gears. "Standing in my way won't change anything." The vehicle slowly moved forward. The girl quickly stepped aside. She stomped her foot angrily. "Do you even have any sympathy?" Seeing that the off-road RV was truly about to leave, she suddenly shouted, "I'll give you brain crystals. And I'll tell you some secrets about mutations. How about that?" The sound of sharp brakes rang out. The vehicle stopped instantly. The window slowly lowered. Qin Mian revealed half of his face. "What secrets? What do you know?" This was what he was truly interested in. Since the apocalypse began, he had been collecting all kinds of information, but he had never actually communicated with other survivors. The girl looked at Qin Mian. Her eyes lit up slightly. Turns out you're pretty handsome." Qin Mian's expression darkened. "Get to the point." The girl snorted. "Wait a moment." After saying that, she suddenly turned around and walked toward a newly appeared zombie not far away. Qin Mian raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't stop her. He simply watched. The next second, the zombie noticed the girl. It roared and charged toward her. But at the moment it got close, A strange scene appeared. The zombie suddenly stopped moving, as if it had been controlled by an invisible force. Immediately afterward, its limbs were torn apart, as if there were invisible hands, forcefully ripping it apart. Qin Mion's pupils contracted. Mental power? An ability? What kind of ability was this? If this girl had used it against him just now, the consequences were unimaginable. Qin Mion instantly became more alert. However, if she truly possessed this ability, she could have attacked him directly just now. But she didn't. That meant the ability likely had limitations. Or, she truly had no hostile intentions. Soon, the girl returned. She carried half of the zombie's body in her hand. More accurately, only the body and head remained. But it was still alive. Its mouth continued biting wildly, making clicking sounds. Qin Mion suppressed his shock and asked, "What kind of ability user are you? If you don't explain, you're not getting in the vehicle." The girl pouted. "It's considered a type of mental power. It's still very weak right now. It can't threaten you for the time being." Qin Mion did not completely believe her. His eyes fell on the zombie corpse. "You captured it, just to tell me something?" The girl asked back. "How much do you know about these low-level monsters?" Qin Mion shrugged. "Not much." The girl didn't care. She directly tore open the zombie's torn clothing, revealing its rotten, blackened body. "Look carefully." Qin Mion observed closely. The zombie's chest had already been ripped open. The heart and lungs were gone. Only rotten tissue remained. "What's special about it?" The girl said seriously. "Have you ever thought about it? What would a normal corpse look like after being left for 2 months? It would have already decayed into bones. But what about these monsters? Their bodies stop rotting. They can still move. And they even keep getting stronger." Qin Mion remained silent. These things, he already knew. The authorities had also proposed similar theories. The girl continued. "The reason is the viral energy. Some kind of power inside their bodies is maintaining their life state. And this power comes from the brain crystals." Qin Mion's expression remained calm. He had already guessed this. But her next words actually caught his interest. "I know how to use the energy inside brain crystals." Qin Mion's eyes instantly sharpened. Use the gray crystals? This was something he had never heard of anyone successfully doing. Before the government collapsed, they had never announced any breakthroughs either. Some people had tried swallowing the crystals. The result was immediate mutation. They became zombies. But this girl in front of him actually claimed she knew the method. Whether it was true or false, it was worth finding out. The girl dug out the gray crystal from the zombie's brain, then looked at Qin Mion. Her meaning was obvious. If he wanted to know what came next, he had to let her get in the vehicle. Qin Mion remained silent for several seconds. Then, click, the passenger door opened. "Get in." The girl immediately smiled. "Thanks, uncle." "Uncle?" The corner of Qin Mion's mouth twitched. "I'm only 30. I'm not an uncle." He was about to remind her to fasten her seatbelt. But the next second, a new notification suddenly appeared. "Passenger detected. Passenger system activating." Qin Mion froze. Passenger system? What was this? The moment the door closed, a row of information appeared before his eyes. Information only he could see. Passenger detected. Passenger system activating. Qin Mion was stunned. The vehicle actually had this kind of function? The next second, new information unfolded. Passenger, Nene. Level, First Order Ability User. Strength, 14. Agility, 18. Constitution, 17. Spirit, 22. Ability, Mental Manifestation. Trust level, Cautious. Can become a team member after reaching trust status. Life status, Active. Detected items carried by passenger. Second order gray crystal times 2. First order gray crystal times 13. Absorb. Looking at the notification, Qin Mion fell into deep thought. He never expected. The vehicle could not only display his own information, it could now even display passenger information. And it could see the number of crystals someone carried. Did this mean he could directly absorb the gray crystals carried by others? Qin Mion's gaze stayed on the words. Absorb. But soon, he gave up the idea. Although the apocalypse had no rules, he had not fallen that far. At least, this girl had not threatened him so far. Besides, mental manifestation? What kind of ability was that? "Hey, why are you spacing out?" Nene sat in the passenger seat. Seeing Qin Mion not react for a long time, she couldn't help urging him. Qin Mion came back to his senses. He glanced at her. Your car. You're not taking anything from it. Although he had no intention of stealing her crystals, he clearly remembered that hunting rifle. Unexpectedly, Nene waved her hand carelessly. That thing is almost broken anyway. I'll just find another vehicle. As for the stuff inside, she patted the small bag around her waist. The good things are all here. Qin Mian glanced at the bag. That was probably everything she owned. What about the gun? Qin Mian asked. Firearms were extremely valuable in the apocalypse. If she didn't want it, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Nene curled her lips. That thing is garbage. It almost exploded earlier, and it's already out of bullets. Qin Mian was slightly surprised. So those few shots earlier had indeed pushed the weapon to its limit. Nene then began looking around the interior of the vehicle. Her eyes filled with curiosity. Your vehicle modification is pretty impressive. The doors are explosion-proof grade. The windows aren't ordinary either. You can even get this kind of equipment. How come you can't get a gun? Qin Mian shook his head. Guns aren't that easy to obtain. Gun control in China was extremely strict. Before the apocalypse, ordinary people had almost no access to firearms. Not to mention now. Nene knocked on the window, then suddenly asked, You want a gun? Qin Mian started the vehicle. As he accelerated away from the village, he answered, Yes. Facing monsters like zombie dogs, ordinary weapons were too ineffective. Firearms would make things much easier. Nene's eyes moved. She smiled. 10 first-order brain crystals. I can help you get a police handgun. 5 second-order brain crystals. Exchange for an automatic weapon. Qin Mian's eyes flickered. You have a source? Nene held out one finger. 1 first-order brain crystal. I'll tell you. The next second, the vehicle suddenly stopped. Qin Mian looked at her expressionlessly. If you don't tell me, get out. Nene's expression froze. Then she sighed helplessly. Fine. You really have no sense of humor. I'll tell you. The vehicle started moving again. Nene said, By Shui Town. There's a survivor force there. They're called the Apocalypse Knights. They're all evolutionaries and ability users. They raided several police stations. They obtained a large amount of firearms and ammunition. As long as you have brain crystals, you can trade with them. After hearing this, Qin Mian's heart moved. By Shui Town. It wasn't far from Highway Hardware City. Qin Mian never expected that someone had already established a faction there. However, he was more concerned about another question. Why do they need brain crystals? Nene smiled. That's the second question. Wanna know? Pay again. Qin Mian looked at her. He said nothing. Nene didn't continue teasing him. She took out a lollipop and put it into her mouth. Then said, Nanyan City. You know that place, right? Qin Mian nodded. Of course he knew. Before the apocalypse, it had also been an important city. There's a mysterious research institute there. Its name is Apocalypse Declaration. They started researching zombie brain crystals very early. And they created evolution potions. Qin Mian's hand tightened slightly around the steering wheel. Evolution potions? Those words actually caught his attention. What do you mean? Nene explained seriously. They extracted the viral energy inside brain crystals, then processed it through special methods, and created an injectable potion. After ordinary people inject it, they have a chance to become evolutionaries. The success rate is around 60%. Qin Mian fell silent. 60%. That was already an unbelievable number. Only 2 months had passed, yet someone had already unlocked the secret of gray crystals. What about the people who fail? Nene didn't answer, but the answer was obvious. They became monsters, or died. She continued. Not just ordinary people. First-order evolutionaries can use second-order brain crystal potions. They also have a chance to break through. And as long as they have enough brain crystals, they can trade for almost anything. Firearms, food, potions, even exoskeleton equipment. After hearing this, Qin Mian remained silent for a long time. He had always believed that possessing the super vehicle system meant he was already ahead of all survivors. But now it seemed the outside world had developed far faster than he imagined. The apocalypse was not standing still. It was evolving at a terrifying speed. That research institute, what is its name? Qin Mian asked. Nene licked her lollipop. Apocalypse Declaration. Qin Mian silently memorized the name. Soon, the vehicle entered the town roads. Nene glanced at the route, then reminded him. Take Tongxiao Road. That road isn't blocked. Qin Mian didn't ask questions. He followed the direction she gave. Town roads were far more dangerous than rural roads. Abandoned vehicles were everywhere. Buildings had collapsed. Blackened corpses covered the streets. After entering the residential area, the number of zombies increased noticeably. Qin Mian didn't stop. He simply drove straight through. Along the way, many zombies were crushed beneath the wheels. The super energy points continued increasing. Nene sat beside him. She didn't try to stop him. If it were her, she would do the same. But she had a question in her heart. Why didn't Qin Mian get out and collect the crystals? She secretly observed him. She even used her mental ability to investigate. The result: the crystals inside those zombies had already disappeared. Clearly, Qin Mian possessed some kind of special ability. But she didn't ask. Everyone had their own secrets. The sky gradually darkened. Suddenly, raindrops hit the windows. At first, only a few drops. Soon, it became a heavy storm. Rain violently struck the glass. Visibility quickly dropped. The windshield wipers moved at high speed, but they still couldn't clearly see the road ahead. Continuing forward was too dangerous. Qin Mian had no choice but to park the vehicle beside a roadside greenbelt, using the trees to block some of the rain noise. Nene looked around the vehicle. She couldn't help saying, "Your vehicle is so strong in other areas. Why haven't you upgraded the interior? The sound insulation is poor. The heating is also weak." She hugged her arm slightly. August. The weather should not have been this cold. But now, a chill kept seeping into the vehicle. It's only August. Why is it already this cold? Qin Mian looked outside the window and calmly replied, "Because extreme cold is coming soon." Nene froze. Extreme cold? Winter coming early? Qin Mian didn't explain. He simply took out his notebook and began recording. The information he obtained from Nene today was extremely important. Brain crystals, evolution potions, survivor factions, apocalypse declaration. All of these needed to be organized. At the same time, his vehicle upgrade plan also needed adjustments. Sound insulation, heating, cold protection. All of them had to be prepared in advance. Nene watched him curiously. "You're recording all this. You're not still planning to keep modifying this vehicle, are you?" Qin Mian didn't answer. He only looked at the increasingly dark sky, then glanced at the time. 3:30 p.m. There was no way to continue traveling today. He put away the notebook and spoke calmly. "We can't continue today. Your fare. Pay it first." Nene froze. "Huh?" Qin Mian stretched out his hand. 5 first-order brain crystals. "That's your fare." "What?" Hearing Qin Mian's words, Nene was completely stunned. The next second, she jumped up from her seat. "You're robbing me. 5 brain crystals. Why don't you just rob someone directly?" Actually, 5 first-order brain crystals were not a big deal to her. The problem was, she was only asking for a ride, and he was charging her an overnight fee too. That made her extremely unhappy. Qin Mian remained expressionless. Travel fee, 2. Overnight fee, 3. 5 total. Nene widened her eyes. "What do you mean overnight fee? When did I say I wanted to sleep in your vehicle?" Qin Mian nodded. "Fine. Then 2 travel fee. Get off now. Tomorrow when the rain stops, we continue." After saying that, he even thoughtfully opened the vehicle door. Nene looked at the pouring rain outside. Her entire expression changed. "Where am I supposed to go? It's raining this heavily. I'll freeze to death outside." Qin Mian ignored her expression. "So, add 3 more for the overnight fee." Nene gritted her teeth in anger. She stared at Qin Mian for several seconds. Finally, she gave up. "Fine. You win. You're a businessman from hell." After saying that, she took out 5 first-order brain crystals from her waist and slammed them onto the armrest. Qin Mian moved quickly. He immediately collected them. The next second, the vehicle notification appeared. Absorbing first-order crystals. Super energy points plus 5. Current super energy points, 77. Looking at the increased energy, Qin Mian felt quite satisfied. Actually, the vehicle had already met the requirements for another upgrade. But now there was a stranger inside. He temporarily decided not to upgrade. His secrets could not be exposed easily. If others knew that this vehicle could upgrade, it would likely attract endless trouble. "Hey, since I paid." Nene crossed her arms. She began seriously calculating her rights. "Does that mean I now have usage rights for this vehicle? I want to take a shower." Qin Mian nodded. "Except for food. You can use the vehicle's living facilities. But you can't shower right now. You can only clean yourself briefly. There are new towels in the cabinet above the bathroom. Nene snorted. I'm not just trying to enjoy luxury. After saying that, she went directly into the rear compartment. The interior space of the off-road RV was not large, but the layout was extremely practical. Behind the driver's seat was a small refrigerator. Beside it was a folding table and chairs. Further back was a narrow bathroom. Behind the bathroom were upper and lower folding beds. Opposite them was a simple kitchen, microwave, oven, induction cooker, and numerous storage cabinets. Nene carefully looked around. She couldn't help nodding. This guy really knows how to plan. No wasted space. Everything is reserved for storing supplies. She even became slightly curious. Strange. Where is the power box? It's hidden so well. After finding the towel, she entered the bathroom. There really was no shower equipment. Only a toilet, a sink, and a simple washing and drying function. But Nene didn't dislike it at all. In the apocalypse, having a place to clean herself was already a luxury. She took off her dirty clothes and carefully washed herself. She even washed her hair. 10 minutes later, the girl walked out again. She looked much more refreshed. This vehicle is actually pretty convenient. Just a little small. If it were me, I'd directly modify a large bus. After saying that, she shook her head. A large vehicle might have more space, but it would also be too obvious and much less flexible. This kind of off-road RV was actually more suitable for surviving in the apocalypse. Nene returned to the passenger seat, lowered the seat, preparing to rest. Only then did she notice. The sky outside was getting darker and darker, and the rain was becoming heavier. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore across the sky. The massive thunderclap startled both of them. Immediately afterward, the storm completely erupted. It was as if the entire sky had been ripped apart. Outside the vehicle, everything was covered in a curtain of white rain. Neither of them spoke. One was studying vehicle upgrades. The other was staring blankly out the window. 5 p.m. The sky had already turned completely dark. Qin Mian noticed. Nene was hugging her arms. Her body was trembling slightly. She was obviously freezing. He didn't say anything. He simply turned on the vehicle's heater. Soon, warm air filled the interior. Nene clearly became much more comfortable. After that, Qin Mian stood up, preparing to go to the bathroom. Aren't you afraid I'll drive away with your vehicle? Nene suddenly asked. Qin Mian didn't even turn around. Other than me, no one can drive it away. After saying that, he entered the bathroom. Nene curled her lips, showing off, but the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. This guy, although cold and distant, was actually quite reliable. A few minutes later, Qin Mian finished cleaning himself. Then he started preparing dinner. He turned his head and asked, "Want noodles?" "Not hungry." Nene refused stubbornly. "No money. Thanks." But the next second, her stomach made a very uncooperative sound. Qin Mian smiled. He didn't expose her. He took out ingredients and started cooking. The noodles were boiled. Then he added dehydrated vegetables, frozen meat slices, seasonings. Less than 10 minutes later, 2 large bowls of steaming hot noodles were ready. "Come eat. It's free." Nene's eyes immediately lit up, but she still asked cautiously, "Really? You didn't put anything in it, right?" "I'm still underage." Qin Mian glanced at her. "Forget it if you don't want it. I'll take it back." "No, no, no." Nene immediately protected the bowl. "I was joking." After that, the two of them began eating. Perhaps because becoming evolutionaries increased their physical consumption. Both of them had huge appetites. A large bowl of noodles was completely finished in less than 10 minutes. Nene even drank every drop of soup. She leaned back in her seat, her face full of satisfaction. "It's been more than a month. This is the first time I've eaten a hot meal." Hearing this, Qin Mian was slightly surprised. "Don't you have a shelter?" Nene nodded. "I do. But during the day, I have to go out and hunt zombies. At night, we can't make fires. It easily attracts zombie dogs." At this point, her expression suddenly changed. "Wait. Turn off the lights. It'll attract monsters." But Qin Mian remained calm. He cleaned up the bowls. "Relax. My vehicle has silent shield. The zombies can't detect us." Nene froze. "What silent shield?" "I'm serious." She was about to go turn off the lights. But at that moment, a low growl came from outside the vehicle. Roar. The sound mixed with the heavy rain. getting closer and closer. Nene's face instantly changed. She was about to tell Qin Mian to start the vehicle. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the night. Using that brief light, she saw what was outside. More than a dozen zombie dogs were running quickly through the ring. They passed right beside the vehicle, but they showed no reaction. They didn't stop. They didn't attack. They didn't even look toward the vehicle. Nene was completely stunned. These monsters really couldn't detect them? Qin Mian finished washing the dishes and calmly said, "Relax. Silent shield blocks our life signals. Neither zombies nor zombie dogs can detect us. But for safety, we'll turn off the lights and sleep later." After saying that, he lowered the folding bed, then pointed to the upper bunk. "You sleep there." Then, he lay down himself. Through the vehicle system, he turned off all lights. The interior instantly fell into darkness. Outside, the storm continued violently. Monsters kept passing by, but nothing discovered the vehicle. Nene sat in the darkness, her face filled with shock. This ability, it can actually block monster detection? She finally understood. Her 5 brain crystals had been completely worth it. Qin Mian smiled. "So, your money was well spent." Nene didn't argue, because that was simply the truth. After that, Qin Mian took out the radio and began adjusting channels. This was his habit. Every day, he collected information from the outside world. But perhaps because of the storm, the radio only produced chaotic static. No useful communication. The outside world was still completely unknown. The storm continued throughout the entire night. Nene never fully fell asleep. She leaned against the window. Using the flashes of lightning across the sky, she observed the outside situation. 1 hour, 2 hours. She saw 5 or 6 groups of zombie dogs pass by. These monsters moved quickly through the rain, yet they never discovered the off-road RV parked beside the road. One zombie dog even walked up to the vehicle, lowered its head, sniffed the tires, and then it actually left. This scene finally allowed Nene to relax. She looked at Qin Mian in the driver's seat and couldn't help feeling curious. This man, who exactly was he? He possessed such an incredible vehicle. Not only was its defense powerful, it could even avoid detection from zombies and zombie dogs. And he wasn't as cold-hearted as she originally thought. He turned on the heater for her and even cooked her a free bowl of hot noodles. Just then, a notification suddenly appeared before Qin Mian's eyes. Passenger Nene trust level increased. Current status, friendly. Qin Mian was slightly surprised. The trust level increased? He glanced at the girl beside him who had already relaxed. His own guard also lowered slightly. At least, for now, this girl didn't seem hostile. "Uncle, I'm sleeping on the top bunk." Nene climbed onto the folding bed, then deliberately added, "You better not have any bad intentions." Qin Mian ignored her. "Relax. I'm not interested." Nene curled her lips. But after lying down, she quickly felt a long-lost sense of security. The vehicle was warm. Outside, thunder and rain continued. Occasionally, monster roars echoed. Yet for the first time, she actually felt safe. Not long afterward, the girl fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sky was still gloomy, but the heavy rain had finally stopped. Inside the off-road RV, the smell of food spread through the air. Sizzle. The sound of oil frying and roasting filled the vehicle. In her sleep, Nene's nose twitched. The next second, her eyes suddenly opened. Her entire body instantly entered a defensive state. But soon, she remembered where she was. Damn, the girl cursed quietly. She had actually slept so deeply inside a stranger's vehicle. Her vigilance. When had it dropped this much? However, she had to admit, last night, she slept extremely well. "Uncle, you're actually a pretty good person," Nene muttered. Then she entered the bathroom to wash up. When Qin Mian brought out breakfast, he happened to see her walking out. His face was full of confusion. What was wrong with this girl again? Soon, the two sat down and ate breakfast. The moment she saw the food, Nene's eyes lit up. Steamed buns, fried ham, fruit preserves. These things were already luxury items in the apocalypse. She didn't hold back. She immediately started eating. 5 minutes later, the two finished breakfast and prepared to continue their journey. The heavy rain from yesterday had caused severe flooding on the roads. Some low-lying areas had water levels exceeding half a meter. Qin Mian started the off-road RV and headed toward Baishui town. After becoming more familiar with each other, Nene was no longer as reserved as yesterday. She leaned against the window, playing with a butterfly knife, chatting casually. Qin Mian didn't find it annoying either. Having someone to talk with was better than staying silent the entire way. However, when the vehicle entered the village's nearby Shui town, both of them noticed something unusual. It was too quiet. No zombies, no wars, no movement at all. Strange. Nene frowned. I've been here many times. This village used to have at least 1,000 zombies. How could they all disappear? The village ahead was called Dashi Village. It had a population of more than 3,000 people. After the apocalypse began, a massive zombie swarm had formed here. There was no way it could vanish overnight without a trace. Qin Mian slowed the vehicle. He carefully observed his surroundings. Suddenly, he spoke. Look there. Nene followed his direction. In the farmland beside the road, a large number of mutated plants had been crushed. A clear trail stretched across the field. It looked like something massive had passed through. Nene's expression slowly changed. This is the trail left behind by a migrating zombie swarm. Qin Mian nodded. And that's not all. He pointed in another direction. There are tracks left by zombie dogs. And they're moving in the same direction. The two of them fell silent. A zombie swarm was moving. And it wasn't moving randomly. It had a destination. Nene's expression gradually became serious. Could it be? A zombie tide is forming? A zombie tide. It was the thing every survivor feared the most. A single zombie had limited threat. A small zombie group could still be handled by some survivor teams. But a true zombie tide contained at least tens of thousands of zombies. Once it appeared, it meant disaster. Qin Mian took out his offline map, compared the direction. His expression slightly changed. Ahead is Baishui Town. Nene's body stiffened. Damn it, she suddenly stood up. Go to Baishui Town. But Qin Mian didn't accelerate. Instead, he asked, go there now. Are you trying to die? Baishui Town was clearly facing some kind of danger. Charging in blindly was no different from seeking death. Nene became anxious. She immediately took off the small bag around her waist and threw it onto Qin Mian. All of this is yours. Just take me nearby. Don't enter the town center. The location is 3rd Road. Red Star Factory. Qin Mian looked at her. Without hesitation. Okay. He immediately increased speed. Actually, he also wanted to see what exactly was happening with these strangely moving zombies. The vehicle's speed quickly increased. The two of them stopped talking. Qin Mian focused on driving. Nene tightly gripped her butterfly knife. Her expression became more and more anxious. Half an hour later, the buildings of Baishui Town were already visible in the distance. At the same time, continuous gunshots echoed. Bang, bang. Clearly, a battle was happening there. Qin Mian narrowed his eyes. The next moment, he saw an astonishing scene. The entire center of Baishui Town. A massive number of zombies were pouring in. The number was at least 2,000. And among them, there were many zombie dogs as well. Even stranger, these zombie dogs were not attacking the zombies. Their target was actually the survivors trapped on the rooftops. As if human flesh was more attractive than ordinary zombies. That is, Nene's expression changed. The survivor faction in Baishui Town. They're surrounded. Then, she pointed toward another road. There. Turn there, and it leads to 3rd Road. Qin Mian didn't waste words. He violently turned the steering wheel. The off-road RV drifted and rushed into the road. Along the way, a lone zombie was directly thrown away. At this moment, he had no time to collect crystals, save people, or continue forward. He had to complete Nene's objective first. The closer they got to Red Star Factory, the more zombies appeared around them. Nene's expression became increasingly tense. We're here. Suddenly, she pointed ahead. This is it. A factory gate appeared in front of them. Red Star Factory. The large iron gate had already been destroyed by countless zombies. Half of it had collapsed. Clearly, a battle had taken place inside. Hold on. Qin Mian slammed the accelerator. The engine erupted with a terrifying roar. Boom. The off-road RV smashed through the broken iron gate and charged into the factory. However, before the vehicle had even fully stopped, Nene had already opened the door and jumped out. Grandma. Qin Mian's expression changed. But the next second, he saw an astonishing scene. Silver light appeared in the girl's eyes. A strange layer of energy surrounded her body. Like transparent ripples, The next moment, her body landed lightly. She knocked away several charging zombies, completely unharmed. Watching this scene, Qin Mian finally understood why this girl dared to act alone in the apocalypse. She was not an ordinary survivor. She was a true ability user. And the reason she rushed back so desperately was not for supplies. It was to save someone. However, looking at the endless zombies pouring into the factory, Qin Mian frowned. Given the current situation, the people inside were probably already in serious danger. Grandma! A desperate scream came from deep inside the factory. At that moment, the entire space seemed to become silent for a second. Immediately afterward, a terrifying energy wave erupted. Qin Mian's expression changed drastically. He felt an intense pressure. The next second, a figure rushed out from inside the factory building. It was Nene, but now, she was completely different from the lively girl before. Her eyes shone with blinding silver light. Her face had no expression. Only endless rage and killing intent remained. You all deserve to die. As her voice fell, a terrifying scene appeared. Within a 20-meter radius, all zombies suddenly stopped moving, as if controlled by some invisible force. The next second, boom, 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 deep explosions echoed. The bodies of those zombies instantly exploded. Blood and flesh scattered everywhere. The densely packed zombie swarm charging forward was cleared out in just a few seconds. Qin Mian's pupils contracted. What kind of power was this? He looked up at the sky. Although he couldn't see anything, through his sharp perception, he clearly sensed it. The space above was violently shaking. There seemed to be an invisible massive object, and those zombies were being crushed by this invisible boulder. Mental manifestation. So this was Nene's ability? For the first time, Qin Mian truly understood how terrifying ability users could be. This kind of power, if it fully developed, it would become a disaster-level weapon. Nene still didn't stop. It was as if she had completely lost control. Her rage drove her to continuously release her power. One zombie, after another charging into the factory, was crushed before it could even approach. Rotten blood dyed the ground red. The entire factory became a bloody hell. Seeing this, Qin Mian immediately reversed the vehicle. He backed out of the factory, stopped dozens of meters away. At the same time, he activated Silent Shield. Are you kidding? With attacks like that, he definitely didn't want to personally experience them. Roar! At that moment, a monster roar came from the distance. Several blood-red figures rushed over at extreme speed. Zombie dogs. These monsters had clearly been attracted by the massive disturbance. Their speed was terrifying. However, the moment they rushed into the factory, before they could even approach the girl, boom, the invisible force descended again. Several zombie dogs were crushed instantly. Qin Mian felt his scalp go numb. This girl was too powerful. If she could become a teammate in the future, his survival ability would definitely increase dramatically. At this moment, Qin Mian seriously considered something for the first time. Building a team. In the apocalypse, being alone meant freedom. But many times, it also meant having no support. The vehicle system had a trust-level detection function. As long as someone reached a certain level of trust, he could select reliable companions. Die. You all die. Nene's rampage continued for nearly 10 minutes. The entire factory, almost no complete zombie corpse remained. The ground was covered with broken flesh and filthy blood. But when the final zombie dog collapsed, the girl's body suddenly swayed. Her face instantly turned pale. The next second, her entire body fell straight down. Seeing this, Qin Mian immediately started the vehicle. He rushed into the factory. At this moment, zombies were still approaching from outside. He had no time to hesitate. He quickly got out, carried the unconscious Nene back into the vehicle. Bang! The moment the door closed, a zombie dog slammed into the vehicle. The terrifying force made the entire vehicle shake violently. Qin Mian's expression changed slightly. He immediately activated Silent Shield. The next second, the vehicle's life signals completely disappeared. The zombie dogs stopped attacking and began circling the vehicle, searching, but they could no longer detect the target. Qin Mian finally let out a breath of relief. Then, he immediately checked Nene's condition. The girl was lying on the bed. Her face was pale. Cold sweat constantly appeared on her forehead. Qin Mian opened the vehicle information panel. Passenger, Nene. Level, First Order Ability User. Strength, 14. Agility, 18. Constitution, 17. Spirit, abnormal. Ability, mental manifestation, advancing. Trust level, friendly. Life status, mental breakdown. Currently undergoing secondary evolution. Requires super energy supplement. Qin Mian frowned. The situation was more serious than he expected. Her spirit attribute couldn't even be displayed. That meant her mental condition was extremely unstable. Super energy. Qin Mian muttered to himself. He quickly understood. The so-called super energy was most likely the special power contained inside gray crystals. However, gray crystals could not be consumed directly. Otherwise, humans would only become infected. To save Nene, he needed purified evolution medicine. And currently, there was only one place that might possess such a thing. The Apocalypse Declaration Research Institute. Looks like I'll have to go to Nanyan City. Qin Mian looked at the unconscious girl. A helpless smile appeared on his face. Fine. This time, I'll just consider it me meddling. If I can save you. Forming a team in the future wouldn't be impossible. He secured Nene onto the bed, then started the vehicle, leaving Baishui Town. Nanyan City. It was nearly 200 kilometers away from Baishui Town. Before the apocalypse, it would have taken at most 2 hours by car. But now, the roads were completely different. Abandoned vehicles, collapsed buildings, wandering zombies. All of them greatly reduced travel speed. Qin Mian planned routes along the way, trying his best to avoid densely populated areas. It wasn't until 3:30 p.m. that he finally reached the outskirts of Nanyan City. Before the apocalypse, Nanyan City had a permanent population of more than 1 million. Now, the city center was probably already a gathering place for zombies. Qin Mian did not enter the city. Instead, he searched around the outskirts for the research institute. Originally, he thought finding Apocalypse Declaration would be extremely difficult. But unexpectedly, the moment he entered the outer area, he saw a special manor. Tall walls, reinforced barriers, and many modified vehicles parked outside. At the entrance of the manor, a striking golden inverted triangle symbol appeared. It was exactly the symbol Nene had mentioned, the Apocalypse Declaration Research Institute. What surprised Qin Mian even more was that there were actually many survivors entering and leaving the manor. Some carried crystals, some carried supplies, some were fully armed evolutionaries. This place did not look like an apocalypse ruin. Instead, it looked like an operating trading base. Qin Mian looked at everything in front of him. His expression gradually became serious. It seemed the Apocalypse Declaration Research Institute was far more complicated than he had imagined. On the outskirts of Nanyan City, a massive manor stood quietly among the ruins. Unlike the destroyed world outside, this place actually looked like a safe zone in the apocalypse. The tall walls had been specially reinforced. Automatic defense weapons were mounted along the top. All of them, heavy-caliber machine guns. At the entrance, 2 explosion-proof gates more than 3 meters wide slowly opened. Survivors constantly entered and exited. What surprised Qin Mian even more was that the 4 armed guards stationed at the entrance were all equipped with powered exoskeleton armor. They stood there, their eyes cold, watching everything around them carefully. This level of equipment was already far beyond ordinary survivor factions. Qin Mian looked at the scene. A question appeared in his mind. This place was not far from downtown Nanyan City. Normally, a zombie swarm formed from a city of 1 million people should have been impossible to stop with this level of defense. Why was this place still safe? Could it be the zombies weren't attacking here? Qin Mian did not rush forward. Instead, he parked farther away and observed. Soon, he discovered something unusual. Inside the manor, drones occasionally flew out. These drones carried some kind of device. They flew around the surrounding area, then scattered some yellow powder. Qin Mian's eyes moved slightly. What is that? Could it be these things could repel zombies? If that was true, the technology controlled by Apocalypse Declaration was probably even stronger than he imagined. Seeing the sky gradually darken, Qin Mian stopped waiting. He started the vehicle and drove toward the manor. Stop. The moment the vehicle approached the manor, the guards immediately raised their hands. Vehicles cannot enter. All transactions are done on foot. Qin Mian wasn't surprised. He had already noticed. There were many vehicles parked nearby. Clearly, this place had its own rules. He parked the RV nearby, carried his compound bow, picked up his machete. At the same time, He stored Nene's small bag away. Then he got out wearing an ordinary backpack. His off-road RV had a unique appearance. The moment it appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of many survivors. Some people's eyes even contained obvious greed. In the apocalypse, a powerful vehicle was worth no less than a massive amount of supplies. However, this was Apocalypse Declaration's territory. No one dared act recklessly. Qin Mian walked to the entrance. The guard only glanced at him. 1 hour until dark. Leave before trading ends. Qin Mian's eyes moved slightly. He took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it over. Brother, I want to buy a second-order evolution potion. Do you know if there are any available today? The guard calmly accepted the cigarettes. But when he heard second-order potion, his expression changed slightly. Whether there's stock or not, ask inside yourself. Leave before dark. Understood. Qin Mian nodded. Then, his eyes casually swept over the guard's chest. There was a golden inverted triangle symbol. Beside it was a blood-red symbol. Qin Mian memorized it, then walked into the manor. After entering, Qin Mian discovered there were more people here than he expected, but the number of people actually buying potions was very small. Most survivors were gathered in front of a window, waiting in line. Qin Mian walked over and casually asked a young man nearby, "Are they recruiting people here too?" The young man looked at him and replied, "You mean Apocalypse Declaration? Don't get your hopes up. This is their subordinate force, the Blood Legion. Joining the Blood Legion gets you 1 free evolution potion." Blood Legion? Qin Mian's eyes moved slightly. No wonder. The guards had red symbols beside their equipment. The young man looked at Qin Mian's clean clothes, then glanced at the weapon on his back. A trace of envy flashed in his eyes. He continued, "But don't underestimate the Blood Legion. They're very strong. Some time ago, they even entered the center of Nanyan City and hunted a third-order devourer." Qin Mian's heart shook. A third-order monster? There were already people capable of hunting creatures at that level? It seemed, after 2 months of staying isolated, the outside world had changed dramatically. He continued asking, "If the Blood Legion has so many potions, why don't they use them themselves?" The young man shook his head. "Who knows? I'll find out after I join." After saying that, he stopped chatting, because it was almost his turn. Qin Mian didn't ask further. He roughly understood. The Blood Legion was probably an external organization created by Apocalypse Declaration, responsible for recruiting survivors and carrying out outside missions. But the true core was still that mysterious research institute. Soon, Qin Mian arrived at the potion trading window. There were far fewer people here. A woman in a white lab coat sat behind the counter. Seeing Qin Mian, she calmly asked, "What do you need?" "A second-order evolution potion." Qin Mian answered directly. The woman looked at him. "Price: 5 second-order brain crystals." Qin Mian frowned slightly. 5. That price was indeed high. Second-order brain crystals were important resources for upgrading his vehicle. He didn't want to spend them easily, so he asked, "Can I exchange something else?" The woman looked up. "What do you have?" Qin Mian opened his backpack. Inside were several packs of cigarettes. These were supplies he had collected before. The woman glanced at them. "These can only count as 2 brain crystals." Qin Mian frowned. That still left 3 more. Just as he was preparing to take out Nene's supplies, the woman suddenly looked at the compound bow on his back. "Your bow. It can cover the remaining 3. Qin Mian was stunned. "My bow. Don't you have guns here?" The woman calmly explained. "Guns are too loud. They attract zombies easily. Even suppressed weapons cannot completely avoid zombie dogs. Bows and arrows may have limited power, but they are silent, so they have value." So that was why? Qin Mian thought for a moment. In the end, he removed the compound bow, along with all his arrows. He exchanged them for a second-order evolution potion. As long as it could save Nene, the trade was worth it. As for the compound bow, its usefulness to him was becoming smaller and smaller. True strength would always come from himself. After obtaining the potion, Qin Mian did not stay any longer. He immediately returned to the vehicle, then left the manor. However, he didn't notice. Not long after he left, several modified vans quietly followed behind him. "Boss, that vehicle is heading south. Follow it." Qin Mian kept driving at high speed. He had already expected his vehicle would attract attention, so he didn't stop along the way. He pushed the speed up to 130 kilometers per hour. Only after complete darkness fell, and he confirmed there were no pursuers behind him, did he find a patch of bushes to hide the vehicle. Then he activated Silent Shield. He took out binoculars and observed. Sure enough, several vehicles stayed in the distance for a while, then eventually left unwillingly. Qin Mian lowered the binoculars. His expression turned cold. As expected, someone noticed me. Fortunately, his caution prevented them from finding an opportunity. Time: 5:12 p.m. The sky had completely darkened. Inside the vehicle, Qin Mian didn't eat dinner. The first thing he did was bring the medicine to Nene. At this moment, the girl's condition had become even worse. Her face was pale. Her body kept twitching. She was clearly at the edge of danger. Qin Mian opened the refrigerated container and took out the purple potion. Girl, to save you, I paid quite a price. Whether you can survive depends on how strong your will is. After saying that, the needle pierced Nene's neck. The medicine slowly entered her body. The next second, her body suddenly tightened. Then, slowly relaxed. Completely still. Qin Mian's heart tightened. Did it fail? He quickly checked. She was still breathing. Her heartbeat was normal. Only then did he relax. But he still didn't dare lower his guard. After all, evolution potions only had about a 50% success rate. Failure meant mutation. Qin Mian took out prepared chains and secured Nene to the bed. Just in case. Hope you make it. After finishing everything, Qin Mian finally felt exhaustion hit him. He made a simple cup of instant noodles, ate it, then closed the partition between the compartments, and returned to the driver's cabin. The warm interior of the vehicle created a sharp contrast with the cold, damp night outside. That night, Qin Mian fell into a deep sleep, and Nene's fate was quietly changing. 5 a.m. the next morning, Qin Mian woke up on time. After washing up, he habitually opened his own attribute panel. Vehicle owner, Qin Mian. Level: First Order Evolutionary, 97%. Strength: 28. Agility: 17. Constitution: 26. Spirit: 35. Ability: Super Vehicle. Looking at his changed attributes, Qin Mian revealed a satisfied smile. During these past few days, he could clearly feel his body becoming stronger. Strength, Constitution, Spirit, all of them continued increasing. And all of this came from the super vehicle. While the vehicle upgraded, his body also strengthened at the same time. This was his greatest advantage. Others needed evolution potions, needed to hunt monsters, even risked swallowing unknown powers. But him, he only needed to continuously increase the vehicle level. His own strength would grow along with it. Thinking of this, Qin Mian's mood improved. He converted the remaining brain crystals from yesterday's trade into super energy points. Then opened the vehicle upgrade interface. Super energy points. Upgradable modules, frame, tires, doors, windows, interior, power system. Current materials insufficient. Unable to unlock new functions. Qin Mian looked through the information. His brows slightly furrowed. Still lacking rare materials. Ordinary metals he could obtain through scavenging. But rare metals were indeed extremely difficult to find. He closed the panel temporarily, then turned and entered the rear compartment to check Nene's condition. The girl still hadn't woken up, but her condition had clearly improved. Some color had returned to her face. Most importantly, there were no signs of mutation. Qin Mian finally relaxed. He checked her information again. Passenger, Nene. Level: First Order Ability User. Strength: 14. Agility: 18. Constitution: 17. Spirit: Unknown. Ability: Mental Manifestation, Advancing. Trust level: Friendly. Life status: About to complete advancement. Except for her spirit attribute still being unavailable. Everything else was recovering. It seemed the evolution potion had succeeded. But he still didn't know. After completing her secondary evolution, how strong would Nene become? She should be fine now. Qin Mian let out a breath, then removed the restraints and chains from her body. After all, keeping someone tied up like this forever was not a solution. However, the moment he released her, the unconscious girl seemed to sense something. Her body instinctively curled up. Qin Mian froze, then felt slightly awkward. He took a blanket and gently covered her, then returned to the driver's seat. After a simple breakfast, he started the vehicle and continued forward. The windows slowly lowered. The cold morning air flowed into the vehicle. Qin Mian frowned slightly. The temperature had dropped again. The extreme cold was getting closer. There wasn't much time left. He took out the offline map and replanned his route. The distance to Guanxing Academy was still very far, and along the way, he needed to collect as many resources as possible. The first target, Yangzhou Construction Materials Market. It was the largest construction material trading center nearby, containing huge amounts of steel, plastic, alloys, and various industrial materials. These were exactly the resources needed to upgrade the vehicle. However, Yangzhou was not close. More than 60 kilometers away, Qin Mian did not choose highways. Instead, he deliberately traveled through remote routes, rural roads, small paths, abandoned highways, avoiding large zombie groups along the way. When encountering isolated zombies, he simply crushed them and collected their crystals. The journey continued with frequent stops. Until noon, he finally arrived at Yangzhou Construction Materials Market. The scale here was enormous. More than 100 large warehouses, hundreds of shops, and multiple open-air material storage areas. Before the apocalypse, large numbers of construction vehicles entered and left every day. Now, only endless silence remained. Qin Mian had no interest in checking anything else. His target was clear: steel, plastic, composite materials. These were the things needed for upgrades. Boom! The off-road RV directly smashed open a warehouse shutter. Inside, several zombies wearing safety helmets immediately rushed forward. Qin Mian didn't get out. He simply shifted gears and began clearing the area. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The heavy vehicle body continued crushing forward. Those zombies were completely unable to stop it. Soon, the warehouse became quiet again. Super energy points plus 11. The external collection function automatically activated, absorbing all nearby crystals. Qin Mian then took his machete and got out to inspect. Some corners the vehicle couldn't reach still contained hidden zombies. After eliminating them all, he began checking the warehouse. The next second, Qin Mian's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there was a huge amount of steel here. Bundles of reinforced steel bars, neatly arranged. The quantity was astonishing. I came to the right place. Qin Mian smiled. He returned to the vehicle and activated the collection function. Metal materials plus 1,000. Metal materials plus 1,000. Metal materials plus 1,000. Watching the material count continuously rise, Qin Mian felt extremely satisfied. The only problem was that the external collection range was too small, and each collection had limits. Otherwise, a warehouse this size could be emptied within minutes. Now, he could only proceed slowly. It took Qin Mian more than 2 hours to clear the first large warehouse. Fortunately, the vehicle's storage space was massive, a full 100,000 cubic meters. There was no need to worry about running out of space. After that, he immediately headed toward the second warehouse. Continue scavenging, clearing zombies, collecting materials. Qin Mian was so busy that he barely had time to stop. It wasn't until his stomach began protesting that he realized it was already 2 p.m. Let's eat first. He parked the vehicle outside the warehouse, activated Silent Shield, then prepared to enter the living compartment. However, the moment he opened the partition door, he found that Nene was already awake. But the girl was sitting there blankly. Her eyes were empty. Tears still remained on her face. Clearly, her grandmother's death had hit her too hard. Qin Mian didn't say anything comforting, because he knew, at a time like this, any words of comfort would sound meaningless. He simply silently took out ingredients and prepared 2 lunches. Soon, the entire vehicle was filled with the aroma of food. Qin Mian arranged the table and chairs, placed the dishes down. He even opened a bottle of red wine. Then, he quietly ate. Nene smelled the food. Her stomach made a sound, but she still didn't move. Her entire person seemed empty, like she had lost her soul. After Qin Mian finished eating, he finally spoke slowly. The apocalypse has arrived. You can be sad, but don't waste all your time trapped in pain. Otherwise, you won't survive for long. Nene gave no response. Qin Mian continued. Your grandmother saved you. She definitely wouldn't want you to spend every day drowning in sorrow. What she wanted to see was you surviving, and if possible, living happily. After all, this world is already terrible enough. After saying that, Qin Mian didn't continue persuading her. He simply sat there, keeping her company. He didn't know how much time passed. Finally, Nene moved. She wiped away her tears, slowly sat down at the table, picked up her chopsticks, and began eating mechanically. She didn't know what the food tasted like. She simply kept putting food into her mouth. Then, she picked up the remaining half bottle of red wine and drank it directly. Cough, cough. The wine entered her throat. The girl immediately coughed violently, but she didn't stop until the entire bottle was empty. She put down the bottle and whispered, "Wasn't it said that drinking could make people forget their troubles?" Qin Mian handed her a tissue. "Obviously, it can't." Nene hugged her knees and spoke quietly. "My grandmother was the only person in this world who truly cared about me. My parents only cared about making money since I was little. They never cared about me. Later I found out they had already built new families of their own. I was just someone nobody wanted, and Grandma took me in." Qin Mian said nothing. He simply listened quietly. He understood. This girl who looked so powerful had actually always lacked a sense of security. Her grandmother was her only support. Now that pillar had collapsed. Of course she couldn't accept it. After a long while, Nene wiped away her tears, took a deep breath. "I know. Grandma wanted me to live. So, I can't continue like this. I have to survive. I have to live well in this damn apocalypse." After saying that, she raised her head, looked at Qin Mian, and forced a smile. "Uncle, thank you. Thank you for doing all this for me. Can I follow you?" The next second, a notification appeared before Qin Mian's eyes. Passenger Nene trust level increased. Current status, trusted. Conditions fulfilled. Can be bound as vehicle team member. Qin Mian froze, then smiled. "Of course. Welcome aboard." Confirm binding Nene as vehicle team member. As the notification appeared, more information surfaced in Qin Mian's mind. After member binding, the member will share vehicle growth feedback. Attributes will increase simultaneously with vehicle upgrades. Bound members can obtain partial vehicle control permissions under the vehicle owner's authorization. Qin Mian was stunned. His ability was becoming more and more like a complete system. At the beginning, it was only simple vehicle upgrading. Then came material storage, function unlocking, silent shield, external collection, and now, even a team member system appeared. Interesting. The corners of Qin Mian's mouth lifted slightly. Then, with a thought, confirm binding. Passenger Nene has been bound as vehicle team member. Member attributes synchronized and enhanced. Attribute panel updated. The next moment, Nene's information appeared before him. Member, Nene. Level, second order ability user. Strength, 25. Agility, 26. Constitution, 23. Spirit, 37. Ability, mental manifestation. Trust level, trusted. Life status, active. Looking at the updated attributes, Qin Mian couldn't help feeling surprised. After binding as a member, her attributes directly increased by 3 or 4 points. And, except for strength being slightly weaker, her other attributes had already surpassed his own, especially her spirit attribute. It had reached 37 points. This girl really is a monster. Qin Mian felt slightly jealous. He had spent all this time hunting zombies, relying on vehicle feedback to increase his strength. Yet a newly bound teammate immediately surpassed him in spirit. At that moment, Nene suddenly opened her eyes. She clearly noticed the changes in her body. "Huh, I feel my strength increased again." Qin Mian smiled. "Because I already bound you as a vehicle member. From now on, we're teammates. You can use some vehicle permissions, and the resources inside can also be used freely." After saying that, he took out a bottle of low-alcohol sparkling wine from storage and poured 2 glasses. "Welcome aboard." Nene accepted the glass, but didn't drink immediately. She stared at Qin Mian. "Bound member? So the changes in my body, just now, were caused by your ability?" Qin Mian nodded, then became serious. "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Qin Mian. My ability is Super Vehicle. Simply put, my strength and your strength will both continue increasing as the vehicle upgrades." "What?" Nene widened her eyes. Before she could react, Qin Mian directly opened her own attribute panel. A blue screen appeared out of nowhere, floating in front of the girl. Nene was completely stunned. Although technology before the apocalypse had already developed significantly, Holographic projection was not impossible, but that required equipment, required machines. Yet this thing in front of her, a data panel exactly like something from a game, actually existed. This is way too ridiculous. Nene walked around the floating screen, then became excited. Uncle, you mean this vehicle can upgrade endlessly and will become stronger along with it? Qin Mian nodded. Strictly speaking, it is only a vehicle form right now. In the future, after upgrading to a certain level, it could become an armored vehicle, or even a spaceship. Everything is possible. Nene opened her mouth wide. Your ability is basically a concept-level ability, right? Qin Mian smiled. Something like that. Nene quickly focused on the important point. But upgrades definitely have requirements. You need huge amounts of materials, and some kind of special energy, like those monster brain crystals? Qin Mian nodded. Smart. Then, he told her everything about vehicle upgrades and the source of super energy points. For a trusted level teammate, Qin Mian had no reason to hide. After all, one person's collection speed could never compare to two people working together. After listening, Nene suddenly understood. No wonder. I was wondering why you acted like a businessman before. You even charged a teenage girl for a ride. Qin Mian's mouth twitched. Business is business. And didn't you later eat free breakfast and dinner? Nene rolled her eyes, then raised her glass. Come on, let's celebrate this girl joining the Apocalypse luxury vehicle team. Cheers. Cheers. The two glasses touched. The atmosphere finally became relaxed. Nene took a sip. Her eyes immediately lit up. This tastes good. What kind of wine is this? Qin Mian looked at the bottle. Sparkling wine. The next second, he directly took the bottle away. Minors can't drink. Nene, I'll be 16 next month. I'm already considered an adult by Blue Star law. Qin Mian remained expressionless. This is the apocalypse. According to my rules, minors don't drink. You? Nene stared at him angrily. Cheap old man. After saying that, she turned around and entered the bathroom. I'm washing up. Captain Uncle, you drive. Qin Mian helplessly shook his head, then entered the driver's cabin, started the engine, and continued collecting materials. Less than 10 minutes later, Nene returned to the passenger seat. Her hair was now tied into a neat bun. Looking at the steel bars outside the vehicle being continuously absorbed, her face was full of amazement. Is this the external collection function? Qin Mian nodded. Materials within 5 meters are automatically absorbed, but the efficiency is limited. Nene watched the numbers on the attribute panel constantly increasing. Then she suddenly noticed her small bag. She picked it up. Everything inside was still there. Brain crystals, equipment, various supplies. Nothing was missing. The girl froze for a moment. Then the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Uncle, you're actually pretty thoughtful. Qin Mian didn't answer. He simply continued driving. Nene poured out all her brain crystals and whispered, convert to super energy points. Super energy points plus 84. All the brain crystals instantly disappeared, converted into vehicle energy. Then, she opened the vehicle door and jumped out. Qin Mian was stunned. What are you doing? Helping. Nene walked toward the corner of the warehouse. Qin Mian was currently moving metal ingots there. You're too slow like this. Watch me. The next second, silver light appeared in the girl's eyes. Rise. Instantly, the metal ingots deep inside the warehouse seemed to be lifted by an invisible force. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 10 pieces. They lined up neatly, then flew automatically toward the vehicle. Qin Mian was completely stunned. Mental manifestation. As expected, it was ridiculously powerful. This ability was basically a mobile worker, and one that didn't need a salary. Nene turned back and playfully blinked. Uncle, are you faster at moving things? Or is my ability faster? Qin Mian's face darkened. He turned around and killed a nearby zombie with 1 strike. He didn't answer. After that, the cooperation between the two greatly increased efficiency. Qin Mian was responsible for clearing dangers. Nene was responsible for transporting materials. Even hunting zombies became much easier. She casually created a massive hammer with her mental power, then smashed it down from a distance. The zombie's head instantly exploded. The entire process had no close combat risk at all. After half a day, a huge amount of materials in the construction market had been completely scavenged. Only when night arrived did the two finally return to the vehicle. Nene's mental energy was heavily depleted. She collapsed onto the table. So tired. I'm starving. Qin Mian smiled. You worked hard. Then he started preparing dinner. Soon, the aroma filled the vehicle. Nene looked at the food placed in front of her. Her eyes immediately lit up. Fresh ham and cheese. How much good stuff are you hiding? The girl immediately started eating happily. Qin Mian watched this scene and suddenly felt the originally cold and silent journey through the apocalypse seemed to have gained a little warmth. There were teammates, there were goals, and there was a constantly upgrading vehicle. This feeling was actually not bad. After dinner, Qin Mian looked at the vehicle panel. Super energy points, materials, everything had reached the requirements. Tonight, it's time for another upgrade. His eyes became serious. He prepared to begin the next stage of enhancement. After dinner, Qin Mian rarely allowed himself a little luxury. He took out 2 cans of chilled carbonated drinks from the small refrigerator. Just as he opened the tab, click, the crisp sound rang out. Nene's eyes instantly lit up. Cola, like she had discovered treasure. She immediately grabbed it. I can't believe I can still drink cold soda in the apocalypse. Looking at the girl's happy expression, Qin Mian couldn't help smiling. It seemed this girl really liked these things. After eating and drinking enough, Nene leaned back in the passenger seat, studying the vehicle attribute panel. Meanwhile, Qin Mian cleaned the dishes and washed up. Outside the vehicle, night had completely fallen. Darkness covered everything. Cold air quickly spread through the surroundings. Occasionally, distant zombie growls could be heard. But inside the vehicle, it was completely different. The automatic heating system was on, warm and comfortable, like a small safe house in the apocalypse. Qin Mian took out his notebook and first recorded everything that happened today. Material collection progress, zombie changes, Nene's ability, and the vehicle upgrade direction. These pieces of information could become the key to survival in the future. After that, he turned on the radio. Static. The familiar electric noise came through. The channels were still chaotic. Most were survivor factions recruiting members. The rest were various distress signals. Truly valuable information was extremely rare. Occasionally, messages from Hao Junji's channel appeared, asking about the rescue situation. Whenever Qin Mian saw them, he would give a brief reply, at least letting them know he had not forgotten them. Captain Uncle. At this moment, Nene suddenly spoke. Our goal is Guangxing Academy, right? Qin Mian looked up. Yeah. The girl seriously studied the vehicle panel. I think Silent Shield should be upgraded again. That place is a major city. Even if the academy is located in the suburbs, the population density is still completely different from a small town. If we encounter a large zombie swarm, without this function, we'll be in serious trouble. Qin Mian nodded. This idea matched his own. The current basic Silent Shield could only hide the vehicle while parked. After upgrading, it would allow the vehicle to maintain concealment while moving at low speed. That was extremely important for entering cities. We already have enough materials today. Upgrade it. Qin Mian didn't hesitate. He opened the vehicle panel. Basic Silent Shield upgrade. Confirm. Metal materials required, 2,000 units. Polymer materials required, 500 units. Composite materials required, 500 units. Rare metals required, 100 units. Super energy points required, 100. Upgrading. As the notification appeared, the entire off-road RV began vibrating slightly. A full 30 minutes passed. Only then did the new notification appear. Intermediate Silent Shield upgrade complete. Qin Mian let out a breath, but he also felt a little emotional. The cost of upgrading functions was becoming increasingly outrageous. Not bad for your ability. Nene looked at the consumption list and couldn't help complaining. Upgrading one function eats so many materials. Where do all these things even go? Qin Mian shrugged. After the apocalypse, strange things happen everywhere. My ability itself is already the strangest thing. Nene thought for a moment, then nodded. True. After that, Qin Mian noticed the vehicles still met the requirements for another upgrade. So he looked at Nene. We have one more upgrade opportunity. What do you think we should upgrade? The girl immediately became interested. She carefully checked the vehicle list. The weapon system isn't unlocked yet. Interior upgrades aren't very useful right now. Power is enough for the moment. So, she touched her chin. I suggest upgrading the tires. The roads in the apocalypse are complicated. In the future, we might not only travel on highways, wilderness, ruins, mud roads, all of them are possible. Improving off-road ability is more important. Qin Mian nodded. Having a teammate to discuss things with was indeed convenient. Then tires. Confirm upgrade. Metal materials required, 1,000 units. Polymer materials required, 500 units. Composite materials required, 500 units. Rare metals required, 50 units. Super energy points required, 80. Explosion-proof tire upgrading. This time, it took less than 20 minutes. The vehicle completed another enhancement. All-terrain explosion-proof tire upgrade complete. Qin Mian looked at the remaining materials. Rare metals were basically completely depleted, but the effect was obvious. If we upgrade the all-terrain suspension later, Nene's eyes lit up. This vehicle will become a true all-terrain off-road vehicle. After saying that, she suddenly froze. Wait, why do I feel like I got stronger again? She quickly opened her attribute panel. Sure enough, because bound members shared vehicle growth. After the 2 upgrades, her attributes increased again, and Qin Mian's changes were even more obvious. Vehicle owner, Qin Mian. Level, second order evolutionary, 94%. Strength, 33. Agility, 26. Constitution, 35. Spirit, 41. Ability, super vehicle. Second order. Qin Mian clenched his fist. He could clearly feel the changes in his body. Strength, speed, reaction. Everything had improved significantly. His spirit attribute had even broken through 40. He was only one final step away from third order. Congratulations, Captain Uncle. Nene held a lollipop and smiled mischievously. You seem to have become a little more handsome. Qin Mian touched his face. An illusion? Definitely not. The girl seriously disagreed. Your aura changed. Qin Mian didn't bother arguing. I'm going to wash up. You sleep first. 20 minutes later, Qin Mian stepped out of the bathroom. Nene was already asleep. He gently pulled the blanket over the girl, turned off the lights, and lay down to rest. The world after the apocalypse was still cold and dangerous. But at least now, his vehicle had one more companion. At the same time, Guangqing Academy. Inside the materials research laboratory, the atmosphere had completely descended into madness. Hao Junjie stared coldly at the dozen people standing before him. His body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from rage. Teacher Hao, you're pretty fat. Losing a leg shouldn't matter too much, right? Hao Jianan licked his dry, cracked lips. His eyes were filled with hunger and greed. The food was gone. It had been 5 days already. They had all completely broken down. Some people had even started eating humans. Hao Junjie glanced toward the corner. A few scattered bones remained there. His stomach churned. Have you all lost your minds? There are zombies outside. You refuse to go out and find food. And instead, you want to eat people? Hao Jianan let out a cold laugh. Go outside. There's a giant zombie out there. Who do you expect to go? Besides, eating a little bit of someone keeps us alive. So why can't we eat you? Hao Junjie's face turned dark with fury. You monsters. The next moment, his body suddenly expanded. The fat on his body hardened until it was as tough as steel. His ability. Fat hardening. Get him, Hao Jianan shouted. More than a dozen people charged forward like a pack of wild beasts. Bang! Bang! The laboratory instantly descended into chaos. Fists, grabbing, screaming curses, desperate cries. Although Hao Junjie had an ability, even the strongest fighter couldn't take on so many people at once. There were simply too many enemies. If this continued, he wouldn't last much longer. Eat him, and we'll survive. Hao Jianan shouted like a madman. Just then, boom! A loud explosion-like crash echoed through the laboratory. A fire extinguisher came flying down and smashed onto the floor. A massive cloud of white powder erupted instantly. Everyone's vision was blocked. Cough! Cough! What the hell is this? Amid the chaos, a cold, clear voice suddenly rang out. Teacher Hao, run! Hao Junjie froze. That voice. It was Wei Yin. He forced himself to endure the discomfort and stumbled toward the corner. There, the door to the material storage room was slightly open. Wei Yin was waiting for him. Get inside. Hao Junjie rushed in. The next second, the heavy metal door slammed shut. Bang! Hao Jianan frantically slammed against the door. Open it. Hao Junjie. You won't be able to hide forever. Inside the materials storage room, everyone's faces were pale. The danger was not over yet. On the winding highway, the off-road RV cruised at around 80 miles per hour. Outside the windows, cold wind continuously poured inside. Nene leaned back in the passenger seat with the chair lowered. Her little feet were resting up. A lollipop hung from her mouth as she casually hummed a song that had been popular before the apocalypse. Her bangs were blown messy by the wind, but she didn't care at all. Chin Mian held the steering wheel. For once, his mood was relaxed. "Hey, Captain Uncle," Nene suddenly spoke. "How come your vehicle doesn't have any entertainment? No music, no movies. It's so boring." The corner of Chin Mian's mouth twitched. The apocalypse came without warning. Being able to prepare food and water was already good enough. "You expect me to build a movie theater too?" Nene pouted. "This vehicle is so powerful. When you upgrade it later, just add one." Chin Mian didn't answer. He noticed something. Ever since this girl joined him, his life in the apocalypse seemed to be turning more and more into a road trip. Of course, that was only if he ignored the monsters outside that ate people. By the way, Nene suddenly became quiet. "Were you alone before?" Chin Mian remained silent for a moment. Then he calmly replied, "When the apocalypse started, my stepfather became a zombie. He killed my stepbrother and scratched my mother. Later, I locked them all inside the basement. When I left, I burned it down." He spoke with a calm expression, but Nene felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. She could imagine what Chin Mian must have gone through back then. "I'm sorry," the girl whispered. Chin Mian shook his head. "It's fine. In the apocalypse, simply surviving is already difficult. If they were still alive, they would want us to keep living." Nene stayed quiet for a while, then suddenly smiled. "Hee, Captain Uncle. From now on, I'm counting on you to take care of me." Chin Mian was speechless. "You really aren't shy about asking for help." Nene pointed at the map. "Stop at that electronics mall ahead. I want to grab some stuff." Chin Mian glanced at her. "You sure you're not just looking for things to play with?" Nene blinked. "It's just a side benefit." Electronics City, the largest electronics shopping mall in Huisher City. Before the apocalypse, this place was packed with people every day. Now, it had become a zombie nest. The off-road RV slowly entered. The intermediate silent shielding system activated. The engine noise was reduced to almost nothing. The wandering zombies nearby didn't notice them at all. "There," Nene pointed into the distance. Chin Mian followed her gaze. A massive figure was feeding in the middle of the street. A 4-meter-tall body, a huge, bloated torso, thick limbs, bone spikes covered its joints. Its head was almost buried inside its chest. "A charger," Nene explained. "A second-order mutant. It has terrifying strength. Normal firearms won't kill it unless they hit its weak points." Chin Mian nodded. He didn't provoke it. There was no reason to waste time here. The vehicle slowly drove toward the mall entrance. "Give me 30 minutes. Nene opened the door. "I'll go find some things." After saying that, the girl jumped out. The next second, silver light flashed. The zombies that had just lunged toward her froze instantly. Then, boom, their flesh exploded. Chin Mian watched the scene. The corner of his mouth twitched. That girl. Anyone who messes with her in the future is probably going to have a bad time. After Nene finished killing the zombies, the crystal cores were automatically collected by her ability. The efficiency was terrifying. Chin Mian shook his head. He grabbed his machete and got out of the vehicle as well. He entered a store on the opposite side. Inside Electronic City, all kinds of electronic products were scattered across the floor. Computers, phones, chips, semiconductor components. Although these things couldn't be used directly in the apocalypse, many of them contained rare materials. They were valuable for upgrading the vehicle. Grr! Several zombies rushed toward him. Chin Mian dodged sideways. His blade flashed. Several rotten heads rolled onto the ground. With the strength of a second-order evolutionist, ordinary zombies were no longer a threat. Soon, he found a batch of semiconductor components, then returned to the vehicle. Metal materials plus 67 units. Gold plus 4 units. Indium metal plus 1 unit. Rhenium metal plus 1 unit. Gallium metal plus 1 unit. Polymer materials plus 100 units. Composite materials plus 59 units. Looking at the increased numbers, Chin Mian felt somewhat helpless. After all that work, this was all he had gotten. Electronic industries really can't compare to construction materials. The quantity is just too small. Just then, Nene's voice came from a distance. Captain Uncle, run! Qin Mian looked up. The girl was dragging a pile of items and rushing toward him. Behind her, a dark wave filled the street. A zombie horde. Among them were several chargers. Qin Mian's expression changed. Get in the vehicle. The two quickly jumped inside. The engine roared. The off-road RV charged out of Electronic City. What did you collect? Qin Mian asked while driving. Nene looked extremely proud. So many things. Portable music players. Handheld consoles. Video games. Full-dome projection equipment. And a bunch of games. At least 100. Then she gave him a mysterious smile. And a few adult videos. Qin Mian. If you wanted to watch them, just say so. Don't pretend they're for me. Also, you're still underage. Nene immediately became unhappy. I'm almost 16. Before the apocalypse, lots of my classmates already. She suddenly stopped. Her face instantly turned red. Qin Mian's mouth twitched. Kids these days, they really grew up too fast. After leaving the national highway, the off-road RV entered a deserted road. The journey became rough and bumpy. Eventually, it smashed through a roadside barrier and entered the expressway. Are you going to get gas? Nene asked while fiddling with her handheld console. Yeah. Qin Mian nodded. We still have 300 kilometers ahead. The gas stations aren't on the way. Along the road, they rarely encountered any zombies. If it weren't for the occasional sight of wrecked vehicles, it almost didn't feel like the apocalypse at all. Of course, the sky was still gloomy. There was no sunlight. At the expressway exit, the entrance to the gas station was completely blocked by countless vehicles. Trucks, cars. Everything had crashed into a tangled mess. Qin Mian observed the situation. Deep ditches surrounded both sides. There was no way for the vehicle to pass through. He patted Nene's shoulder. Time to work. Miss Supergirl. Nene was playing her handheld game. She was suddenly interrupted. Ah, I died again. She angrily threw the console aside, then took a sip of her soda. So annoying. After that, she looked at the blocked vehicles. I'll try. Silver light appeared. Her ability activated. Several trucks slowly began moving. The steel frames scraped against each other, producing harsh noises. Creak, creak. Finally, she forcibly cleared a path through the wreckage. But the girl was already breathing heavily from exhaustion. They're too heavy, and everything is tangled together. Qin Mian smiled. Thanks for the help. Nene suddenly rolled her eyes. Uncle, don't you have a collection ability? These are all metal. Why not just absorb them? Qin Mian shook his head. My storage space is limited. Right now, I'm prioritizing materials needed for upgrades. Ordinary metal isn't worth much. Nene nodded. That makes sense. The RV slowly entered the gas station. Inside, large numbers of zombies wandered around. There were even 2 special mutated creatures. They moved on all fours. Their speed was frighteningly fast. Lickers, Nene said. Qin Mian pulled out his machete. I'll handle this. You rest for a while. He had already been driving all day. It was time to move his body. Dozens of ordinary zombies. 2 lickers. Perfect. A good chance to test the strength of a second-order evolutionist. Holding the machete, Qin Mian's strength attribute had already exceeded 30 points. Among ordinary evolutionists, this level of strength was already extremely powerful. The heads of ordinary zombies were as fragile as watermelons in front of him. One swing was enough to split them open. And with his agility attribute exceeding 20 points, his speed was no weaker than that of a second-order licker. Whoosh! A disgusting tongue shot through the air. Sticky viral fluid covered its surface. Qin Mian twisted his body sideways and narrowly avoided the attack. The next second, his blade flashed. Flash! The entire tongue was cut off. Grah! The licker let out a painful roar. Clearly, these mutated creatures had developed some level of pain response. Enraged, it charged forward. Its claws tore through the air. Qin Mian moved his feet. While avoiding the attack, his machete followed through with the motion. Slice! The licker's stomach was ripped open. Rotten organs spilled onto the ground. But this creature's vitality was terrifying. Even after suffering such a severe injury, it still didn't die. Dragging its damaged body, it attacked again. Several ordinary zombies nearby were accidentally torn apart by it. The other licker didn't rush in. Instead, it circled around the battlefield, waiting for a chance to strike. Qin Mian remained calm. dodging attacks while searching for an opening. Finally, the moment the first licker lunged forward, he seized the opportunity. The blade turned. Crack! One of the licker's thick, mutated legs was chopped off. The creature lost balance and crashed heavily onto the ground. Qin Mian didn't waste the opportunity. His blade came down. Flash! Its head was split open. Blood and brain matter sprayed everywhere. However, just as he was about to collect the crystal core, a sudden sense of danger struck him. The survival instincts he had developed over years in the apocalypse reacted instantly. Qin Mian lowered his head. Whoosh! A slimy tongue flew past his scalp, carrying a foul stench. The second licker attacked. Qin Mian's eyes turned cold. He tightened his grip on the machete and charged forward. The licker clearly hadn't expected its prey to approach it voluntarily. It opened its bloody jaws and lunged. Boom! A deafening impact echoed. The licker missed. Its huge body crashed directly into the gas station wall. Instantly, gasoline splashed everywhere. Qin Mian's expression changed. He had originally planned to attack with his blade, but after seeing the gasoline on the ground, he immediately stopped. If sparks appeared here, the entire gas station would become an inferno. Troublesome. Qin Mian cursed under his breath. He put away his machete, then jumped onto the licker's back. One hand stabbed directly into the back of its head. The other hand smashed down repeatedly. Bang! 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 His fists were like iron hammers. Again and again. The licker struggled violently, but it couldn't throw the person off its back. Finally, its skull was smashed apart. The massive body collapsed. Qin Mian pulled out his arm, casually dug out the crystal core, then quickly moved away from the leaking gasoline. The remaining zombies were soon attracted by him. Without the threat of the lickers, the ordinary zombies were no opponents at all. 10 minutes later, the entire gas station became silent again. This time, Qin Mian harvested 2 second-order crystal cores, 29 first-order crystal cores. Not bad. He nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, the off-road RV slowly drove over. The window lowered. Nene rested one hand on the steering wheel and supported her cheek with the other. Looking at Qin Mian covered in blood, the girl couldn't help laughing. Uncle, you look terrible. You're covered in blood. Were you slaughtering pigs for New Year's dinner? Qin Mian ignored her. He grabbed the fuel nozzle and started filling the vehicle. Although the vehicle had a material collection function, its range was only 5 meters. The underground fuel tanks were too deep. They couldn't be absorbed directly, so fuel still had to be added manually. While waiting for the tank to fill, Qin Mian entered the convenience store to search. Snacks, cookies, instant noodles, drinks, cigarettes, various daily necessities. Anything useful was loaded into the vehicle. Unfortunately, the storage space was limited. The two of them could only choose the most important supplies. Nene looked at the remaining goods with reluctance. When will the vehicle unlock a real storage system? Right now, we only have material storage. Qin Mian shook his head. Take it slowly. We'll get there eventually. As night gradually fell, the two decided to stay here for the night. The convenience store's tap water had already been contaminated. When the faucet was opened, yellow, foul-smelling liquid flowed out. Qin Mian had no choice but to bring out large amounts of bottled water. He luxuriously took a cold shower. Nene watched with envy, but she didn't dare do the same. It was far too cold, so she returned to the vehicle. Using hot water, she wiped herself clean. She even carefully washed her hair, then refilled the vehicle's water tank. That night, instead of eating inside the RV like usual, the two found a portable stove in the convenience store. They cooked hot pot outside. In the apocalypse, this was already an incredible luxury. The steaming hot food made both of them feel slightly lost. For a moment, it felt like they had returned to the world before the apocalypse. After dinner, the sky was completely dark. For safety reasons, the two returned to the vehicle. The intermediate silent shielding system activated, blocking all outside detection. With a game console available, there was no way Nene would go to sleep early. She immediately grabbed the handheld console and started playing. Then, 10 minutes later, I lost again. Half an hour later, why did I die again? An hour later, is this game targeting me? Qin Mian finally couldn't take it anymore. If you're bad, practice more. Don't blame the game. Nene puffed up her cheeks. Don't say that. Go to sleep. After saying that, the girl crawled directly under the blanket, wrapping herself into a little ball. Qin Mian shook his head. He put down the console as well. preparing to sleep. However, not long after, a voice came from the upper bunk. "Captain Uncle, are you asleep?" Chin Mian remained silent for a few seconds. "I'm asleep." Nene giggled. "Then why are you talking in your sleep?" Silence continued from the lower bunk. But the girl had no intention of stopping the conversation. "Uncle, where do you think we'll go after reaching Guanqing Academy? The north, the west, or the east? I really want to see what other places look like now." Chin Mian closed his eyes. An apocalypse is a global event. Everywhere is probably about the same. How do you know? Before the government collapsed, they released an announcement. Oh, the girl went quiet for a few seconds. Then she asked again, "So what are your plans for the future?" "I don't know yet. For now, I'll focus on collecting materials. The extreme cold is coming soon." Nene nodded. "That's true." Then, a few seconds of silence passed. "Uncle, have you ever dated anyone?" Chin Mian opened his eyes. "What kind of girl do you like? At your age, aren't there already plenty of people whose kids are old enough to run around?" The corner of Chin Mian's mouth twitched. What kind of question was that? In the apocalypse, the most dangerous thing wasn't zombies. It was a teammate who never stopped talking. He simply closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. "Uncle, Captain, hey, don't pretend you're sleeping." "Humph." Nene turned over. "Boring. No wonder you're single." Chin Mian. "Forget it. Sleep." This world, zombies were still quieter. Morning. The sky was so gloomy it looked like it could collapse at any moment. Fine rain drifted down. The cold continued to intensify. The temperature had already approached 0 degrees Celsius. After breakfast, Chin Mian and Nene reluctantly left the gas station. Although this place had plenty of supplies and was relatively safe, they had a more important destination, Guanqing Academy. The expressway was already completely blocked. Countless abandoned vehicles were piled together. They had even formed a wall of steel. With no other choice, the two drove the off-road RV off the highway and into the wilderness. With the upgraded all-terrain explosion-proof tires, they forced their way through muddy terrain for more than 10 kilometers. Eventually, they found another rural road. From there, they headed straight toward Guanqing. Before the apocalypse, Guanqing, a top-tier city in China, its permanent population exceeded 30 million. But now, this place had completely become a paradise for monsters. The closer they got to the center of Guanqing, the stronger the oppressive feeling in the air became. A strange energy, like gray smoke, covered the sky above the city. A life magnetic field. More accurately, a negative life magnetic field. This was the result of zombie virus energy gathering to an extremely high level. Ordinary living creatures also possessed life magnetic fields. But normal life magnetic fields were stable. Zombies and mutated creatures were completely different. The energy they released was an invasive, negative magnetic field. When huge numbers of zombies gathered, the negative magnetic field continued to strengthen. Eventually, it formed this visible gray fog zone. The off-road RV stopped beside the road. On the roof, Nene held a pair of binoculars and observed the area ahead. Several minutes later, she climbed back through the sunroof. Her brows were tightly furrowed. "Captain Uncle, we can't go this way. There's gray fog ahead. There must be extremely powerful mutated creatures inside." Chin Mian took the binoculars and looked. A gray haze covered everything. He couldn't see anything clearly, but his instincts told him that place was dangerous. "I feel like there's at least a fourth-order monster inside," Nene said seriously. Chin Mian looked at the offline map. His expression gradually became heavier. Guanqing Academy is still 50 or 60 kilometers from the city center. I didn't expect the effects to have already reached this far. Troublesome. They had already changed routes several times. But no matter how they moved, they couldn't completely avoid the gray fog. The zombie population in central Guanqing was simply too terrifying. The negative life magnetic field it created had already spread into the outer areas. And Guanqing Academy was located right on the edge of that zone. To enter, they had two choices. Either pass through the gray fog or go around through the mountains. Nene reopened the map. "There's another way." She pointed toward the nearby mountains. "We can go around from here. Cross this valley, and we can reach the east gate of Guanqing Academy directly." Chin Mian looked over. His brows tightened. "A mountain road?" "Yeah." Nene nodded. "If we upgrade the all-terrain suspension, combined with these tires, it should be fine." Chin Mian shook his head. "We don't have enough rare metals." The biggest problem with vehicle upgrades was always strategic resources. Ordinary materials could still be scavenged, but rare metals were extremely difficult to obtain. They had searched through an entire electronics mall, and in the end, they only got a tiny amount. Nene also looked helpless. The two studied the routes for half an hour. Finally, Qin Mian found a path. Take this one. Nene leaned over to look. Then her face became full of doubt. Uncle, are you sure? Does this even look like a road? On the map, it was just a thin, winding line. It didn't even look like a proper road. More like a small trail created by mountain villagers walking through the area. Someone has walked here before. Qin Mian smiled. That means at least it's passable. Let's try. Nene thought for a moment, then nodded. All right. The off-road RV entered the mountains. At first, everything went smoothly. There were still concrete roads. They could even see some countryside restaurants along the way. But as they went deeper, the road became narrower and narrower. The concrete disappeared. It turned into a dirt road. And finally, it became nothing more than a mountain trail. The vehicle shook violently, even with upgraded all-terrain tires. The two still felt uncomfortable from the constant jolting. 2.5 hours later, they had traveled less than 30 kilometers, only half the distance. Seeing the sky gradually darken, Qin Mian had no choice but to stop. We'll rest for the night. Nene jumped out of the vehicle. She stretched lazily. Oh my God, less than 30 kilometers, and it took us this long? Before the apocalypse, walking would have been faster than this. Qin Mian smiled helplessly. Looks like improving the vehicle's comfort level also needed to be prioritized. I want grilled sausages. Nene suddenly shouted. She climbed onto the roof of the vehicle. Extra spicy. Qin Mian looked at her. You sure? Absolutely. The girl looked serious. I want to challenge my limits. Qin Mian said nothing. He started preparing the barbecue. Smokeless charcoal was lit. Frozen beef, kidneys, squid, sausages. Various ingredients were placed on the grill. Soon, the aroma spread. Nene smelled the food. Her eyes immediately lit up. We can still eat barbecue during the apocalypse. Captain Uncle, your ability is seriously amazing. The two grilled and ate together. Only after the sky became completely dark did they pack everything up and return to the vehicle. Mountain nights were far more dangerous than cities. There were fewer zombies, but many more mutated animals. Before entering the mountains, the two had already seen quite a few. After night fell, those creatures began moving. Unlike human zombies, they still retained animal instincts. Hunting, fighting, devouring, constantly evolving. Nene held a night vision device and watched outside. She couldn't help but sigh. Uncle, these zombie animals are crazy. They actually eat their own kind. It's like they can continue mutating by consuming others. Qin Mian nodded. That's how zombie dogs were created. The moment he finished speaking, boom, the vehicle suddenly shook violently. Both of them changed expressions. The next second, Nene saw what was outside. Her entire body froze. A snake. Such a huge snake. Through the night vision device, a massive shadow slowly moved. More than 15 meters long. Its body was covered in black, rotting scales. A pair of crimson eyes stared directly at the vehicle. A zombie python. Nene's voice changed. She was terrified of snakes. Her little face turned pale. Her body became stiff. Qin Mian immediately whispered, Don't make a sound. Don't move. He stared outside. His heart was beating rapidly. This thing definitely wasn't an ordinary mutated beast. It might even be beyond third order. A fourth order existence. Hiss. The zombie python slowly circled the vehicle. Its enormous head pressed close to the windows. Its crimson tongue flicked constantly. It seemed to have discovered something. The next moment, its massive body suddenly wrapped around the RV. Boom. The entire roof shook violently. A 15-meter-long snake body, like a giant chain, tightly wrapped around the off-road RV. Its sharp scales scraped against the vehicle's exterior, creating a teeth-grating sound. Screech. Screech. Qin Mian's expression became extremely grim. The silent shielding system was active, but this monster seemed to have already detected something. It wasn't hunting through sound. It was sensing life energy. Inside the vehicle, Nene tightly grabbed Qin Mian's sleeve. For the first time, she wasn't joking. She wasn't teasing him. There was only fear. Qin Mian clenched his fists. His eyes locked onto the massive creature outside. This time, they were in serious trouble. Hiss. The zombie python slowly moved. Its enormous head searched from the driver's side toward the rear of the vehicle. Finally, it stopped in front of the windshield. At such close distance, Qin Mian finally got a clear look at the terrifying creature. The head that was once covered in scales had now completely rotted away. Large chunks of flesh had fallen off, leaving only pale white bones exposed. Countless spikes grew from the skull, forming a naturally evolved, horrifying helmet. Its black tongue kept flicking in and out. Rows of barbs covered its surface. Every time it breathed, black mucus dripped down. Sizzle. The surface of the bulletproof glass was actually being corroded, leaving behind tiny marks. Its body was even more terrifying. A large number of ribs had broken out from inside its body, transforming into razor-sharp bone blades. The edges of its shattered scales were equally sharp, like knives. This was no longer a creature in the ordinary sense. It was a completely mutated killing machine. Qin Mian and Nene held their breath. Neither of them dared to make the slightest sound. Especially Nene. She gripped her butterfly dagger tightly. Her small hands trembled slightly. Although she possessed a powerful mental construction ability, when facing this kind of overwhelming difference in life level, she still felt an instinctive fear. It was the natural reaction of a weaker creature facing a top predator, something that even courage couldn't completely overcome. Time slowly passed. Outside the vehicle, the zombie python continued circling around. It seemed to be searching for the traces of living humans hidden inside. But as time went by, the remaining traces of their presence gradually faded. Eventually, after lingering for a while, it slowly left. Its enormous body disappeared into the mutated bushes nearby, crushing through the vegetation and forcing open a path. Only after that terrifying presence completely vanished did Nene finally let out a deep breath. That was terrifying. From now on, we really shouldn't randomly stop in the wilderness. Qin Mian nodded. He also still felt shaken. Cities were dangerous, but the wilderness was not a safe zone either. In fact, because there was almost no human activity here, even more unknown monsters were hiding in the darkness. That night, Nene became completely quiet. No games, no chatting. She went to sleep early. Qin Mian still didn't feel at ease. He stayed awake until midnight. Only after confirming there were no unusual movements nearby did he finally rest. But neither of them slept well. The next morning, taking advantage of the fact that many mutated beasts were still inactive, Qin Mian immediately started the RV. They continued their journey. This is terrifying. Nene sat in the passenger seat, patting her chest. I used to think cities were dangerous. Now I realize, deep mountains and wilderness are even scarier. Qin Mian deeply agreed. While eating bread, he controlled the steering wheel. The mountain road became increasingly rugged. The vehicle's speed continued to drop, until finally, a massive ravine blocked their path. Nene suddenly brightened. Captain Uncle, leave it to me. Qin Mian looked at her. You sure? Of course. The girl jumped out of the vehicle. Silver light flashed in her eyes. The next second, on both sides of the ravine, an invisible force began gathering. Large amounts of rocks and soil were rearranged. In just a few minutes, a simple bridge appeared in front of them. Drive over and test it. Qin Mian was slightly surprised. He slowly drove onto the bridge. The tires rolled across. It was surprisingly stable. The front wheels crossed. Nene still looked relaxed. Then, the nearly 9-ton off-road RV slowly passed over. Not bad. Qin Mian nodded. Nene immediately became proud. See, this beautiful girl is actually very useful. After that, she completely discovered new ways to use her ability. Slope too steep? Construct a ramp. Road too narrow? Expand the path. Tires hanging in the air? Fill the holes. Along the way, Qin Mian almost felt like he wasn't driving off-road anymore. Instead, he was enjoying a private road construction service. There was no denying it. Mental construction abilities were incredibly practical. Near noon, the two finally left the mountains. In the distance, Guangqing Academy appeared within their sight. However, the first thing they saw was not the campus. It was the zombie horde. Dense crowds of zombies surrounding the outer area of the school. We're here. Qin Mian stopped the vehicle. You rest first. After using her ability to assist the vehicle throughout the journey, Nene's mental energy had also been heavily consumed. She nodded, then returned to the living area to sleep. Qin Mian took out the map and began studying. Guangxing Academy. As the #1 university in Guangxing, a nationally recognized key university, its campus was enormous. It was divided into northern and southern sections. Experimental teaching buildings, library, dormitory areas, gymnasium, all kinds of buildings were densely packed together. The biggest problem was, he didn't know the exact location of the materials laboratory. How Junjia? Qin Mian took out the radio. He sent a message, then waited. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. No response. His brows slowly tightened. Don't tell me he's already. Qin Mian stopped himself from continuing that thought. If Hao Junjia was still alive, that would be the best outcome. If he wasn't, then Qin Mian could only rely on himself. 2 in the afternoon. Nene recovered her energy. She entered the driver's cabin. How is it? The route. Qin Mian showed her the route he had planned. The map was from before the apocalypse. The campus environment had definitely changed. Nene glanced at it, then answered very confidently. You drive. I'll handle the rest. Qin Mian. This girl was becoming more and more confident. The off-road RV slowly entered Guangxing Academy. East Gate. This was the location Hao Junjia had mentioned before. The vehicle activated the intermediate silent shielding system. The engine noise dropped. Almost no zombies nearby were alerted. On both sides of the road were students. The young college students who once carried youthful smiles were now all rotten monsters. Beside the security booth, several corpses lay there. There was even a zombie missing half its body, still chewing on its own intestines. Nene became silent for a moment. She said nothing. The apocalypse had destroyed too many things. After entering the campus, Qin Mian saw a publicity office. Nene, help me get a campus map. The girl nodded. She activated her ability. Invisible forces turned into tendrils. From dozens of meters away, they directly dragged over a pile of promotional materials. The entire process didn't alert a single zombie. Soon, a campus layout map appeared in their hands. Found it. Nene pointed at the map. Experimental teaching building. The materials laboratory is there. She compared it with the offline map. But the current routes are not exactly the same. Qin Mian nodded. They continued forward slowly. The speed stayed around 30 miles per hour. The more dangerous the location, the more careful they had to be. The enormous campus was terrifyingly quiet. Only distant zombie growls could be heard. Yashin Garden, a high-level teacher apartment building. 3rd floor. Inside a recreation room. The door was blocked by piles of furniture and debris. Inside, more than 10 people were squeezed together. 5 teachers, 8 students. Everyone was so thin they looked completely different from before. Their eyes were dull. Suddenly, a student near the window widened his eyes. There's someone. Everyone immediately looked over. Where? Is it rescue? Is it the military? After 2 months of despair, this was the first time they had seen a vehicle outside. Someone immediately started crying. Someone finally came. But the next second, a teacher whispered, only one vehicle. It's not a rescue team. The room instantly became silent. Hope disappeared. Only one person. Are we really doomed? Someone began crying quietly. Another teacher immediately shouted, shut up. Don't make any noise. Do you want to attract the zombies here? Everyone quickly lowered their voices. They would rather starve to death than be torn apart alive by zombies. Inside the vehicle, Nene pulled back her gaze. There are people there. Qin Mian nodded. I know. We're not saving them. No. Qin Mian answered without hesitation. Nene froze for a moment, then smiled. Hee. I thought you were suddenly going to become some kind of hero. Qin Mian glanced at her. I'm not. And considering the current situation, saving them would only cause more people to die. Nene didn't argue. She simply looked silently out the window. After the apocalypse, she had witnessed too many choices like this. Surviving was the first priority. And right now, they had something more important to do. Find the materials laboratory, obtain rare metals, upgrade the vehicle, then stay alive. No. A horrifying scream suddenly rang out. As Qin Mian drove the off-road RV past the library area, both he and Nene witnessed a terrifying scene. Dozens of zombies were surrounding several students who had just escaped from the library. One of the girls had barely run a few steps before a zombie pounced on her and knocked her to the ground. Immediately after, several more zombies swarmed over her. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere. Amid her desperate screams, her body was torn apart. Her flesh was ripped away piece by piece. Her organs were pulled out. Even her scalp was violently torn open. In just a few seconds, she completely lost all signs of life. Nene glanced over, then curled her lips. Serves them right. The moment she finished speaking, another scream rang out. There's a vehicle. The remaining 4 students spotted the off-road RV in the distance. Like people grabbing onto their final lifeline, they stumbled and crawled toward it desperately. Qin Mian frowned slightly. He lightly pressed the accelerator, preparing to leave. But those people had already rushed in front of the vehicle. 2 of them even stood directly in the road, desperately pounding on the windows. Open the door. Let us in. Nene's expression instantly darkened. Are they trying to attract even more zombies? Such a loud commotion would only bring more zombies over. Qin Mian ignored them. He simply continued moving forward slowly. Are you fucking trying to kill us? Seeing that the vehicle wasn't stopping, the 2 people blocking the road quickly moved aside. Then they cursed angrily. You won't open the door? Then nobody gets to leave. One of them picked up a rock from the ground, then smashed it hard toward the window. Another person even climbed onto the hood, trying to stop the vehicle from moving. Qin Mian and Nene's expressions turned cold at the same time. A flash of silver appeared in Nene's eyes. She was about to activate her ability, but Qin Mian reached out and stopped her. No need. Let them deal with the consequences themselves. Qin Mian stepped on the brakes. The RV stopped. Seeing this, those people thought Qin Mian had finally given in. Their faces immediately filled with excitement. However, when they desperately pulled on the door handles, they discovered the doors didn't move at all. What's going on? Open the door. Are you even human? At that moment, roar. Low growls came from all directions. The zombies had arrived. The flesh of their dead companion wasn't nearly enough to satisfy these monsters. Open the door. Please. Let me inside. Bastards. You're trying to kill us. Some people cried. Some cursed. Some even smashed the windows with rocks like madmen. But the explosion-proof glass could withstand bullets. How could ordinary stones possibly break it? The person's hands became covered in blood from smashing. Yet the glass remained completely intact. The next second, the zombies attacked. Screams erupted one after another. Some people had their throats bitten open instantly. Blood sprayed everywhere. Others fell to the ground, being torn apart by several zombies at once. The entire scene was brutal and bloody. Inside the vehicle, Qin Mian and Nene watched coldly. In the apocalypse, kindness alone couldn't buy survival. Among these people, the only evolutionist was the guy who smashed the car window. But his strength was far too weak. His only advantage was slightly higher agility than ordinary people. Against more than 20 zombies, he didn't even have the courage to fight back. Soon, he was knocked to the ground as well, becoming food for the zombies. Until the moment before his death, he still couldn't understand one thing. Why didn't those zombies attack this vehicle? What a bunch of idiots. Nene crossed her arms and said coldly. Only after the surroundings became quiet did Qin Mian signal her. Clear them out. Nene immediately became excited. Perfect. Let's test my new move. Silver light flashed in her eyes. The next moment, within a 50-meter radius around her, the zombies' bodies suddenly froze. Then, one after another, their heads exploded, as if an invisible force was crushing them from the inside. Blood sprayed everywhere. The scene was still brutal, but compared with being smashed into piles of flesh, at least these zombies' bodies remained intact. Super energy points plus 28. As the crystal cores were collected, the vehicle system notification appeared. Nene looked at the large number of zombie corpses around them. She looked eager. Captain Uncle, there are so many zombies here. Should we collect some crystal cores first? Qin Mian shook his head. Save your mental energy. The most important thing right now is finding the materials laboratory. Fine. Nene reluctantly put away her butterfly dagger. The off-road RV continued moving slowly. Soon, the 2 entered Guangqing Academy's research district. This was where the university's various scientific laboratories were located. The area was huge. The landscaping was also much better than other parts of the campus. But now, the once green environment had been destroyed. Large numbers of plants had withered and mutated. The entire area was filled with desolation and a strange atmosphere. Captain Uncle, look over there. Nene suddenly pointed ahead. Qin Mian followed her gaze. Several abandoned military vehicles appeared beside the road. There were military off-road vehicles, transport trucks, and even a wheeled armored personnel carrier. The military has been here. Qin Mian's expression became serious. He drove closer to the abandoned vehicles. It was obvious. A brutal battle had happened here. Many vehicles had been overturned, their bodies severely damaged, especially the armored vehicle. Its thick armor had been torn open by some unknown force. Inside the vehicle, there were traces of blood and shattered bones. Nene examined the remaining items nearby. There are gun fragments and shell casings. The military must have fought some kind of monster here. She looked at the destroyed armored vehicle. Her expression became heavy. Something capable of destroying this armor. Must be at least a third-order zombie. Qin Mian nodded. Stay alert. Then he moved the vehicle closer to the abandoned military vehicles. The material collection function activated. Metal materials plus 850 units. Composite materials plus 710 units. Polymer materials plus 544 units. Rare metals plus 110 units. Seeing the notification, Qin Mian's eyes lit up. Military equipment really was different. It contained huge amounts of high-value materials. There were even rare metals like titanium alloy and tungsten alloy. Besides that, he also discovered 3 high-explosive grenades. Captain Uncle, turn right ahead after 200 meters. Nene held the campus map. That should be the materials laboratory. Qin Mian nodded. The vehicle started again. Because there were fewer zombies in the research district, their speed increased slightly. However, the moment they turned the corner, Qin Mian suddenly slammed on the brakes. Several dozen meters ahead, a modern laboratory building stood silently. On the sign at the top of the building, the words, Materials Laboratory, were still clearly visible. But now, the sign was covered with dried black blood. The entrance door had been violently destroyed. The dark doorway looked like a giant mouth waiting to devour life. What shocked them even more was the area beside the entrance. A large pile of human skulls had been placed there. Countless skulls. A horrifying sight. This was absolutely not something an ordinary zombie could do. At the very least, second-order mutants like Lickers and Chargers wouldn't behave this way. Captain Uncle. Nene's voice lowered. There's something inside. She stared at the laboratory entrance. It's dangerous. She could feel the powerful negative life magnetic field coming from within. Qin Mian felt it too. A strong sense of unease surged through him. But, leave just like this? He was unwilling. The extreme cold was coming soon. Vehicle upgrades required massive amounts of rare metals. This place could very likely be their most important source of resources. Qin Mian fell into hesitation. Uncle. Nene looked at him. After a moment of silence, Qin Mian told her what he was thinking. Nene thought for a while. I have an idea. But it might be a little dangerous. What idea? Qin Mian asked. Nene answered seriously. I'll lure it out. The smell of a living human should definitely make it appear. Then we can first figure out what kind of monster it is. If we can fight it, we'll deal with it directly. If we can't, we'll find a chance to ambush it. Qin Mian immediately shook his head. No, too dangerous. Nene froze slightly. Qin Mian continued. You're not going. A small warmth appeared in Nene's heart. But she still said, But uncle, you're not suitable as bait either. Only I can do it. Qin Mian smiled. Don't worry. I won't let you take the risk. And I won't use myself as bait either. I have a way. After saying that, Qin Mian immediately turned the vehicle around and drove away. Nene looked at him in confusion. But she didn't ask any more questions. She wanted to see what exactly this uncle was planning to do. When Qin Mian drove the off-road RV back to the high-level dormitory building they had passed earlier, Nene quickly understood his plan. Captain Uncle, you're not thinking of. Her eyes widened, finding someone to use as bait. The corner of Qin Mian's mouth twitched. Don't make me sound that cruel. I'm a reasonable person. I won't force someone else to go die. After saying that, he stopped the vehicle and opened the door. The next moment, his entire body shot upward like a leopard. Using the wall for support, he climbed upward rapidly. Within a few breaths, he reached the 3rd floor. Bang! A dull impact sounded. The aluminum window of the recreation room was smashed open by his fist. The sudden noise caused everyone hiding inside to panic instantly. The zombies are inside. A group of people stumbled backward in terror. However, when they saw who had entered, everyone froze. It's you? The person who drove past here earlier. Are you here to rescue us? After the initial shock, everyone became excited. Some had tears in their eyes. Others hurried forward, trying to build a connection. There was even a middle-aged man who adjusted his clothes and put on an authoritative expression. Hello, I'm Lu Dequan, director of the admissions office at Guangqing Academy. First, on behalf of all the teachers and students of the academy, I would like to thank you for your rescue efforts. Once we are safe, we will definitely. Clang. Before he could finish, Qin Mian pulled out the machete from his waist. The noisy room instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the blade. The weapon was covered in chips and scratches. Dark red blood stains remained on the surface that couldn't be completely wiped away. It didn't look like a weapon anymore. It looked like a killing tool dragged out from a mountain of corpses. Everyone subconsciously stepped back. You've killed zombies? A female teacher asked cautiously. Only at this moment did they realize. The young man standing before them, someone who could move outside alone during the apocalypse, was absolutely not an ordinary survivor. The apocalypse has lasted this long. Qin Mian looked over everyone. And none of you have killed even a single zombie? You've just been hiding here this entire time? Everyone looked at each other. Lu Dequan quickly explained. We're just ordinary teachers and students. Our responsibility is teaching and educating people, not fighting. And those monsters used to be our colleagues and students. To ask us to personally kill them. He shook his head. We couldn't do it. The others nodded in agreement. They're too terrifying. Last month, the military did come here. But even with so many soldiers and guns, they still couldn't. Listening to their words, Qin Mian slightly frowned. The fact that these people had survived until now could only be described as a miracle. What happened to those soldiers? Qin Mian asked. Why did they come here? After the apocalypse began, although the authorities gradually lost control, the military couldn't possibly have taken no action, especially in a massive city like Guangqing. Since the military had entered the academy before, it meant there must have been something important here. Personnel? Scientific research data? Or some kind of special resource? Qin Mian remembered what Hao Junjie had mentioned. The rare metal reserves. But were those things really worth sending 100 soldiers? Little brother. Instead of answering, Lu Dequan spoke with a serious expression. The most important thing right now is getting us out of here. As for everything else, after we are safe, the academy will naturally answer my question. Qin Mian's voice turned cold. Lu Dequan's face darkened. Little brother, your attitude right now. Slap. A slap directly hit his face. Lu Dequan was completely stunned. You? Slap. Another slap. This time, he completely shut up. I originally wanted someone cooperative. Qin Mian withdrew his hand. But now, looks like it's you. After saying that, he grabbed Lu Dequan by the collar and lifted him up. What are you doing? Lu Dequan finally panicked. He discovered that in front of this young man, he was completely powerless. Like a child. I'm taking you out of here, Qin Mian said calmly. Then, holding Lu Dequan, he jumped directly out of the third-floor window. Ah! Lu Dequan screamed in terror. The height of the third floor was enough to break his legs. But the next second, he realized he had landed safely. No pain. No broken bones. Only complete shock. Was this something a human could do? Qin Mian threw him into the vehicle. Watch carefully, he said to Nene. This is our lucky guy. Hee. Nene smiled and nodded. But Lu Dequan felt something was wrong. What exactly are you planning to do? Qin Mian started the vehicle. Take you away. Really? Lu Dequan immediately became excited. Thank you. Thank you both. On behalf of the academy, I promise we will. Shut up. Nene rolled her eyes. A flash of silver appeared. An invisible force instantly sealed Lu Dequan's mouth. His eyes widened in fear. What kind of ability was this? Qin Mian ignored his shock. Tell me what you know. Why were those military vehicles here? Once he was able to speak again, Lu Dequan immediately began explaining. At the beginning of the apocalypse, he had originally hidden with the academy leaders. A month later, the principal somehow managed to contact the military. Soon, the military sent a team into the academy. 10 military vehicles, drone reconnaissance, nearly 100 fully armed soldiers, carrying large amounts of weapons. They directly entered the campus. But the number of zombies they encountered far exceeded their estimates. In the end, most of them died inside. Only a small number managed to escape. Did you see any special zombies? Qin Mian continued asking. Lu Dequan quickly shook his head. No, I stayed hidden the entire time. I only heard lots of gunfire and screams. The drone seemed to have been shot down by some flying monster. Useless. Nene couldn't help muttering. Then she casually sealed his mouth again. Qin Mian remained silent. Although Lu Dequan didn't know much, at least he confirmed one thing. The military had sent a 100-man team here, and they still failed. This meant the danger inside Guangqing Academy was far beyond imagination. Ordinary firearms and trained soldiers were still not enough against massive numbers of mutated zombies. Soon, the vehicle stopped again in front of the materials laboratory. The dark entrance was right in front of them. Qin Mian looked at Nene, then lightly nodded. Nene revealed a mischievous smile. Silver light flashed. The next moment, Lu Dequan's entire body was lifted by an invisible force. The car door opened. He was slowly sent toward the entrance of the laboratory building. Even the 3 high-explosive grenades were thoughtfully attached to his body. What are you doing? Lu Dequan finally panicked. Let me go. You tricked me. Qin Mian lowered the window. Relax. I already brought you away from the dormitory building. Now we just need you to help us with a small favor. We'll do our best to protect you. Lu Dequan's face turned pale. Really? You'll protect me? He could only force himself to believe them. However, when he slowly turned his head and looked at the pitch-black entrance of the laboratory, his entire body froze. The next second, a terrified scream echoed throughout the campus. What exactly is inside? At the dark entrance of the laboratory building, an overwhelming sense of pressure filled the air. It wasn't simply darkness. It was the negative life magnetic field released by a high-level zombie monster. Even from more than 10 meters away, Director Lu could still feel his very soul trembling. His face turned deathly pale. His legs went weak. No, don't go any closer. Let me go. I'm the director of the admissions office at Guangqing Academy. You can't do this to me. An invisible force restrained his body, slowly pushing him toward the entrance of the laboratory building. Director Lu struggled desperately, but he was like a tiny insect trapped between fingers. He couldn't resist at all. Inside the vehicle, Nene watched with excitement written all over her face. Uncle, your method is pretty cruel, but it really works. Qin Mian didn't respond. His eyes remained locked on the laboratory building, because just moments ago, he had sensed something unusual. Something inside had awakened. Who? Heavy breathing slowly echoed from the darkness. The next second, 4 points of crimson light appeared inside the dark entrance. The terrifying aura instantly surged. It's coming out, Qin Mian whispered. Nene also put away her smile. Her expression became serious. This thing is strong. Boom, boom. The heavy footsteps grew closer. A massive claw slowly reached out first. The pitch-black claws gripped the metal doorframe. The sound of metal scraping against metal sent chills down their spines. Then, a gigantic creature slowly walked out. A body more than 5 meters tall. Not a trace of normal skin remained. Dark red muscles were exposed across its body, like a monster that had been skinned alive. Its arms were extremely long, almost hanging down to the ground. 5 black claws on each hand were as sharp as blades. But the strangest thing was its 4 eyes. 4 crimson eyeballs constantly rotated. Then, all of them locked onto Director Lu. Director Lu instantly froze. Fear. A fear born from the deepest instinct of life. It was so overwhelming that his body lost control. What kind of monster is this? His mouth opened, but no sound came out. More than 10 meters away, Qin Mian and Nene also felt the pressure. It was the instinctive fear of a weaker life form when facing a higher-level existence. Almost 4th order. Qin Mian's expression became extremely serious. Fira. The two spoke the name almost at the same time. This type of zombie didn't just possess terrifying physical strength. Its negative magnetic field could even affect the mental state of nearby living creatures. Whoosh! The Fira moved. 1 step, 2 steps. It walked toward Director Lu. All 4 eyes remained fixed on its prey. Qin Mian immediately spoke. Nene, pull him to the side. Try to lure it farther out. Got it. Nene immediately activated her ability. However, the next second, the Fira suddenly disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. It was simply moving too fast for the human eye to capture. Boom. The next moment, it appeared directly in front of Director Lu. The massive claw pierced straight through his body, from his chest, all the way through his head. Director Liu still wore an expression of terror, but his body had already been lifted high into the air. Failed. Qin Mian's eyes turned cold. This monster's speed had completely exceeded his expectations. Nene, move. Hee. Nene revealed a mischievous smile. I've been waiting for you to say that. The next moment, she activated her ability. The 3 high-explosive grenades attached to Director Liu's body activated simultaneously. Boom! A terrifying explosion shook the entire campus. Flames swallowed the Fira. Flesh fragments scattered everywhere. The entrance of the laboratory building was instantly destroyed. The Fira let out an enraged roar. It was injured. Qin Mian's eyes narrowed. Get in the vehicle. The next second, the engine roared. The off-road RV charged forward violently. The upgraded front ram carried terrifying force. It slammed directly into the Fira. Bang! The massive creature was sent flying. Qin Mian didn't stop. He pushed the accelerator all the way down, forcing the Fira backward, until it crashed into the laboratory wall. Nene. Defense. Got it. Nene immediately activated her ability. An invisible force wrapped around the vehicle. The next second, boom, the wall exploded. The enormous impact shook the entire RV violently. The front ram was deeply embedded into the building. The Fira's body was smashed until it was covered in blood and torn flesh. Qin Mian opened the door and stepped out. Holding his machete, he repeatedly hacked at its head. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. However, the Fira's vitality was terrifying. Even with its body almost broken apart, it still refused to die. Roar! It let out an angry roar. Its massive claws suddenly swept toward him. Qin Mian's pupils shrank. He quickly retreated. Nene, keep restraining it. I'm on it. Nene gritted her teeth and activated her ability. Silver light flashed. The Fira's body immediately froze. Now, Qin Mian jumped back into the vehicle. Reverse gear. Power building. Charge. Boom. This time, the Fira and the off-road RV crashed through the wall together. They entered directly into the laboratory lobby. The entire building seemed to shake. At the same time, deep inside the laboratory building, the people hiding inside the materials laboratory heard the commotion. Hao Jiannan and the others immediately rushed to the window. They saw the monster that had once driven them into despair, and they saw the off-road RV fighting against it. What kind of person is that? They can actually fight that monster? Inside the lobby, the Fira was already barely alive, but it still struggled, waving its claws. It's almost dead, Nene shouted excitedly. Blood was already flowing from her nose. Clearly, her ability consumption had become enormous, but she still desperately restrained the Fira. Qin Mian didn't hesitate. He reversed the vehicle again, exited the lobby. Then, he stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The off-road RV transformed into a steel beast. It charged toward the Fira. Crack! The front ram pierced directly through its skull. The Fira's body stiffened. Then, it completely lost all signs of life. Done! Nene shouted excitedly. She activated her ability. A dark crystal core flew out from the Fira's head. This crystal core was larger than ordinary second-order cores. Its color was also much deeper. Super energy points plus 36. After the vehicle absorbed it, Qin Mian finally relaxed. However, a new problem appeared. After the Fira died, the zombies attracted from outside rushed in crazily. They didn't attack Qin Mian and Nene. Instead, they charged toward the Fira's corpse. They began devouring it. Same species consumption. Evolution. Meanwhile, Hao Jiannan and the others showed expressions of excitement. The monster is dead. We survived. Let's go. Taking advantage of the zombies fighting over the corpse, they quickly rushed downstairs. Soon, they saw the off-road RV in the lobby. Brother Nan. That vehicle. Someone's eyes lit up. The one that killed the monster? Hao Jiannan licked his lips. The people inside are probably dead too. This vehicle belongs to us. The group lowered their footsteps, slowly approaching the RV. Inside the third-floor materials storage room, Hao Junjia, Wei Yin, and the others had also heard the enormous noise downstairs. The dying roar of the Fira had almost shaken the entire building. The heavy impacts, the collapsing walls, the monster's furious screams. All of it told them one thing. Something enormous had happened downstairs. This is our chance. Wei Yin stood up. Her eyes were determined. We have to leave now. The moment she finished speaking, someone immediately objected. No. Hao Jiannan and the others are downstairs. Those people are insane. They eat humans. Someone said with an ugly expression. Yi Lianghui also frowned and tried to persuade her. Xiaoyin, maybe we should wait a little longer? If we go out now, we might run into them. He had clashed with Hao Jiannan before. He knew exactly how crazy those people had become. Leaving now might not be safer than staying hidden inside the materials storage room. Wei Yin looked over everyone. A trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Then, she looked toward Hao Junjie. Teacher Hao, what do you think? Among the dozen or so people, the number who truly had combat ability was extremely small. Aside from her and another girl who had awakened and become evolutionists. The only other person with an ability was Hao Junjie. Everyone else was just ordinary survivors. Some had even developed health problems due to prolonged hunger and cold. Hao Junjie held the radio communicator. He remained silent for a moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "We can't wait. If Hao Jiannan and the others leave first, this place will soon be occupied by zombies." Yi Lianghui looked dissatisfied. Teacher Hao, how can you be sure the zombies will definitely take over this place? Hao Junjie glanced at him. He couldn't be bothered to explain. I'll go down first and check the situation. If there's a chance, everyone leaves immediately. Wei Yi nodded. I'll go with Xiao Yuan. After saying that, she took the round-faced girl and opened the door of the materials storage room. The two quickly went downstairs. Although the others were nervous, nobody stopped them again. After all, their survival until now depended largely on Wei Yin and the others protecting them. The first-floor lobby of the laboratory building. It was a complete mess. The enormous corpse of the Fira lay there. Large numbers of zombies were crazily devouring its remaining flesh. As soon as Wei Yin and Xiao Yuan came downstairs, they saw this scene. "Yin Jia," Xiao Yuan lowered her voice. "That monster is dead. And Hao Jiannan and the others are here too." Wei Yin quickly observed the surroundings. The number of zombies in the lobby wasn't too large. Only around 20. And most of their attention was focused on the Fira's corpse. This was their chance. "Quick, go back and inform Teacher Hao. Tell everyone to come down immediately. We're leaving." Xiao Yuan nodded, then quickly returned to the third floor. Soon, Hao Junjie learned about the situation. He looked at the radio in his hand, then took a deep breath. "Let's go." The material storage room was safe, but their food had already run out. Staying here any longer would only mean a slow death. The dozen people had no choice but to leave. Meanwhile, in the first-floor lobby, the Fira's corpse had almost been completely eaten. Those ordinary zombies that consumed the flesh of the high-level zombie had clearly changed. Their auras grew stronger. Their movements became more violent. "Damn it," a young man beside Hao Jiannan suddenly changed expression. "More zombies are coming in." Hao Jiannan immediately turned around. Sure enough, more and more zombies were being attracted by the noise. "What are you shouting for?" Hao Jiannan slapped him. "Fight our way out. That vehicle must be ours." All 8 people beside him were evolutionists. After absorbing crystal cores and strengthening themselves for so long, their physical abilities far exceeded ordinary humans. Ordinary zombies were no threat to them. But the problem was, the number of zombies here kept increasing, and among them, there were even stronger ones that had consumed the Fira's flesh. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed. Everyone froze. The next moment, a huge figure crashed into the lobby. A body more than 3 meters tall, gray skin, massive limbs. The surface of its body was covered with crimson blood vessels. It charged forward. Several zombies in its path were crushed into pieces. Glutton. Inside the vehicle, Nene's expression changed slightly. A third-order mutated zombie. She clearly recognized the creature. Qin Mian looked at the increasingly chaotic situation inside the lobby. His brows tightened. "Nene, can you block the entrance and the hole in the wall?" Nene looked outside, then shook her head. "Wait. Let me recover first." To restrain the Fira earlier, she had consumed a huge amount of mental energy. If she forcibly used her ability now, the effect would be greatly reduced. Inside the lobby, screams continued. The glutton had completely gone berserk. It opened its enormous mouth, bit down on a survivor. Blood sprayed everywhere. Then it swallowed him directly. "Ah, help." The situation instantly collapsed. Hao Jiannan and the others' expressions changed. Although they were evolutionists, facing a third-order monster, they still felt enormous pressure. Retreat. Back upstairs first. The group quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Wei Yin and the others who had just come downstairs were also surrounded by large numbers of zombies. Don't go back. Wei Yin kicked away a charging zombie. Most of the zombies are attracted by Hao Jianan. We go around from the side. To the advanced dormitory area, Hao Junjie also activated his ability. The fat on his body rapidly hardened. He took the front position. Charge out. Staying here means waiting to die. They had already discussed the escape route. They would not use the main entrance. Instead, they would go around to the hole in the wall created by the vehicle crash. That was their only breakthrough point. Inside the vehicle, Qin Mian had been watching everything outside. Suddenly, his eyes stopped. Wait, that fat guy. He saw the familiar figure at the edge of the lobby. Although many years had passed, he still recognized him. Hao Junjie, his childhood friend. He actually awakened an ability. Qin Mian was slightly surprised, seeing Hao Junjie and the others becoming more and more dangerous. He turned to Nene. After you recover, block the entrance and the opening. I'm going over there to help. Nene looked at the lobby. There were only dozens of zombies. With Captain Uncle's current strength, they were no threat. So she nodded. Go. Qin Mian opened the door, then quietly stepped out of the vehicle. The moment he left the vehicle, two nearby zombies immediately sensed the presence of a living human. They rushed toward him while roaring. However, the next second, a flash of blade light passed. Two heads fell simultaneously. Qin Mian tightened his grip on the machete, then quickly moved toward Hao Junjie's location. Damn it! Inside the lobby corridor, Hao Junjie was in a miserable state. You monsters! Get lost! He punched a zombie away, but more and more zombies surrounded him. More than a dozen zombies blocked the passage. Some even climbed over the nearby railing and entered. Hao Junjie was sweating heavily. When he looked back, he almost exploded with anger. You idiots! Move! However, Yi Lianghui and the others were still standing at the stairs. They had even started retreating. Xiaoyin, you clear the zombies first. We'll follow afterward. Yi Lianghui shouted. Hao Junjie cursed angrily. Idiots! The zombies will only keep increasing. At that moment, outside the laboratory building, another dozen zombies rushed into the lobby. Chaos completely erupted. Get out of my way. During the chaos, Hao Jianan and his group were forced toward the staircase by the glutton. Seeing their escape route blocked, a ruthless look flashed in Hao Jianan's eyes. The next moment, he suddenly grabbed one of his companions, then pushed him toward the glutton. Hao Jianan! The man screamed in terror, but it was already too late. The glutton opened its huge mouth and knocked him down. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. Blood instantly stained the floor. The glutton stopped chasing while eating. Hao Jianan used the opportunity to retreat with his group. What are you doing? Yi Lianghui and the others saw this scene. Their faces instantly turned pale. They never expected Hao Jianan would actually use his own teammate as bait. Survival is what matters, Hao Jianan said coldly. What use are those useless people? One person dying is better than everyone dying. Those words chilled everyone. But there was no time to argue. More zombies rushed in from the other side of the lobby. Screams erupted. Two students were knocked down instantly. Run! At this moment, everyone panicked. Injia, what do we do? Yi Lianghui and the others completely lost control. The weapons in their hands were nothing more than makeshift wooden sticks and metal pipes. Against the increasing number of zombies, they had no ability to fight back. Some people even collapsed onto the ground and started crying. I don't want to die. Help me. Wei Yin gritted her teeth. Looking at those people on the verge of collapse, she finally sighed. I'll save them. Are you crazy? Hao Junjie widened his eyes. Going back now was almost the same as walking into death. But Wei Yin didn't answer. She had already rushed forward. Damn it. Hao Junjie hesitated for a moment, then cursed fiercely. I really owe you people. After saying that, he followed her. On the other side, just as Qin Mian approached the edge of the lobby, he saw this scene. For a moment, he was completely speechless. These people being alive until now really did require a lot of luck. But were they a little too saintly? More than 2 months into the apocalypse, and they could still maintain this kind of personality. He didn't know whether to call them kind-hearted, or whether they simply hadn't accepted reality yet. Roar! At that moment, another roar came from the direction of the laboratory entrance. Another glutton charged inside. Its body, over 3 meters tall, directly smashed through the zombies blocking its path. The danger level inside the lobby instantly increased. The original dozens of zombies had now exceeded 80. The entire first floor had completely become a death zone. Qin Mian tightened his grip on his machete. No matter how fast he was, facing so many zombies, it was impossible to handle everything without pressure. Forget it. I'll save whoever I can. His figure flashed. He began moving toward Hao Junjie. At this moment, Hao Jiannan and the others were also trapped in a desperate situation. They had just tried to rush upstairs, but they discovered the staircase entrance was already blocked by several fierce zombies. Among them, there was even a glutton. Damn it! Hao Jiannan's expression became ugly. The next second, his eyes landed on the other survivors nearby. A crazy idea appeared in his mind. Follow me. He led his group toward Yi Lianghui and the others. What are you doing? Yi Lianghui's expression changed, but it was already too late. Hao Jiannan and his group rushed directly into the crowd. During the chaos, 2 people were pushed toward the zombie swarm. Their screams immediately echoed. Hao Jiannan. When Wei Yin arrived, she happened to witness this scene. Her eyes were filled with anger. They're humans too. Hao Jiannan sneered. Humans. In the apocalypse, weak people are food. After saying that, he ignored everyone else, turned around, and ran. However, things did not develop according to his plan. Boom. Another loud explosion sounded. A licker crawled in through the broken wall. Its cold crimson eyes swept across everyone. Everyone's faces instantly turned pale. A licker, a second-order mutated zombie. Although it wasn't as physically powerful as a glutton, its speed was faster, and it was even more deadly. It's over. Someone began crying in despair. Ahead, the licker blocked the exit. Behind, the glutton was approaching. Around them, countless ordinary zombies surrounded them. They had no way out. Roar! The licker suddenly lunged. Its crimson tongue shot forward like an arrow, straight toward Hao Jiannan at the front. Hao Jiannan's pupils shrank. Instinctively, he grabbed the person beside him and pulled him in front. No! That person screamed. The tongue instantly wrapped around his body. The sharp barbs tore through flesh. The next second, the licker opened its massive mouth and bit off his head. Another one. Someone shouted in despair. Another licker crawled in through the opening. Everyone's mental defenses completely collapsed. Hao Junjie and Wei Yin were also trapped. Hao Junjie's entire body was covered in hardened fat, but even that couldn't withstand the endless number of zombies. A glutton had already locked onto him. Wei Yin used a broken wooden chair to block attacking zombies, but her strength had been exhausted too much. Soon, she was knocked to the ground. She looked up, just in time to see a licker pouncing toward her. At this moment, she knew she couldn't escape. Is this the end? Just then, vroom, a deep engine roar suddenly sounded. Everyone froze. The next second, a massive off-road RV charged into the corridor. Boom! The reinforced front ram smashed into the zombie swarm. Flesh exploded everywhere. The zombies in its path were all thrown away. A bloody road was forcibly carved open. Hao Junjie only felt his vision blur. The zombies attacking him were all gone. The licker charging at him was directly knocked away by the ram. Then, a flash of blade light appeared. Flash! Its head exploded. Everyone froze. They saw a figure standing on the roof of the vehicle, a leather jacket fluttering in the wind. His feet seemed firmly attached to the vehicle. The machete in his hand moved constantly. Every strike, a zombie fell, like a knight charging forward on a steel war machine. That is how Junji's eyes widened. Qin Mian, when he saw that familiar face clearly, his eyes instantly turned red. Brother Mian, it's really you. Wei Yin also stared blankly at the figure. Teacher Hao, he's the friend you've been trying to contact. Hao Junjie nodded heavily. Yes. He came, on top of the vehicle, after killing the second licker. Qin Mian immediately shouted, Nene, get ready to deal with the glutton. Got it. Nene responded immediately from the driver's seat. She had already recovered some mental energy. Her ability activated. Invisible force instantly covered the vehicle, forming a protective barrier. Then, she slammed the accelerator. The off-road RV charged toward the glutton like a steel beast. 5 minutes earlier, Qin Mian discovered that there were simply too many zombies. He had no choice but to temporarily retreat to the vehicle. After Nene recovered, She immediately constructed a massive barrier, blocking both the laboratory entrance and the broken wall opening, cutting off the endless stream of incoming zombies. Then, Qin Mian climbed onto the front of the vehicle, using the vehicle's charging ability. The two combined their greatest combat power. Ordinary zombies? No threat. The real targets were the two third-order gluttons in the lobby. The battle had only just begun. The off-road RV roared forward. The heavy vehicle crushed over the ground covered with flesh. The hard front ram dragged a bloody trail, charging straight toward the glutton. The glutton seemed to sense the danger. It stopped eating, raised its blood-covered head. Its crimson eyes locked onto the approaching vehicle. The next second, it didn't choose to take the impact head-on. Instead, it suddenly moved sideways. Its enormous body exploded with speed completely inconsistent with its size, barely avoiding the collision. Trying to dodge? Nene sneered from the driver's seat. Not that easy. Her eyes narrowed. Her ability activated instantly. Invisible forces gathered around the glutton, like a transparent cage. Its movements were forcibly restricted. The glutton tried to break free. Boom. The next moment, the tungsten alloy ram slammed into its body. A heavy impact sounded. The glutton's huge body was knocked backward. Its legs were dragged directly under the vehicle. Qin Mian could even hear the sound of bones breaking. The vehicle didn't stop. Instead, it pushed the creature all the way toward the wall. Boom! The wall exploded. The glutton's body was embedded into it. Its abdomen was torn open by the ram. Rotten organs spilled across the ground. Roar! The glutton let out an enraged roar. Its terrifying vitality kept it alive. Qin Mian seized the opportunity. He leaped up. The machete in his hand flashed with cold light. Clang! The blade struck the glutton's skull. Nearly 40 points of strength exploded. This strike was enough to split an ordinary zombie apart. But the glutton's reinforced bones were far beyond expectations. The machete only cut halfway in. Then, crack! The blade couldn't withstand the terrifying force. It broke completely. Qin Mian frowned. This weapon that had accompanied him for more than 2 months had finally been destroyed. Roar! The glutton roared in pain. Its massive arms swung violently. The terrifying force pushed the vehicle several meters away. Nene's expression changed. She quickly shifted gears and reversed. Her driving skills were already excellent. Combined with her ability assistance, she adjusted the vehicle almost instantly. Again, excitement flashed in her eyes. She stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The RV charged again. This time, the injured glutton couldn't dodge. A massive impact sounded. Its head was dragged directly beneath the vehicle. Then, the vehicle suddenly braked and swung sideways. Several nearby zombies were thrown away. Super energy points plus 36. Nene excitedly clenched her fist. One down. She looked toward the other side. There, the remaining glutton was still chasing Hao Jiannan and the others. One more. Qin Mian knocked on the window. Let me out first. Nene looked confused. But there's still another one. Qin Mian shook his head. No rush. Recover your mental energy first. After saying that, he opened the door and jumped out. On the other side of the lobby, Hao Jiannan and his group had already been forced into a corner. The glutton kept chasing them. Every attack could take someone's life. Qin Mian didn't rush over. Instead, he first cleared the ordinary zombies wandering nearby. Soon, he reached Hao Junjie and the others. Are you all right? Hearing the voice, Hao Junjie suddenly raised his head. The next second, his whole body became so excited, he almost cried. Brother Mian, you finally came. Hao Junjie rushed over and grabbed Qin Mian's leg. You have no idea how I survived these past few days. I was almost starving to death. The corner of Qin Mian's mouth twitched. He kicked him away. If you're not dead, get up. Check yourself for injuries. Hao Junjie hurriedly checked his body. The others also quickly examined themselves. Only after confirming that they hadn't been scratched by zombies did they finally relax. Only then did Qin Mian look at the remaining people. Aside from Hao Junjie, only 3 survivors remained. 2 girls, 1 boy. The short-haired girl was the first to speak. Thank you for saving us. My name is Wei Yin. She is Xiao Yuan. And that guy was Yi Liangwei. Qin Mian nodded. Although Wei Yin was covered in blood and dirt, her delicate facial features could still be seen, especially her calm and capable temperament. It was extremely rare in an apocalyptic environment. However, Qin Mian didn't pay much attention to her. He had something more important to handle. Where are the rare metal materials you mentioned? Hao Junjie froze, then immediately answered. They're still in the materials storage room upstairs. Everything is kept there. Qin Mian nodded. Take me there. Hao Junjie smiled bitterly. I can take you there. But Wei Yin knows the place better. She's a graduate student here and is also responsible for managing the materials storage. Wei Yin nodded. I can take you there. Besides rare metals, there are many other experimental materials inside. Qin Mian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this girl to actually be a researcher. At that moment, Yi Lianghui suddenly spoke. No, those are important assets of the academy and the country. You can't let a stranger take them away. Everyone frowned at the same time. Qin Mian was speechless. The apocalypse had already arrived, and this person was still thinking about that. However, the next second, Qin Mian's eyes fell on his arm. You were scratched by a zombie. Yi Lianghui's expression instantly changed. Impossible. Don't talk nonsense. He instinctively stepped backward. His voice became more and more agitated. At that moment, everyone noticed. Black veins had already appeared on his neck. Yi Lianghui. Wei Yin's expression changed. Yi Lianghui himself also panicked. No, I'm fine. I won't become one of those monsters. Before he could finish speaking, black blood flowed from his nose and mouth. His body began violently convulsing. Qin Mian didn't hesitate. He picked up the broken blade. One slash. Flash. Yi Lianghui fell to the ground, completely silent. People like this. Qin Mian threw away the broken weapon. Aren't worth wasting time on. Then, his eyes returned to the other three. Are you all sure you weren't injured? Hao Junjie and Xiao Yuan quickly nodded. Really, we're fine. Wei Yin, however, simply extended her hand. You can check. Qin Mian glanced at her, then shook his head. Later, let's deal with the remaining glutton first. No. A horrifying scream echoed throughout the first-floor lobby. The wall of the last office collapsed. The remaining glutton walked out from the ruins. Its enormous body released a suffocating pressure. Hao Jiannan had nowhere left to retreat. He leaned against the corner. The weapon in his hand had already broken. For the first time, fear appeared in his eyes. No, don't come closer. The glutton completely ignored his begging. Its thick arm suddenly reached out. It grabbed him directly. The next second, a horrifying tearing sound rang out. Blood splattered. Hao Jiannan's body was ripped apart alive. He died on the spot. At this moment, the group of people who had once done anything to survive finally all died in the mouths of zombies. Nene, get ready. Inside the vehicle, Qin Mian looked at the chaotic lobby. His voice was low. Leave it to me. Nene had already recovered much of her mental energy. Sitting in the passenger seat, her eyes flashed silver. The next moment, her ability activated. The ruins ahead of the vehicle began changing. A flat passage formed from mental energy appeared out of nowhere. All obstacles and debris were pushed aside. The off-road RV charged forward like a beast that had escaped its cage. The glutton sensed danger. It let out a low growl. It tried to dodge, but suddenly, the surrounding space seemed frozen. An invisible cage tightly restricted its movements. Boom! The next second, the tungsten alloy ram slammed into its chest. Flesh exploded. The sound of breaking bones was clearly audible. The glutton roared angrily. Its body was thrown backward by the massive impact. But before it could struggle, the wheels had already crushed over its body, dragging a long trail of blood. Nene suddenly became excited. Take this. Poison Dragon Drill. Qin Mian's mouth twitched. Why did that name sound so strange? But the next second, he understood. A high-speed rotating drill formed from Nene's imagination appeared. It shot directly toward the glutton's head. Poochie! The drill pierced through its eye socket. The terrifying rotating force instantly shredded its brain. The massive body of the glutton collapsed. Super energy points plus 36. Yeah. Nene excitedly raised her fist. My new move is awesome, right? Qin Mian looked at her. After a moment of silence. Your skill name. What about it? Nothing. Qin Mian decided not to explain. The off-road RV slowly stopped. The first-floor lobby of the entire laboratory building finally became quiet. The countless zombies that had filled the area now all lay dead in pools of blood. The air was filled with a strong rotten smell. Flesh fragments, broken limbs, bones, covered the floor. Wei Yin, Xiaoyuan, and Hao Junjie stood there, looking at everything in front of them. They felt like they were dreaming. A situation that should have meant certain death had been completely changed by one vehicle. But soon, they noticed another problem. The laboratory entrance and the hole in the wall were actually blocked by a massive transparent barrier. The zombies outside were crazily smashing against it, but they couldn't break through. This is... Wei-Yin walked closer in surprise. She reached out and touched it. Her palm immediately felt a strange energy. An ability? That's right. Nene jumped out of the vehicle, her face full of pride. This is the masterpiece of this beautiful girl. Hao Junjie opened his mouth wide. Your ability can even do something like this? Of course. Nene raised her chin proudly. My ability is called mental construction. Simply put, I can materialize things from my imagination using mental power. Qin Mian walked over and examined the barrier. This was the first time Nene had created such a large object without maintaining a continuous mental link. The barrier was powerful, but the consumption was obvious. How long can it last? Qin Mian asked. Nene tilted her head and sensed it. If I don't continue supplying mental energy. About 10 minutes. That's enough. Qin Mian nodded. You've consumed a lot. Rest first. Then, he looked at Wei-Yin. Take us to the materials storage room. The group headed toward the 3rd floor. On the way, Nene moved closer to Qin Mian and whispered, Captain Uncle, these people are a little indecisive, but their hearts seem pretty good. Should we consider letting them join us? Qin Mian glanced at her. He had to admit, after these past few days, he had also realized the importance of a team. Before, he acted alone. Whenever danger appeared, he could only rely on himself. But now with Nene, their cooperation had already shown astonishing combat power. If they gained more reliable members in the future, and the vehicle truly formed a team system, their survival ability would definitely increase. However, let's see first, Qin Mian said. No rush. Soon, everyone arrived at the materials storage room. Wei-Yin opened the heavy blast-proof door. This is where the Academy specially stores research materials. Many of the things inside are used for national-level research projects. She led everyone to several large safes. After entering the passwords, the doors slowly opened. Inside were rows of special containers. These are all rare metals. Wei-Yin took out one of the boxes. A special identification number was marked on it. This contains radium materials. The value of this entire safe exceeds 10 billion yuan. Hao Junjie and the others sucked in a breath. Even Qin Mian was slightly surprised. Why did the Academy store so many? Wei-Yin was silent for a moment. Then she explained. 3 months ago, this place was suddenly designated as a national-level research base. These materials were transferred here at that time. Qin Mian nodded. Things that happened before the apocalypse were no longer something anyone could investigate. But these resources were exactly what he needed right now. All right, they belong to us now. Qin Mian looked at Nene. Start. Got it. Nene's eyes lit up. The next second, her mental energy exploded. The materials inside the safes slowly floated into the air, as if an invisible giant hand was lifting them. Then, one precious material after another flew toward the lower floor. The entire process took less than a few minutes. Wei-Yin and the other two were completely stunned. They couldn't even understand where these things had gone. Rare metals plus 1,000 units. Rare metals plus 1,000 units. Rare metals plus 541 units. 3 consecutive notifications appeared. Qin Mian and Nene's eyes revealed surprise at the same time. This time, the risk had been completely worth it. They disappeared? Wei-Yin looked at the empty safes. Her face was full of disbelief. Nene giggled. Captain Uncle's ability. Pretty amazing, right? Qin Mian glared at her. Let's go. Back to the vehicle and check the upgrades. Coming. Nene immediately followed, leaving Wei-Yin, Xiaoyuan, and Hao Junjie standing there. They looked at the mysterious off-road RV, and for the first time, they realized the people they had encountered might not be ordinary survivors. After the vehicle upgrade process ended, Qin Mian and Nene immediately checked the latest attributes. A blue holographic screen appeared in front of them. Vehicle, off-road RV. Durability, 29%. Level, beginner, 79/100. Unlocked basic functions. Power module, internal combustion engine, power increased 50%. Vehicle body module, carbon steel chassis, carbon steel frame, carbon steel doors, explosion-proof windows. Drive module, all-terrain explosion-proof tires, standard suspension. Vehicle functions, silent shielding, intermediate, external collection, beginner, RAM, beginner. Super energy points, 441. Material storage, metal materials, 16,300 units. Non-metal materials, 15,422 units. Polymer materials, 12,005 units. Composite materials, 10,990 units. Rare metals, 2,780 units. Fuel, 1,305 units. After seeing the data, both of them had the same first reaction. Shock. The durability was still at 29%. They had to remember, the vehicle had experienced countless battles along the way. First, it collided with the nearly fourth-order Fira. Then, it continuously crashed into third-order gluttons. Even the extremely hard tungsten alloy RAM had already begun deforming. The vehicle body had also suffered heavy damage. The explosion-proof windows were covered in cracks. Any ordinary vehicle would have been completely destroyed long ago. But this superpowered vehicle had actually endured until now, just as expected from a superpowered vehicle. Qin Mian couldn't help but sigh. Let's see what we can upgrade first. Nene beside him was already impatient. Qin Mian nodded. With a thought, new information appeared. Vehicle materials and super energy points meet upgrade requirements. Available upgrades/unlocks. Upgradable functions. Advanced silent shielding. External collection, intermediate. Power module, plus 100%. Type 2 internal combustion engine. Driver cabin. Vehicle frame. Tires. Doors. Windows. Interior. Lights. Unlockable functions. Detection system. Weapon system. Defense system. Equipment manufacturing. Fuel compatibility. Cabin expansion. Seeing the options, both people's eyes lit up. So many new things. Nene stared at the holographic screen. She was extremely excited. Especially one option. Detection system. She pointed directly at it. Uncle, this must be the priority. After experiencing the zombie python, she was genuinely afraid. That feeling of knowing danger existed nearby, but not knowing where it was, and then suddenly being targeted by a high-level monster, was simply awful. If they could detect threats in advance, they wouldn't have been forced into such a passive situation. Qin Mian agreed. The importance of a detection system was unquestionable, even when facing the Fira this time. If they had detected its information beforehand, they wouldn't have needed to risk using a human as bait. However, resources were limited. They had to allocate them properly. After thinking for a moment, Qin Mian finally selected 5 upgrades. All-terrain suspension upgrade. Cost. Metal materials 1,600 units. Non-metal materials 200 units. Composite materials 200 units. Rare metals 100 units. Super energy points 80. Upgrading. Bulletproof vehicle body bulletproof windows upgrade. Cost. Metal materials 2,000 units. Non-metal materials 400 units. Composite materials 800 units. Rare metals 150 units. Super energy points 100. Upgrading. Beginner detection system unlock. Cost. Metal materials 900 units. Non-metal materials 200 units. Composite materials 100 units. Rare metals 200 units. Super energy points 60. Unlock successful. Beginner weapon system unlock. Cost. Metal materials 1,000 units. Non-metal materials 500 units. Composite materials 600 units. Rare metals 100 units. Super energy points 60. Unlock successful. Equipped basic weapon, electric blade. Basic cabin expansion. Cost. Metal materials 2,000 units. Non-metal materials 2,000 units. Composite materials 500 units. Rare metals 50 units. Super energy points 90. Expansion successful. Cabin capacity increased by 10 cubic meters. Notice, cabin expansion involves spatial rules. Future expansion costs will increase progressively. Seeing the final notification, Qin Mian raised his eyebrows slightly. Spatial abilities really weren't simple. The first expansion only added 10 cubic meters, but every expansion afterward would require exponentially more resources. Clearly, this already involved spatial technology. If it could develop to a higher level in the future, it might even be possible to create spatial equipment. Thinking of this, Qin Mian couldn't help feeling excited. Clack, clack, clack. accompanied by the sound of mechanical structures moving. The entire off-road RV began changing. Blue electrical arcs flashed continuously. Metal structures rearranged themselves. The blood stains and remains on the vehicle gradually disappeared. This scene completely stunned Wei Yin and the others standing outside, although they had already witnessed Qin Mian and Nene's abilities. Seeing a vehicle transform like something from a science fiction movie was still unbelievable. Nearly 50 minutes later, the upgrade was complete. A brand new off-road RV appeared before them. The body was heavier. The lines were sharper. The overall size had increased slightly. The driver cabin had changed from 2 doors to 4. The chassis was obviously raised. The 6 tires became much larger. What shocked Hao Junjie the most was the tire transformation. Is this an all-terrain tire? He couldn't help walking closer to examine it. Before the apocalypse, he was somewhat of a car enthusiast. Naturally, he understood how outrageous this technology was. But now, these tires could actually change shape according to the environment. Normal tire mode. Even tracked vehicle mode. True all-terrain adaptation. This thing could drive through snow without any problems. Hao Junjie sucked in a breath. Wei Yin and Xiao Yuan were equally shocked. This was no longer an ordinary vehicle. It was a mobile fortress in the apocalypse. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Qin Mian and Nene were even more excited, because the vehicle level had finally reached the requirements for an upgrade. Vehicle level requirements met. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Intermediate vehicle, 8/500ths. New unlockable functions. Medical cabin. Ecological cabin. Artificial intelligence system. Foldable space. The two instantly fell silent. Then, they both sucked in a breath. These functions were clearly beyond what ordinary vehicle technology could explain. Medical cabin. It could solve injury and illness problems. Ecological cabin. It could even create a small-scale ecological environment. Artificial intelligence system. It represented true artificial intelligence. And foldable space was the one that made both of them the most excited. This was no longer just expanding the vehicle interior. It was genuine spatial technology. If developed to the extreme, creating spatial backpacks, spatial weapons, and even spatial equipment would no longer be fantasy. However, after looking at the required costs, the two fell silent again, especially the artificial intelligence system and foldable space. Each one required 400 super energy points. They simply couldn't afford them right now. Nene sighed. Uncle, I feel like after upgrading, we somehow became even poorer. Qin Mian smiled. That's normal. The more powerful something is, the more it consumes. However, the next moment, their attention was drawn to their own attributes. The feedback from the vehicle upgrade had once again greatly increased their strength. Vehicle owner, Qin Mian. Level, 3rd order evolutionary, 55%. Strength, 44. Agility, 35. Constitution, 41. Spirit, 57. Ability, super vehicle. Looking at his attributes, Qin Mian couldn't help being surprised. 3rd order, and already close to the peak of the 3rd order. His strength, constitution, and spirit had all increased dramatically, especially his spirit attribute. It had reached an astonishing 57 points. Passenger, Nene. Level, 3rd order ability user. Strength, 36. Agility, 37. Constitution, 32. Spirit, 53. Ability, mental construction. Trust level, live and die together. Life status, active. Nene stared at her own attributes. Her eyes became brighter and brighter. 3rd order. I'm 3rd order now too. She excitedly waved her fist. Seeing her happy expression, Qin Mian couldn't help smiling as well. Vehicle, off-road RV. Durability, 100%. Level, intermediate, 8/1000ths. Power module, internal combustion engine, power increased 50%. Vehicle body module, titanium tungsten alloy frame, bulletproof body, bulletproof windows. Drive module, all-terrain explosion-proof tires, all-terrain suspension. Vehicle functions, silent shielding, intermediate, external collection, beginner, RAM, beginner, detection system, beginner. Weapon system, beginner electric blade. Cabin expansion, 10 cubic meters. Super energy points, 21. Material storage. Metal materials, 8,800 units. Non-metal materials, 12,122 units. Polymer materials, 12,005 units. Composite materials, 9,805 units. Rare metals, 2,080 units. Fuel, 1,305 units. Looking at the brand new vehicle panel, Qin Mian nodded with satisfaction. After the upgrade, the entire off-road RV had undergone a complete transformation. The most obvious changes were the newly added weapon system and cabin expansion. These two functions were clearly different from ordinary upgrade options. One improved combat ability, the other improved survival capability. Qin Mian first checked the weapon system. After activating the vehicle weapon system, various combat equipment could be installed. The basic weapon unlocked with the system was Beginner Electric Blade. Function: a 50-centimeter alloy blade extends from the vehicle body. After consuming fuel or super energy points, it can be coated with high-voltage electricity to increase cutting power and damage ability. After reading the description, Nene's eyes lit up. So cool. She couldn't help moving closer to inspect it. When we hit zombies in the future, does that mean we can cut them apart at the same time? Qin Mian knocked her on the head. Don't just think about playing. Go collect the brain crystals. The extreme cold is coming soon. The vehicle's freezing resistance and heating functions also need to be upgraded. Once serious business was mentioned, Nene immediately put away her excitement. She nodded, then activated her ability and began collecting the brain crystals scattered throughout the lobby. At this moment, the heavy barrier blocking the laboratory entrance had already begun developing cracks. Crack. One crack after another spread across its surface. Hao Junjie heard the sound. He turned around. His face instantly turned pale. Outside, countless zombies were desperately smashing against the barrier. Once it disappeared, the zombie swarm would instantly flood inside. Brother Mian, drive, hurry. But Qin Mian remained calm. Get in the vehicle. The rear door opened. Hao Junjie barely hesitated. He was the first to rush inside. Wei Ying glanced at Xiaoyuan first. After confirming she followed, the two quickly entered the cabin as well. Bang! The vehicle door closed. The next second, crack! The heavy barrier Nene had created finally reached its limit. Like a glass bubble, it shattered. Without any obstruction, the zombie swarm instantly poured inside. Rotten bodies piled together. Roars filled the entire lobby. Brother Mian, drive. Hao Junjie grabbed his seat belt tightly. His face was pale. He had never seen so many zombies in his entire life. Nene, however, looked at him with a playful smile. Fatty, relax. If you pee yourself from fear, I'll throw you out. Huh? Hao Junjie's body stiffened. No, I'm actually very brave. Beside him, watching this scene, Wei Ying couldn't help smiling. Then she began observing the interior of the vehicle. Soon, she noticed something unusual. Your vehicle. It should be able to block zombie perception, right? Nene froze. Sister, how did you know? Wei Ying pointed outside. Look at the zombies. They've already lost their target. Outside, the zombie swarm continued wandering. Occasionally, a few approached the vehicle, but they only scratched at the exterior unconsciously. They didn't attack like before. Zombies should have smell, hearing, and the ability to sense living humans. Wei Ying analyzed. Normal hiding methods wouldn't allow people to avoid them for long. So this vehicle must have some kind of special ability. Qin Mian glanced at her. A hint of appreciation appeared in his eyes. This woman's observation ability was indeed impressive. No wonder she was a graduate researcher. That's right, he admitted. Silent shielding. It can hide the vehicle and the living creatures inside. Wei Ying nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, an inappropriate sound suddenly rang out. Gurgle. Hao Junjie awkwardly covered his stomach. Brother Mian, do you have anything to eat? I haven't eaten for almost 2 days. Nene looked him up and down, then asked curiously. Before that, tell me something. How did you get all this fat? Wei Ying and Xiaoyuan instantly fell silent. They had all been hiding in the laboratory for so long. Every day, they rationed food carefully. Everyone had visibly lost weight. Except Hao Junjie. He still had the same amount of flesh. Hao Junjie smiled bitterly. Ask Brother Mian. Since I was little, it's never left me. Qin Mian also remembered their childhood. Hao Junjie had been a fat kid since he was young. Because of his size, he had suffered plenty of ridicule. And Qin Mian himself had also been isolated because of his family situation. Two people who were both rejected by others eventually became friends. Thinking of this, Qin Mian smiled. Your ability should be related to fat. As he spoke, he opened Hao Junjia's information panel. Passenger, Hao Junjia. Level, First Order Ability User. Strength, 18. Agility, 15. Constitution, 21. Spirit, 14. Ability, Fat Hardening. Trust level, Trusted. Life status, Weak. Qin Mian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Hao Junjia's trust level toward him had already reached Trusted. That meant he met the requirements to join the team. Brother Mian, I also think my ability is related to fat. Hao Junjia explained. Every time I activate my ability, the fat on my body becomes harder. Like steel. Qin Mian nodded. Then he checked the attributes of the other two. Passenger, Wei Yin. Level, First Order Evolutionary. Strength, 22. Agility, 17. Constitution, 24. Spirit, 18. Ability, None. Trust level, Trusted. Life status, Weak. Seeing this, Qin Mian was slightly surprised. Although Wei Yin was only an ordinary evolutionary, her attributes were already close to second order. Her strength was quite good. More importantly, her trust level had also reached Trusted. Passenger, Fang Yuan. Level, First Order Evolutionary. Strength, 12. Agility, 11. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 16. Ability, None. Trust level, Friendly. Life status, Weak. This was much more normal. Qin Mian nodded inwardly. Friendly meant the other person had the potential to become a temporary team member. As for whether she would eventually join the team, that still needed more observation. After the three of them finished eating, their conditions clearly improved. Only then did they begin observing the upgraded vehicle interior. The exterior of the cabin didn't look much different, but the internal space had clearly become much larger. The additional 10 cubic meters of space was roughly equivalent to adding an extra 5 square meters of activity area. How is it? Nene moved closer to Qin Mian and asked quietly. That fatty should meet the requirements, right? She didn't have permission to view attributes, so she could only ask. Qin Mian shook his head. Joining the team isn't only about trust level. It also depends on character, especially overly compassionate people. Those kinds of people can't join. Nene nodded. She understood what Qin Mian meant. In the apocalypse, the wrong teammates could sometimes be more dangerous than zombies. Qin Mian started the vehicle. His hands returned to the steering wheel. Hold on. We're leaving this place. Accompanied by a deep engine roar, the dark-colored off-road RV charged out of the research district like a beast breaking free from its cage. The upgraded power module completely transformed the vehicle. Under Nene's excited driving, the vehicle charged forward recklessly. Along the way, countless wandering zombies were sent flying. Bang! Bang! Heavy impacts continued echoing. But for everyone inside the vehicle, there was almost no danger. The silent shielding function was still working. The zombies that were hit noticed the movement, but they didn't chase after the vehicle. They simply continued wandering aimlessly. What incredible technology! Fang Yuan pressed herself against the window. Looking outside, her eyes were filled with shock. To her, the ability to block zombie perception was practically black technology from another world. She couldn't even imagine whether humanity had the ability to create something like this before civilization collapsed. However, she didn't know. Those zombies that had been crushed to death had already silently transformed into energy required for the vehicle's growth. Hee, of course it's amazing. Nene proudly raised her chin. Then she looked back at the others. By the way, what are your plans after leaving here? Hearing this question, Wei Yin and Fang Yuan both fell silent. Before this, they had only been hiding inside the laboratory. They had never really thought about what they would do after escaping. Hao Junjie reacted the fastest. Brother Mian, can I follow you? He asked directly. Before Qin Mian could answer, Nene asked first, are you not going to look for your family? Hao Junjie's expression darkened. I can't find them. They lived in a nursing home in downtown Guang City. When the apocalypse happened, there was almost no chance anyone there survived. He paused. Later, the government broadcasted a message over the radio. They said they would carry out nuclear strikes on several severely affected urban areas. That place should already be gone. During the early days of the apocalypse, the government had organized several large-scale operations, including military clearances targeting densely populated cities. However, The results were far from ideal. The nuclear strikes and chaos had even made the zombies spread worse. Qin Mian remained silent for a moment. "We'll talk after leaving this place." He neither agreed nor refused. But Hao Junjie understood. This already meant he had a chance. "Brother Mian. Just call me Fatty Jia." He smiled. Being able to see an old friend again after the apocalypse is already lucky enough. The corner of Qin Mian's mouth lifted slightly. The Fatty Jia from childhood really hadn't changed. Chubby, always easy to bully. And back then, Qin Mian himself had also been rejected by others because of his family situation. Two lonely people had ended up becoming friends. Afterward, Qin Mian looked at Wei Yin and Fong Yuan. "I'll send you somewhere safe. After that, where you go is your own choice." Wei Yin nodded. "Okay." But her expression was somewhat complicated. It seemed she still hadn't decided what she wanted to do after leaving. Haha. Nene suddenly became excited. "Let me test the new weapon." After saying that, she stepped on the accelerator. At the same time, she activated the electric blade. VZZZ. Sharp alloy blades extended from both sides of the vehicle. Blue electric arcs instantly jumped across the edges. Crackle. The next second, the vehicle charged into a zombie swarm. The sharp electric blades easily sliced through rotten flesh. The high-voltage current instantly pierced nearby zombies. The power was truly impressive. But Qin Mian lowered his head. When he saw the fuel consumption, his expression immediately darkened. The next second, he silently turned off the high-voltage mode. Nene looked dissatisfied. "Uncle, you're too stingy. This is a brand new weapon. What's wrong with using it a little?" Qin Mian ignored her. Energy wasn't unlimited. This function was only valuable when used at critical moments. Along the way, Nene drove the vehicle around the research district. Using the upgraded vehicle and detection system, she specifically chose areas with fewer zombies. After one round, the number of zombies crushed was close to 100. They gained another batch of super energy points. However, she did not recklessly approach the central campus area. That place had an extremely high population density. Nobody knew what level of monsters were hiding there. Just as the vehicle passed near the advanced apartment building, Hao Junjie suddenly spoke. "Wait, there are people there." Everyone followed his gaze. At the third-floor window, someone was desperately waving a flag. "They're the people who were hiding in the lounge." Fong Yuan recognized them. "They're still alive. They look like Professor Yang and the others." The survivors upstairs also noticed the vehicle. One by one, they became extremely excited. They thought new rescue had arrived. The flag waving became even more frantic. "Brother Mian." Hao Junjie looked at the vehicle. "This car probably can't fit that many people, right?" Qin Mian didn't answer. He simply continued looking at the planned route. Nene, however, deliberately slowed down. The vehicle slowly approached the apartment building. A faint mischievous smile appeared on her face. Clearly, she was observing their reactions. The vehicle eventually stopped. The survivors upstairs became even more excited. Even Wei Yin and the others thought Qin Mian was preparing to save them. Fong Yuan whispered, "There are quite a lot of them." Hao Junjie also recognized one of them. Yang, the professor from the School of Marketing. His expression became strange. This guy didn't have a good reputation before. I heard he relied on his connections and often bullied students. Nene couldn't help laughing. Now it's the apocalypse. Who cares about connections anymore? Does he know any zombies? The atmosphere inside the vehicle instantly became quiet. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Mian. After finishing planning the route, Qin Mian slowly raised his head. "You want to save them?" Hao Junjie hesitated. "If possible." Qin Mian nodded. "Then go. I won't stop you." Hao Junjie froze. Then he let out a sigh of relief. "Then I'll." He was about to open the door, but Qin Mian continued. "However, after you get out, you cannot come back to my vehicle." His movement stopped instantly. Hao Junjie froze. Huh. Qin Mian's expression remained calm. "My vehicle is not a public shelter. You want to save people? Fine. But you cannot use my resources to bear the risks for others." Nene leaned back in her seat, sucking on a lollipop and laughing. "Did you hear that? Captain Uncle is giving you a choice. But once you make that choice, you have to accept the consequences." Hao Junjie fell silent. He looked at the survivors upstairs. Then he looked back at the people inside the vehicle. After a long moment, he slowly sat back down. "Forget it. We really don't have the ability to do that." Fong Yuan opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But Wei Yin gently grabbed her arm, signaling her not to continue. She could tell. Qin Mian wasn't cold-blooded. It was just that. This world was no longer the world it used to be. A moment later, the vehicle started again. Under the desperate gazes of the survivors upstairs, it slowly drove away. Along the way, the inside of the vehicle remained quiet. Only after a long time did Hao Junjie quietly ask, "Brother Mian, did we make the wrong choice?" Before Qin Mian could answer, Nene spoke first. "In the apocalypse, if you want to be a saint, you'd better first ask yourself whether you have the ability to do it." She turned around. "You wanted to save those people just now. Fine. But did you think about what would happen after they got inside? Food, water, space, danger. Who would take responsibility for all that? You or Uncle?" A series of questions left Hao Junjie and the others silent. Nene continued. "The supplies inside this vehicle were collected by Uncle and me while risking our lives among zombies. No one has the right to decide how his resources should be distributed." This time, none of the three argued. Wei Yin took a deep breath. "Sorry, we didn't think it through." Fang Yuan also lowered her head. "Sorry." Hao Junjie even slapped himself hard. "I was really being stupid. I was still looking at things with the old world's way of thinking." Nene froze. She had originally planned to continue lecturing them. But these people admitted their mistakes so quickly, she suddenly didn't know what else to say. Qin Mian looked at them. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "All right, it's getting dark. Find somewhere to rest. We'll decide what to do tomorrow." In the apocalypse, kindness itself wasn't wrong. But kindness without strength to support it would only get yourself killed. Right now, what they needed was survival. Night fell. The off-road RV stopped on a road outside Guang City Academy. The surroundings were covered by thick darkness. The sky was gloomy. A fine drizzle continued falling. The temperature had already dropped below zero. Cold air spread through the vehicle's exterior, but it couldn't affect the inside at all. Soft lights illuminated the cabin. The heating system continued running. The 5 people had just finished dinner. They were sitting inside the vehicle resting. For Hao Junjie, Wei Yin, and Fang Yuan, the sense of security tonight was something they had not experienced since the apocalypse began. No need to worry about sudden zombie attacks at night. No need to worry about running out of food. No need to curl up in a dark corner waiting for death. A single vehicle had given them a long-lost feeling of stability. After the cabin expansion, the interior space was much larger. Everyone sat or leaned comfortably. They began talking about their experiences after the apocalypse. "Brother Mian." Hao Junjie leaned against his seat and casually asked, "How are Auntie and the others doing now?" The moment he said that, his expression changed instantly. He realized he had asked the one question he shouldn't have asked. If they were still alive, how could they not be inside this vehicle? Hao Junjie almost wanted to slap himself. But Qin Mian didn't react much. He simply continued quietly brewing tea. "They're gone." His tone was very calm, as if he was only talking about something unrelated. "I'm sorry, Brother Mian." Hao Junjie lowered his head. Qin Mian shook his head. "It's fine." Then he handed over the brewed tea. "Try it. This used to cost more than 10,000 yuan per kilogram." Hao Junjie froze. Then he accepted the cup. "Hee, then I'm really lucky today." He pretended to take a sip like a tea expert. On the other side, Nene, who was studying the detection system, looked back. She couldn't help curling her lips. What was so good about tea? It wasn't even as good as a bottle of cold soda. Qin Mian naturally knew her preferences, so he only poured tea for Wei Yin and Fang Yuan. "Brother Mian." After finishing his tea, Hao Junjie asked, "Are we continuing this route tomorrow?" Qin Mian shook his head. "No. We're leaving Guang City by crossing the mountains." "Crossing the mountains?" Hao Junjie widened his eyes. "Driving through mountains?" But Wei Yin showed a surprised expression. "Your vehicle, it has all-terrain tires and all-terrain suspension?" Her focus was clearly different from everyone else's. Qin Mian glanced at her. This woman's observation ability really was impressive. No wonder she's a graduate researcher. "Yes." He nodded. Then he explained the route afterward. "After leaving Guang City, we'll search for supplies around Bolo City. If you want to leave, you can get off there." Hao Junjie immediately shook his head. "Brother Mian, I'm going with you." His attitude was extremely firm. Wei Yin and Fang Yuan fell silent. They had been disconnected from their families for too long. No one knew whether their families were still alive. Qin Mian understood what they were thinking. So he added, if you want to go home and check, you can. The route isn't fixed. If it's on the way, I can take you there. Brother Mian. Fang Yuan suddenly raised her head. Will you pass through Shaoyin City? Qin Mian took out a paper map. He quickly found the location. Shaoyin City was about 400 kilometers away from Guang City. It already belonged to another province. However, the route wasn't completely opposite. After we finish at Buelo City, we can head north. If nothing unexpected happens, we can make a trip there. Fang Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. Really? Thank you, Brother Mian. She excitedly thanked him repeatedly. The next second, a notification appeared in Qin Mian's mind. Fang Yuan trust level. Trusted. He was slightly stunned. Then he smiled. Wei Yin. What about you? Wei Yin was silent for a moment, then slowly said, before the apocalypse, my father was the mayor of Tianyuan City. My mother was the director of the city's first hospital. My grandfather and older brother were both in the military in Shangjing. She lowered her voice. But after the apocalypse, they never contacted me. Maybe. She didn't continue. But everyone understood what she meant. In the apocalypse, losing contact often meant death. Fang Yuan held her hand. Sister Yin, maybe they evacuated with the government. The communication system collapsed after the apocalypse. They may simply be unable to contact you. Wei Yin shook her head. I know. But during the first month, the military sent a rescue team into the academy. If my grandfather was still alive, he would definitely have sent someone to find me. The vehicle fell silent. Have you tried radio? Qin Mian asked. Wei Yin nodded. Yes. We used Teacher Hao's equipment to try contacting them. But there was no response. Nene suddenly spoke. You were using normal channels, right? Wei Yin looked at her. Nene explained. There are many radio frequencies. The government and military have their own dedicated bands. It's normal that ordinary channels receive nothing. Wei Yin smiled bitterly. I tried every military and government frequency I knew. The shortwave communication around Guang City and the surrounding areas has completely stopped. What about longwave? Nene continued asking. Wei Yin shook her head. No equipment. Longwave communication equipment was large and consumed a lot of power. Ordinary survivors would never prepare something like that. Nene thought for a moment. There is one in downtown Guang City, but we can't go there right now. As for other places, she shook her head. I don't know either. Does Huiqing have one? Hao Junjie suddenly raised his hand. Everyone looked at him. I haven't heard of one. Everyone shook their heads. At that moment, Fang Yuan suddenly remembered something. My hometown area seems to have a military radar base. That place used to be classified as restricted. Even online maps couldn't find it. Nene's eyes lit up. A place like that is worth checking. Wei Yin also looked at Qin Mian. There was expectation in her eyes. Qin Mian thought for a moment, then nodded. Then we'll stop by. Thank you, Brother Mian. Wei Yin smiled. All right, get some rest early. Qin Mian stood up and put away the tea set. I'll help. Wei Yin took the initiative, but accidentally. Their hands touched. Her face turned slightly red. Fang Yuan glanced at them, then quietly turned away. Qin Mian didn't think much of it. If someone helped, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Then he returned to the cockpit. How was it, Captain Uncle? The moment he sat down, Nene leaned over, her face full of teasing. Was Sister Wei Yin's hand soft? Fatty said she was the academy beauty. Qin Mian picked up his notebook and tapped her on the head. Go sleep. Nene covered her head. Pretending. Qin Mian ignored her. He began organizing the information they had obtained today. Guang City Academy. The military rescue team had entered. They were completely wiped out. There were third-order gluttons, a near fourth-order Fira, and the extreme cold was coming soon. Afterward, he opened the Apocalypse Progress panel. Apocalypse Progress. Virus mutation, 97%, extreme cold. Qin Mian frowned slightly. Based on the percentage, the extreme cold was only 3 days away. He suddenly thought of something. Since the apocalypse began, was it almost exactly 100 days? He quickly checked his records. Then, his entire body froze slightly. 97 days. Exactly. No way it's that coincidental. Qin Mian muttered. Only 3 days remained until the 100-day disaster, and the next catastrophe was already on its way.